Happy 1-year sub-anniversary TauTass hearts. I'll never forget when I wandered in and was welcomed with open arms and hearts. Thank you for all that you do, and I look forward to what you and the pals accomplish in the next year. Much love, Tau and pals. TauTass hug, TauTass heart.
Gosh, I'm gonna have to give you guys so many hearts. Thank you so much, you guys, for starting off our stream with a hype train. Let's head over here and say our very, very sincere thanks. After some pass throwing. Oh, fuck! I was good at this yesterday, wasn't I? I need to catch them! My pals, no! Fuck! Oh, mwah, that one's stuck on me, yay. Mass! Ooh! Yes, get into the armpits of the arms. The flexion point, you know, in my elbow pit. Ooh! Thank you for the care package as well, Ozzy. Before I say massive thank you to all of you for your incredible pal attacks and the care package, massive thank yous all around to amazing Ozzy for the gifted sub to Dearest Doppel. Thank you so very much, darling. That's so generous of you. Magnificent Maid with the incredibly heartfelt 1 year message. 1 year of subby. Thank you so much, darling. I'm gonna reread it for anyone who didn't get to hear it, but happy 1 year sub anniversary. I'll never forget when I wandered in and was welcomed with open arms and hearts. Thank you for all that you do, and I look forward to what you and the pals accomplish in the next year.
Hello, motherfucker.
Bruh! Ow! Sorry, I hit my microphone. Bruh! Oh my god! Thank you! Thank you so much! Oh my gosh! Gift and run! Oh my god, thank you so much, Umbra! What a gift that is! Holy shit! Thank you for 20 gifted! Thank you for 20 gifted, darling! Thank you for the lurk! We'll miss you. Thank you so much, Maid. Thank you so much for the entire year together. I look very much forward to another year with you, darling. I hope you will consider sticking around with us. Lovely Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the beautiful Blue Wolf. I so appreciate that as well. Thank you ever so much, darling, for your immense support. Again, I gotta say, I am just, oh, you guys overwhelm me with your generosity and your kindness. I haven't seen you since Friday, but I've just been buzzing since then. Like, I didn't realize how much those chargebacks were like weighing on me, and you guys like just took the weight off. It was, I feel so good. Like, I feel so, I'm not afraid, you know? Like, I've been so scared for so many weeks, and it's just such a, thank you so much. Sorry, I don't have a lot of words. I've just been feeling so, like, warm, and loved and appreciated and grateful for like the last couple of days. Just so, I mean, I always do with you guys, you know, but like the lack of chargebacks, thank God. Combo Meal, welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming in, and I'm so glad you got a subby from Umbra. It's a pleasure to meet you. And oh hey, speaking of, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in, honey. Massive thank you to Icy as well for the gifted sub. Thank you so very much, darling. I so appreciate it. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you. And of course, to amazing Umbra for getting our hype train to level 6. We're at level 6, you guys. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 gifted from amazing Umbra. Thank you so very much, amazing Umbra. I so appreciate it. That is incredibly kind of you. So generous. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, honey. And thank you again to Combo for the follow, darling. I hope that you enjoy your time with us. A little bit about us. That's my dog, if you hear him. He's very sweet. Hi, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Also a professional artist, so if you come on Fridays, you get to help me decide what we work on and also request some music. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5, like today we are, and Final Fantasy 14 Heaven's Word. So if either of those sound like fun to you, please come on through. We also do a demo day where you guys get to submit demos and I play them on stream. And you can find new games that way, or you can get my thoughts on a game that you like that way. But let me also say thank you so very much to my wonderful pals for the pal attack. Swedish Shadowgun, Amazing Aussie, Incredible Eisen, Yummy Yuki, Nix Meadow Slice Jam Slice, Incredible Eisen, Magnificent Maid, Terrific Talon, Magnificent Maid, Lovely, oh my guys, sorry, I totally messed up. Valley Girl Voice from Lev, thank you for that so much. Incredible Icy, Swedish Shadowgun, Incredible Eisen, and Lovely Lava. Thank you guys so much for the Palatax, babes. And thank you for the hello, motherfucker. Hi, Michael. How are you doing? And, of course, thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Delectable water. Yeah, that shot. Thank you for the pal hat as well, Sweetest Space Cat. And massive thank you to Wonderful Waters for 80 stream streak. Fuck yeah, bitch. Let's go. That's so sick. I am such a big fan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Also, Sweetest Things at Tartarus with the 40. 40! Bitch, let's go! Thank you so much. Next with a Slice Jam Slice, getting ever so closer to 200-day stream streak. Yeah, you are. Let's go, baby. 170 stream streak. Outstanding stuff. Thank you guys so much for the incredible hype train. Right off the bat, absolutely fucking sick. Thank you. And Ozzy,
you honestly deserve everything that happened to you, Tao, for being such an amazing Thylacine, and it is very understandable if you don't have words. You are probably still in shock. And finally, you should always know that the pals care. TauTass heart, Umbric 1 Fox heart, Lampine heart.
Thank you so much, Nix. I super appreciate it. That's so sweet of you and so genuine of you. I'm probably just gonna keep on thanking you guys because, like, for anyone who has ever been in like a bad situationship, OMG, there it goes. Thank you, Icy. You guys know that, like, you kind of settle into this norm of this like undercurrent of like simmering heat, right? Like this negative heat, and you just don't know what to do with yourself, except for just kind of try and accept it and move on. OMG, yes! Anyway, that's how I felt for like several weeks, and you guys just like, you removed me from that boiling pot of liquid, you know, and I am eternally grateful. You guys are absolutely amazing. Amazing Ozzy, thank you so much for the 365 stream streak. Now that's a big deal because that's like a whole fucking year of streams, except like it's more than a year of streams because, you know, like we don't stream every single day, but like if we did, that's exactly what you see, right? All right. Thank you so much, Ozzy. Swedish Shimi, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak, bitch. Let's fucking go. Ooh, thank you for warming my head, Terrific Talon. What a cutie pie. Incredible Icy, thank you so much for the 60 stream streak. Absolutely fucking sick. Thank you also for the care package, beautiful blue. I appreciate it. Ow. Thank you, keeping me hydrated. Yeah, but incredible Eisen with the 40 as well. Look at you guys. I'm so impressed with these stream streaks. So cool. Swedish Shadow Princess, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Oh, piece of candy. Today's fun fact. Allicalus react with the natural fatty acids on your skin in a process called saponification. If you touch bleach and it feels slippery, that's why. Is that basically like it's burning away like the fat cells, and then it makes it like greasy and slippy? Yeah, sagas. How have you guys been? For those of you in the US, how is your Saturday going? For those of you elsewhere, how's your not Saturday going? How's your Sunday-ish going? How was your Saturday for my Aussies? Thank you guys so much for coming in. I really do appreciate it. You guys are absolutely amazing. Yeah, I'm like, I am so grateful to you guys. I've been having like little moments where I get a little bit teary just kind of thinking about you, and I really, yeah, like good tears, like very happy tears. Just feeling like, you know, I've talked about it so much, right? Where like my, where I haven't been very good at making friends since I've moved to Australia, right? And I've been very lonely. But as I've said to you guys before, this community and like starting streaming has been like a rock for me. And I get to talk normally now. It has been like a rock for me, and it's been such a warm and wonderful place. And the fact that you guys are there all the time and so patient and kind and accommodating and generous and supportive, I just feel so lucky. I am so lucky to have you guys. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm a broken record, and I feel like I'm just saying the same things that I said on Friday, but because I'm not like super emotional right now, I wanted to just reiterate that yeah, everyone who contributed to those chargebacks, everyone who's, you know, gotten gifts on Throne or subbed or resubbed or cheered bits or donated or just said nice words or put stuff in the giveaways. I honestly don't know how I got so lucky to have such amazing people find this little channel. But I don't, you know, I'm not spiritual. I don't really believe in anything. I'm agnostic, but like, I feel like there's some power, some force out there that is kind of looking out for me in a way, because it keeps sending people like you to me, and I am humbled to have every single one of you. Yeah, I'm so grateful. Oh, good, my hair's back just in time for me to finish my my little dramatic spiel. Engage, you want some uppies? Anyway, sorry, I know you guys are here for Persona. I you know me, I'm pretty transparent. I like to tell you guys how I feel and what's going on, and yeah, I love you guys. You were so kind. So kind. I'm hold on. I need a...
My Saturday is going well, Tatas Heart. I got some yard work done, got a nice cold soda as a reward, and now I'm hanging out with my favorite Australian streamer of Waldiavi. Salute.
Oh, Shimi, I'm so happy that you got some yard work done. That is awesome. Congratulations. I really appreciate you coming in and spending time with me, darling. It's always a pleasure to see you. Yeah. No, you guys are compassionate, benevolent, considerate, sympathetic, thoughtful. You're all of these things. And now I promise I'll stop. Sorry. I just, I feel like words are not enough, for how grateful I am for you. But I will stop. I don't want to, like, even though I could go on, I won't. I'm just running in circles. I'm so sorry. Okay. Thank you for the power attack, Ryoko. I appreciate it. Sorry about that. You thought it was some force out there, but it was me, Strat! I know that JoJo reference despite never watching JoJo. Nyx, the power is you, Tau. You honestly were the one who made this amazing community. I will never, I don't think I'll ever be able to internalize that, because I feel like I'm just a screamy, hyperactive girl on the internet, and you guys are the ones who have made this place what it is, you know? Yeah. I'm so lucky to be able to do this. I'm so lucky to wake up each and every day and be like, I get to go spend time with like some of the best people in the world, you know? I'm so lucky. Uppies for you, see me? Good, see me. Mark, hi there, magnificent Mark. Uppies. Yee, good, Mark. Awesome Aussie uppies. Yee, good Aussie. Let's see. Gorgeous Geeks. How are you, my dearest DM? How are you doing? Thank you for contributing to the movie night. Oh, Geeks, I should tell you. I was telling my parents, because Sunday is when I talk to my parents. I was telling my parents about our campaign, about our D&D campaign, because my dad used to play way back in like the 70s, and my mom doesn't get it at all. And my dad was like, instead, because I was like, do you want to hear my notes from 6 sessions of D&D? And my dad was like, do you have anything shorter? And I'm like, actually, I have a small story that Geeks wrote. And so I read him your short story involving Monty. I want you to know that. And they loved it. They said, my mom, unfortunately, she uses ChatGPT. Fucking hell, mom. Anyway, and she's like, that sounds like ChatGPT wrote it. I'm like, it does not. It so does not. And she's like, well, I spend so much time with ChatGPT, I think I would know. I'm like, no, I think you spend so much time with ChatGPT, you don't know. But yeah, I want you to know that that's my mom's way of saying that your writing was really good and my dad thought it was really sick. So congrats and thank you for your amazing writing and amazing world building, gorgeous geeks, and your amazing DMing. I'm so excited for our next session. Yummy Yuki, how are you, darling? It's so good to see you. We are the lucky ones? Nay, I am the lucky one. You know, this is yeah, this is one of those things where I feel like on the days where you aren't feeling great and you come to stream anyway, it's kind of the same as being like, I don't really want to show up for my friend, but because I'm exhausted or whatever, but it's like, maybe they'll help me feel better. And that's kind of how I feel sometimes, where I'm like, I don't feel like I should stream today. I feel like I'm gonna be boring, or I'm not gonna help, or I'm not gonna, you know, put the energy out there that I want to. And then I show up and you guys always make me feel like I am doing it right, you know? So as I push myself to do it, I realize that feeling of being like, oh, maybe I'm not good for this, maybe I shouldn't do this, maybe I'm not doing this right. It goes away more and more and more every single time, because you guys are always there to support and cheer me on and make me laugh and just be wonderful, precious pals. And yeah, I'm just grateful. I'm so fucking grateful. I feel like I could fly. I'm so light. I'm so fucking thankful for you guys. Eugene, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, darling. I really appreciate it. That is absolutely awesome. All the nice words for thy Tau, Pseudo Space Cat. How are you doing, hon? At the risk of sounding a little parasocial, I like to think I've made a good friend in you, Tau. You deserve to be happy. Oh, thank you so much, honey. I really do appreciate it. You also deserve happiness. Please, again, please don't ever do anything that you can't, like, afford. Like, I was thinking about it, I was like, I simultaneously feel so light and airy and also worried about Liv. Like, did she do that? And now she's like, okay, how am I gonna make ends meet? Or, you know? But I'm so grateful. I'm sorry. I feel like I mean, I'm not the most eloquent person on the internet. But I just buzzing with, like, feeling like I'm not I don't know, feeling like I'm not being crushed under the weight of I'm gonna confess undeserved financial burden there with the chargebacks. Anyway, thank you for the care package. Here it is. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I was at a Ren Fair most of today. Had a lot of fun. Saw several shows, did a D&D one-shot. Oh, that's awesome, Pseudo Space Cat. Did you have fun? It sounds like a great time. Did you take any pictures? How don't feel too light that you fly away. I will have to tug your leg to help you stay grounded. Yes, do that, Strat. You've always been very good about being my rock and being very, very, you know, encouraging and but, like, realistic, logical. I really appreciate. I wouldn't and in case I haven't said it recently, this channel would not be the same without Sweetest Strat. He's been here basically since the very start, and he's been, like, by my side, my right-hand man for 3 years now, which is crazy. And so much of the stuff that's on this channel and that happens here would not be possible without the Sweetest Strat. So thank you so much, Strat. You were absolutely incredible. Lovely Lav, I hope you have a good one at work, sweetheart. Me, Yuki-chan, Space Cat, Nyx, and Strat were here before stream. Oh, let's go! Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate you showing up. Saponification is how soap is made. Oh, right. That makes sense. That's like how lye, right? Lye is soapy. Saturday going well? I'm happy to hear it, dearest double. Absolutely excellent. Financial security is the foundation of being able to work on other things, to move up and be able to care about what you really want to do. That's a good way of putting that, Yuki. Yeah, you're absolutely right, 100%. And I mentioned this before, but, like, just to be clear, now that the chargeback thing has been funded, it's just making sure that, like, because I'm holding on to this money unless, like, I desperately need it, because if the bank rules in my favor, right, because they still have like 100 and something days to decide, which is bullshit, but they have like 100 and something days to decide whether they're ruling in Ban's favor or my favor. And my deal with you guys, I did say it a little while ago, but I don't even know if I said it last stream or not, is that if they rule in my favor, you guys, it's your money. You get to decide where it goes. I can't like refund you guys or anything, but I will, if they rule in my favor and I get that money back, what I will do is I will have a stream where we set out stuff on the throne, talk about the stuff that you guys would like to fund, and then I will put all of that money into things for this stream for you guys. If they don't rule in my favor, I will at least have that money to, like, you know, be able to, I can now officially start accepting commissions and know that that money is coming back to me now, basically, is what the big deal is.
Oh my god.
Oh, Ozzy! Oh, that's so cool! Thank you so much! Oh my god, what the heck? Thank you so much, awesome Ozzy! That's such a beautiful, like, handmade Australian Tasmanian Tiger statue. Thank you so much for contributing to that, darling. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet, Ozzy. Thank you, darling. I really appreciate that. That's really, really sweet of you. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for contributing 50 buckaroos to that. Oh, it's so pretty. That one's just a, I mean, obviously I'll show it on stream, but like that's just a thing to make my den a little bit more, you know, Tassie Tiger friendly. Somehow I take Tau both less and more serious with the bald and googly eyes. See, when you guys bald me and googly eyes me, I feel like I have to really drive home how serious I am. Otherwise, I can have a little bit of a giggle or something. But if I do be looking like I'm bald and googly eyed, then I have to be like dead serious. Precious Politely, how are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in. How are you doing? Let's see. I have to go back to work in a couple minutes. Oh, good, lovely love. I hope you have a good one at work. Michael, thank you for the Doritos. Let me see. Scroll. Demo Monday. Yeah, I guess actually for Americans, it is a Monday. That is true. But sometimes instead of art stream on Fridays, we do a Make Tau Cry stream. That was the most insane stream since our subathon, like 2 years ago, I think. Literally half of it was me counting hearts and crying. It was surreal. Surreal, I tell you. Drake, hi there, dearest Drake. Hello there. Keep it up, good job. Welcome on in, it's good to see you. They say money can't bring happiness. Those people never had to be scared or fearful of not having any. That is very true. I do actually agree with that. I have heard a quote kind of like that before, and I do agree. I do agree. People who say money can't bring happiness are people who have a shit ton of money, but no friends, I think. I can only take credit for half of that. All the other pals also deserve an equal amount of credit. Yes, no, that is true. I am eternally thankful to everyone who contributed to those chargebacks. It was just that I just vividly remember scrolling up and being like, oh, Liv contributed $13.42, no, 1,000, what? I was like, what is that? What was that? I can't read. Aizen, a piece for you. Yes, good, Aizen. I actually kind of want to go back through and read everyone who contributed to those chargebacks, because it is truly life-changing to not have to be worried about whether or not I'm able to make money and, you know, put it into my fucking mortgage. So I think I might actually, if it's okay with you guys, I might just really quickly read all of the there were 18 contributions to this chargeback support, actually. It was Cutie Core, Anonymous, Storm Again, Valiant Vegeta, Awesome Ozzy, Suda Soritsa, Awesome Ozzy, Yummy Yuki, Magnificent Maid, Awesome Ozzy Again, Anonymous, Storm Again, Lovely Lith, Strat, Sweetest Storm Again, Valiant Valos, Sweetest Sir Jazzy, Precious Patricia, and Storm Again. Yeah, that's the teamwork that made up funding that chargeback support. I cannot say thank you enough. Okay. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I know we've been live for 30 minutes and I'm just I'm still thinking, you guys. I just feel like thank you's not enough, you know. But I can only hope that it is, that I can portray unto you how thankful I am. Yeah. Let me see here. Aizen, did I give you uppies for Aizen? Good, Aizen. Konnichiwa, tokubetsu no Tao-chan. I hope you have recovered a little and are having the best weekend possible. Tokubetsu means special. Thank you so much, Yamiyuki. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have you. How is your head, sweetheart? Are you feeling a bit better? Okay, I've scrolled up to the top. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling back down now. Let me see here. Oh, I found it. I found where I was. Awesome, let's go. We love ya, Tao. I love you guys. Lovely Ryoko. I'm so grateful for every single one of you. Thank you for the care package, also, Aussie. You are amazing. That's drawing amazing people to you. No, precious politely, no. You are amazing. Thank you for being drawn to me. What is persona? You know, we are here for you, True Hot Tachan. I have said it before, meeting you in the pals has been pretty much the best thing to happen to me in the past few years, and my heart and soul could finally heal since then every day a little bit. I'm so happy to have you, gorgeous Yuki. I'm so thankful to include you amongst the Pouch Pals, and it makes me so happy that you can find a place where you feel truly safe and secure. And like you said, your heart can heal just a little bit every single day. It's never meant to be, and I don't think it's ever possible for a permanent fix to be a giant wave that overcomes you and then boom, you're magically better. The little by little is the way that the world works, is the way that healing works, right? So I'm so glad that this place and that I can help just a little bit every single day. That's it's one of those things where you don't notice it, right? Until maybe 2 or 3 months. And then you're like, wait, I'm feeling measurably better than I did this time, 2 or 3 months ago. And then 3 or 4 months later, you're like, oh, I'm actually feeling even better than a few months ago. And I think that is the way to have that stable recovery, right? I know that there are a lot of pals here who have suffered trauma, who have suffered cruelty in their lives. And that's why I wanted to make this space, right? I wanted to have a space where people who have been hard done by and who have had really miserable experiences can heal together. God knows I can't. I'm basically in the middle of nowhere, right? As far as the world is concerned. So it's not something that I can do physically, but the fact that I can give you all a virtual hug, that, as long as it is healing to you, is all I could ask for. And, you guys, every time you throw those pals at me, or say your kind words, or give care packages, or tell me that, this stream or this community has made you smile, has made you feel better just once, just made your day a little bit better, your week a little bit better. That is all of the meaning that I have for my life. That is all I want, is to, you've heard it so many times, right? Many of you have memorized my little intro video, but I want to make the world a little bit better than when I got here. And you guys are helping me with that, and I'm hoping that I am helping you in the same kind of way. I sleep to you. You are more comforting than you think. Oh, thank you, sweetest space cat. I'm always hesitant because I'm like, I feel like there's a lot of people who are like, God, you're so fucking loud now.
It would seem I joined in the middle of something. I'll leave this here. Sorry if poor timing.
No, never poor timing, sweetheart. Precious Prime, welcome on in. Thank you so much for 3 months of subby. I'm so grateful, hon. Thank you. All you came in on was me having a love fest towards the pals, and you are of the pals. So please do not apologize, and please do enjoy the stream if you are able to hang out. Thank you so much for your generosity, your kindness. Thank you so much for your support. Nix, uppies. Good, Nix. Did I miss the emotional Tao speech? I'm still doing it. Don't worry too much, Engage. Lovely,
good lift.
Good time to remind people about Storytime stream. Oh, true. You guys, we do have a Storytime stream coming up in just a couple of weeks. You guys did indeed succeed in hitting that goal with your channel points. Please, 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 if you haven't yet, and you would like to submit to our Storytime stream for me to read it in my professional narration or professional voice acting voice, please, 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 Discord, writing, Storytime stream thread. Okay, and go on in there and submit away. I would love to read it. Just make sure that you guys read the rules at the top of the thread, or just look at the pinned message in that thread. If it is really difficult to read, like if the grammar is all wonky or like the spelling is really, really bad or something like that, I probably won't be able to read it because it takes a lot out of me to try and, you know, decipher this stuff. But the good news is the pouch is very friendly. There are a lot of precious pals who are more than willing to help edit your work. Just ask for it, okay? And then, you know, then I can read it. Also, probably nothing, unless I've given you special permission, like maybe my DM. Please, nothing that's like much over about 10 pages. Especially if it's like squashed up text. You know what I mean? Sweetest Shadow Princess, thank you so very much for contributing to the Fodian Game Challenge. Might have to sue the mom for slander. Yeah, do it, Doppel. That's so funny. You are an absolutely lovely, amazing person, and we pals will always be here to support and remind you of this. Good to see me. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate you. You are such a sweetheart.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
They did! Is Sweetest Save here? Hi, Sweetest. Sorry, I'm scrolling, but I hope that you guys, it's Save's 9th streamiversary. You have to go. I don't think he's live right now, but he will be live tomorrow. So please, please, please go and wish him a happy 9th streamiversary. Isn't that fucking crazy? 9 years. Wow. I am so grateful and thankful and impressed in your dedication, passion for what you do, Sweetest Save. Welcome on in. I will get to you as soon as I can. Sorry, I'm very, very far behind. I was doing a little love fest. Gorgeous Geek. It's 4 a.m. Was asleep, woke up and realized stream was happening. Big love to Tau and Pouch. I'm gonna go back to sleep. Glad they like my story written by Chad BRG. I'm gonna tell them that, and they're gonna be like, I don't get it. Then I have to explain your name, then I have to explain, okay. Gorgeous Geeks, no worries. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Yes, go get some good rest. You have been working very hard, and I want you to get some good sleep, okay? Let me see here. Dearest Daniel, uppies. Yay, God, Daniel. They say chat reflects the streamer, and I think your community is reflecting that. Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you for my sticky hearts also, Ryoko. Yeah! Thank you for my sticky heart. Let me see here. Iridius, incredible Iridius, thank you so much for contributing to movie night. I appreciate it. Oh, Iridius. Mwah, mwah. I caught 2 pals. Mwah. Thank you for the palate talk. Let's see. We were born with 2 kidneys for a reason. Don't say that, Engage. I can't stay long. I'm getting sleepy and have to get up early for a shower and packing up. I did get pictures, but not on my phone. In fact, I didn't even take my phone. Oh, fair enough, lovely Space Cat. Really, really embracing the Renaissance medieval vibe. I'm so excited. Maybe you'll still consider sharing some pictures, even if it does involve like getting them off of your camera or something. Strat is best head mod. I do agree. I don't think I've ever seen a head mod that does as much as he does. He's my modager for a reason. Lifts a manager, Tau. I bet you she is an expert in managing her finances, I hope. Strat, the wishful, I hope, in caps. Strat and the rest of the pals are amazing. Ain't that the truth, lovely Nick? Ain't that the truth? Hey there, Jet. Welcome on in. How are you? Let me see here. Let's blow it all on Lego. I will say, if the bank rules in my favor, I will let you guys, even if it's not on Throne, if you guys like really want me to start like a model or something, I will let you guys decide where that money goes, okay? How much money to make Valley Girl voice permanent and regular Tau voice a 5-minute for team instead. If I honestly think that if I did the Valley Girl voice for like, what would that be? Probably around 20 hours a week. I genuinely don't know if I would be able to naturally resume my natural voice, and it could interfere with my VA stuff. So, might not lock that behind any kind of that might be a when I decide to retire from voice acting, we make that a permanent thing. Isn't that Thylacine figurine so cute, Yuki? It's so pretty, right? Get that 3DO mic with funds I donated if we get a refund. That was the original purpose for it. All right, Salita Strat, I will keep that in mind. Thank you, honey. I saw it and thought, why the heck not? Fair enough, fair enough. Does this look like the face of mercy? She says as the googly eyes rattle around wildly. Exactly. So you're saying we could get a Valley Girl Tau model with the extra dollars? Should have known you guys would want to know about that. I'm saying if you guys vote for it, and if we find someone who's able to, if it's rolled in my favor, you guys vote for it, and there's someone who can do it for that amount of money, maybe, maybe. Friday was a very unofficial subathon. Hold on one second. I'm getting a phone call. Sorry, give me a... Oh, I hate scam calls, dude. They fucking blow. Precious Pialki, thank you so much for contributing to the Faudian game. Cried and counted so much you were gasping for breath. I was actually so, like, tingly afterward. I asked Nate, because, you know, he's a psych. And I was like, why did that happen? Why did I get, like, numb? My fingers were, like, tingling and numb, and my brain tickled and stuff. And he was like, oh, that's cortisol relief. Like, you just got, whacked with, after being on a mid to low simmer of like stress for weeks and weeks and weeks, your pals relieved that like that. And so your brain was just like reconnecting synapses that are telling you, hey, you can chill out a little bit. And I'm like, oh, because I was still numb and tingly after stream too. Yeah, let me see here. We did have that mythic hype train. That was prophetic. You're totally right, Yuki. I'm here for Persona! Don't worry, we're about to get into it. Sorry, I'm just catching up with, oh, I say we're about to get into it as the little, scrolly wheel thing goes, boop, smaller, boop, smaller. Dearest Terasa, I saw you in Save's stream earlier. Thank you for hanging out with Sweetest Save. He is amazing, isn't he? Thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. Also, could I get, we got a shout out for the wonderful Save, who I'm going to talk about as soon as I run into him here. But can you guys also check out Precious Pocket Chalk, who is currently doing some Pal World. I know we got some Pal World enjoyers in here. Please go and see the Precious Pocky. Do you mind giving the beautiful Pocket a shout out? She's dying. No, she died. Sorry, I'm watching her in the corner of my screen because there's no save to watch. So I gotta support the Precious Pocky too. Why am I being thanked? What did I do? You are generous and kind, Sita Saritsa. My favorite recent money can't buy happiness counter is a Keanu Reeves movie where he's an angel and the trailer goes, I tried to teach him that money wouldn't solve all his problems. And it seems to have solved all his problems. Yeah, true. Magnificent Mokrin, a piece for you. Good Mokrin. There was a study done back in the 2000s that pulled various people from poor to middle class to upper class and then wealthy, and they found that as people's wealth increased, their overall happiness increased until their income hit about 150K a year. Then it actually started to decrease before evening out. That makes a lot of sense, because by 150K a year, you are making plenty of money to live a comfortable lifestyle. And I think that a lot of jobs that are over 150K tend to be crazy stress, crazy hours, stuff like that. That isn't to say that stuff under 150K a year are not crazy stressful and crazy hours, but you know what I mean. I think that, yeah, I can see how, all I'm saying is I can see how that would happen. I can see how that would happen. Massam! Magnificent Massam and Cutie Caution, welcome on in. How are you? Could you please send me the audio file for the demo reel? That would be less work rather than stripping it from the video. For the character one, Strat, I can send you that. Hold on one second. I'll actually do that because I will forget if I don't do it literally right now. And it won't take very long. So let's see, voice acting. All right, here's the character demo. Boop. Let me just send that to you, honey. 1 second. Tao is watching you as we speak. It's true, Sedu. I am. All right, here you go, Sweet Strat. Let me know if that works for you. Hopefully it does. Okay, let's see. Good change mostly only comes in small increments, and yeah, it has been a lot of up and downs in the recent months and years. But I do feel a lot better recently, mentally. I don't think if you had known me 2 years ago, you would recognize me today, and that is all you, Tao-san. That's so sweet. I appreciate it, darling. But, you know, that's also a testament to how much work you have done and how much effort you have put in to better yourself, to better your mental health, to try and push through, you know, everything that you've experienced in the past and become a better, more whole version of yourself. So, well done to you. Hi, Dandy Man, I see you. Let's see.
Buttons.
Buttons. My goal is to make the world a little bit sillier than when I got here. Same mindset. I love that city. I think the world needs to be a little bit more whimsical as well, so I support you in that. Hi there, fabulous Frostbite. Welcome on in. I'm literally 10 minutes behind. Actually, it's 11 minutes behind. Perfect timing. Exactly. How time flies indeed. Thank you for being such a positive influence on my life in the past 2 years almost. Your influence is something I didn't know I needed, and I am forever grateful. Awesome, Ozzy. You influenced me too. You influenced this whole community with warmth and kindness and support, so thank you so much. This stream has made my day a little better 927 times. I do keep score. Hi, Sweetest Save, I found you. I was digging through all of the precious pals because I heard new buttons. There he is. Sedu, I love the Pocky clapping emote. It reminds me of the little symbol monkeys. The boop, 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 boop. But hi, Sweetest Save. I'm so glad that wait, have you been here 927 times? Have I even done 927 streams? Have you been watching me? How are you doing, Sweetest Save? How is your 9-year stream anniversary? Speaking of reminders, I posted new raffles. There is one that is somewhat urgent and only goes until Tuesday, so all the pals interested should hurry for that one. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yuki, if it goes until Tuesday, can you do me a favor and once you have decided on the time for it to end, just open up the reacts for that time and just send me a screenshot. Because otherwise I might forget because I don't think I can lock a specific like react on a post per se. But thank you so very much for putting more raffles up, lovely Yuki. I so appreciate it. Got it. Send the entire text of Lord of the Rings. No. Send the entire extended edition scripts for Lord of the Rings. You saw the Odyssey. What did you think? Sweetest. Sorry, I'm still 10 minutes behind, but I see a 130 stream streak. 130? That's fucking insane. Holy shit. No, I've been here 130 times, but I was working off an average of the stream, making my day a little brighter on an average of 7 times per visit. Aww. I'm so glad I could. Wow, that is pretty good. 7 times a stream? I'm making your day better? Let's fucking go. That's amazing. Thank you so much for 130 streams. Sweetest Save. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you for your awesome dedication and support. Let's see. Kurama, Cutie Kurama, thank you so much for the lurk. As always, appreciate the kind words. You will be there in no time. No time at all. Or 2032-ish. One of the two. God, 2032. Yeah, wow. Fuck. Yeah, wow. Oh my God. I didn't think I would be alive in 2030, but I guess I gotta be around for at least 2 more years after that to keep streaming for 9 years. Sita Steady, thank you for contributing to the movie night and welcome on in. Let's see. Nath would hate us forever, changing her vocal patterns. He would. He really doesn't like that Valley Girl voice. He also doesn't like my British one either. He says it's quote too good unquote, and it makes him uncomfortable. He only liked it when I imitated Tracer from Overwatch, and now that he doesn't play Overwatch anymore, he doesn't like it. I'm a manager, not a modager, so I'm only mostly good with finances. Only mostly good. So full financial responsibility comes with being a modager. Is that what you're getting at? It has been pretty funny seeing how there's a spoiler alerts on a movie that's adapted a story that's centuries old. Yeah, but a lot of people don't read it. You know what I mean? I want a Valley Girl town model. You can't tease me with that. Hi, Teresa. I nearly injured myself with a cabbage from the fruit shop. What? It's unit priced, and my kitchen scales only go up to 5 kilos, so I'm not sure how much it weighs, but it's lots. A 5-kilo cabbage? Is this the size of an award-winning pumpkin or something? Do you have a picture of this, Teresa? That's crazy. Hi, sweetest star, Jeffrey. How are you? Just lift with your legs. Lift with your legs, Teresa. Scam calls are the worst. I used to get a bunch of calls all the time, and then I spam called them, screamed in my phone when they'd pick up, and I haven't had many scam calls since then. I'm gonna try that one day. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Jet. Hi there, I'm just calling about your pal's recent warranty. My pals don't need a warranty! They are my warranty. If I can, I will make Tao a Valley Girl model for free even. I see the stuff. How are you? Yes, Save File is amazing. He is amazing. If you guys haven't checked him out, he's absolutely outstanding. He's a dear friend of mine and a dear friend of the channel, and he is an absolutely incredible streamer. He does mostly Hearthstone, but he also does like sponsored stuff. I think he's gonna do some Arc Nights at some point, and what else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do? I think you told me like on Friday some other things you were gonna do, but I forgot. Like I said, it's also his 9-year streamiversary this weekend, you guys, so please go and support him. He's super, super talkative. He's very interactive. He is a freaking lovely, lovely man. Very good place to relax. He's got a quiet energy about him. It's not like me where I'm like loud energy. He's like, I'll put you to sleep or keep you awake, but like I'm not gonna be screaming in your ear to the point where you can't sleep, you know? Let me see here. Could always put corn on your head as a save placeholder. I would love to get like a little corn beret. That would be cute. I gotta catch my first Pocket stream earlier. She is pleasant like Tao. Yeah, Precious Pocky is like super high energy. Very fun and fucking hilarious. She's so out of pocket in the best possible way. She's got this sick deer mount that she's riding at the moment. It's one that I really wanted when I was starting to play Pal World, and I never figured out how to get it, but it's really cool. 150K a year? Wow, yeah, that is a lot, but I wouldn't say no. I get you, Yuki, I get you. There is a measurable point in where money does in fact solve all your problems, becomes more money, more problems. Also true. Please do check out the NTE video by Pocket Chalk if you haven't yet. I did VA in it, and she did everything else. I mean, there's also a bunch of other fantastic like VAs in it, but I mean, she wrote it, she directed it, she put it together, she did the mixing and mastering, she did everything. Yeah. I should put some on my chicken sanga. You should.
Surprise communism! Surprise communism!
Yeah. Thank you, sweetest Strut. I appreciate it. Sweetest Space, you going to bed? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm slowly catching up, you guys. The start of the stream where Tao attempts to frantically catch up to chat is always great. I really appreciate your guys' incredible patience with me while I do this. Located! Yay! Pick up the save pal. Good save pal. Save never asks for uppies, I don't think, so he gets uppies unwillingly. Uppies. Save uppies. This is good cabbage. Sweet. Oh, sweet cabbage. Yummy. Located or singled out? That is the question, isn't it? I could be to cabbage like Tau is to corn. You're a big fan of cabbage then, Tarasa. Yummy. I forgot how incredible it is. It is pretty good. Don't worry, I will do it. Thank you, Sad. I appreciate it. Tausita! Hi, lovely Joseph. How are you? Been a while, 24 hours. I know. It's been too long. How are you doing, lovely Joseph? It's good to see you again. W save indeed. Tau's making logs better, one stream at a time. That is all I want for my life. If by the end of the year, precious pals, who started off the year, with me or without me, can feel better than they did at the start of the year by the end of the year, and they reckon that some of it is because they found this community, then I have achieved my goal for that year. I'm trying to shake off the drawing rust. Been so busy drinking, I've only managed to draw a few snails in the last couple of years. Well, you could taper off on the drinking and taper on to the arting. Yeah. Lovely thank you so much for the 100. The 100 streak. That is amazing. I hit 100. Holy tigers. Holy tigers indeed. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Really pulled up the, according to my calculations, you're awesome. Yep, exactly. Hey, lovely Light. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. I need many more years with Tau. Well, I've been doing this for 3 years now, and I cannot imagine not doing it. So I'm thrilled to have you for many more years, darling. Every single one of you. Light, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. Let me see. Tau can lift me with her legs. I'm a horse girl. I have very strong thighs. I'm hydrating with you as I'm getting over the food poisoning from yesterday. Oh no! Ozzy, did your schnitzel give you food poisoning? I do have a picture compared against my arms, which aren't big arms, but I'm not bony either. The photo makes me look skinny. A few weeks ago, I managed to cut my finger on a piece of pork. How did that happen? I'm just trying to think of how you cut yourself on a piece of pork. Is it a piece of pork with a bone? Because that makes sense. But if it's just the meat part, how? My son, hi. Yes, it worked for me. Just make sure it's blood curdling. Try your very best that you are trying to make him deaf. He was going to Arknights today, but a crash killed his view count before he was gonna switch. Fuck! What crash? What happened? What, was it like an internet thing? Like when, like when I was streaming with him and we were playing Walk of Life, I think? We were in the middle of singing a song and his internet crashed. And I was like, no! Sweetest Storm. Storm curls into the darkest corner they can find. Is in a lot of physical and mental pain today. Storm, no! Are you all right, darling? Please, please, please be kind to yourself. If you need to maybe sleep a little bit or I don't know, cuddle up and be warm or get some like soul food, some really nice, soul healing food, or something like that. Please be super kind to yourself, honey. I'm so sorry. We like loud, Tau. Great! I love being loud. Also going to be taking a look at the new Jubilee character in Marvel Rivals sometime in the next weekish. I don't think I'm gonna buy her vampire skin, but I'll consider it. All right, I gotta look it up. Jubilee vampire skin, Marvel Rivals. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty cool skin. Save, don't let me make any decisions for you, but like, why not? It's a pretty cool. That's a pretty cool skin. I really like the Marvel Rivals style, actually. They have a really fucking sick style. I wish I could like draw like that. It's such a unique kind of like graphic style. It's really pretty.
Somehow I have over 1k points. Time to fix that. I love hanging out here, but I do have to go sleep. So hi and bye.
Hi and bye, cutie cloak. Thank you so much for coming on in. I do appreciate it. You go get some good rest. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you very much for coming on in, and we will see you soon, cutie cloak. Yee! ciao for now, sweetheart. Get some good rest. But yeah, Save, I think that you should definitely do that. You guys, Save, along with doing some Arc Nights, maybe tomorrow, it sounds like since that didn't happen today, maybe tomorrow, question mark. But also doing some Marvel Rivals in the next weekish with Jubilee and possibly this is me swirling a glass of blood, by the way. She's got like a wine glass of blood. Get that skin. Do it. Exceptional Engage. Thank you so much for the 10 stream story. I so appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Let's see. But yeah, like I was saying, Save, even though he does like a lot of Hearthstone stuff, he's also doing a lot of really cool sponsored stuff, including Marvel Rivals, Arc Nights, things like that. So please check him out. Also just realized Tau's still working her way through a decent bit. I am, let me see. Unwilling uppies. Uppies? I'm just imagining a save pal going. While they go. If there's a lot of catching up to do at this point, she does or does not read this message. Tom might need to do a speed run. Nah. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm an hour in now. I've developed a couple corn cocktails. Oh my God, Engage, you have to make me one. Fingers hurt and are not finging. That's the most annoying part. Why is that, Storm? Did you hurt yourself or what? I don't like to be towel handled, so I don't ask for uppies. But yeah, I just get lifted with the pals. Involuntary uppies. Involuntary uppies for Strat, too. Yeah, good Strat! To be honest, I could not even think about leaving this community because this community has accepted me and I met so many people who I will definitely call friends. I'm so happy to hear it, Nix. That's exactly what I want for this community. Typing with my nose in the phone is frustrating when correcting VTT. Oh no, Storm, I'm sorry, hun. What happened? Sweetest Solar, thank you for the lurk. Let me see here. That's some sharp pork. Hi there, Yummy Yummy. Welcome on in. How are you? I didn't get a schnitty this time. Went to a local sandwich place, and I guess it's the last time that you're gonna do that, huh? No bone, just succulent pork meat. I don't know how either. Crazy. Time for me to have breakfast over an hour after I made it. I guess I need to reheat it. Be back soon. See you soon, sweetest Strat. No worries. Walk of Life was an internet outage indeed. This was
If you ever doubt yourself, I paused Lego Ninjago to be here. So you're worth it.
Thank you, dear Stopball. I really appreciate you pausing Lego Ninjago to be here. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, darling. Thank you, cutie pie. There was a big black, not blue screen with unexpected error restarting. I hope it was a fluke. Have never had that happen before. That's super weird. Was that from is that the computer? Is that the warranty computer? Do you want to send it back again? I've been fighting with Twitch for the last hour. It didn't want to give me points for my watch streak. Had to switch my phone to get the streak to update. I think I fixed it by clearing my cookies and logging back in. That's really weird, Liv. Ooh. Sounds like everyone's having some electronical issues. Gorgeous Gecko, welcome on in. As a South Aussie burn, I breathe German food. Yummy. I do think some of my doubts were a bit nitpicky at first, and I was right. I'm sure others were in the same boat, no pun intended. The Chris Nolan film was really interesting. His methods paid off big time. I have heard really good things about it. Cutie Cloak, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. Jubilee-chan has been a favorite sidekick of Wolverine's sons, but she only recently aged up. Oh, she was 13 most of the time for her comics? Yikes! I'm glad they aged her up. Oof. Doing well, Gorgeous Gecko, doing really well today. Hope you are doing well as well. Save does indeed do a lot of stuff, he does. I read a lot of Marvel in my tweens and teens, but I haven't kept up, only reading news here and there. Not really interested in the direction they take most franchises these days. I do understand that, Save file is like Tau's chat. It doesn't ask to be picked up. You just do it as he walks by. Tau's cat. Sorry, I read that as chat. I'm like, chat always has to be picked up. But yeah, no, that's true, actually. Save, would you think you're a dog human or a cat human? You know what I mean? I'm not asking if you like dogs or like cats more, but like, would you say you as a person are cat-like or dog-like? Like, stereotypically. Gorgeous Gecko, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Thank you so much for your dedication and support. Renetta, thank you so much for the catnip tea. And to you, my dear, and to you. How are you doing, gorgeous? I was trying to think of a joke regarding your iconic food, but no matter what I thought of, the jokes were just too corny. Very good. Excellent. Excellent decision. How are you doing, gorgeous Renata? This was actually my older 2080 Ti computer that still runs chat and the actual stream output. Oh. Oh, no. What the fuck? That's really weird. Have you looked into it at all? Or are you just kind of truly just hoping it's a fluke and kind of like covering your eyes about it? Yikes, that's really strange. It's the first time they've gone wrong for me, so my guess is they're having an off day. Everywhere has that odd day, so as much as food poisoning is a shitty thing, I won't make a song and dance about it. That's fair, that's fair. I'm cat-like as a person, and I love cats. Okay, fair enough. I'm actually curious about that for everybody. Yeah, would you consider yourself a stereotypical dog or cat person? In case you need a refresher on what that means. Cat people tend to be a bit more standoffish, a bit more aloof, a bit more like, earn my love, you know? Dog people are kind of more like me. High energy, very, like, right off the bat, like, oh, nom, 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 I love you, nom, nom. Let me see here. Clearly he's a koala. Wait, save? Save a koala? I am probably far more of a cat, but I've only been interested in having dogs as pets, just like I am a flesh tuber who only hangs out with Vtuber. Well, sweetest save, I am happy to have a cat save. A cat save, a save cat. Oh, a save cat. Hey, Saru. Oh, Renata. Thank you for the delicious tea. But Tao, you are literally a cat person. Yep. Technically, I am literally a marsupial person, but most people don't know what that means because I don't even know what that means. You're definitely more like a cat, dear Stapple. Fair, fair, fair. I like both cats and dogs, but I would consider myself a dog person more than a cat. Okay, fair enough, Strat, fair enough. I'm more of a bear. I like that caution. I mean, have you seen my little cup? Yes, it's such a cute cup. I like turtles. Think it's time soon to get a new keyboard. That's a good idea. Save Cat 17. That saves IRL streaming channel. I like all animals, but it's pretty obvious even to me my behaviors align more with cats. That is very fair. I think I'm more of a cat person. Fair, fair. I think I'm more like, I'm like more big dog. Oh, big dog. How does big dog distinguish from dog dog? I just love animals in general. Me too. Save the cat. Like wolf dogs. Oh yeah, wolf dogs are pretty cool. Clarkson's farm has changed me, I swear to God. 5 biddies for cat. VX, thank you very much for the 5 biddies. Oh, be scanny. Dearest David, welcome on in. You guys, we gotta go on a quick break, and when we get back, we will shit. Sorry, we won't shit. I clicked the wrong button. But when we get back, we will jump into the game we're playing, whatever that game's called. Persona 5. Thank you for the care package, beautiful blue. I need to refill my water. That will be a very different stream, not my niche, but you do you. No, I was trying to find out where my cursor was, and I clicked, and I accidentally clicked. I'm in Pocky's chat, and I accidentally clicked on the yapping tag, and so it took me away from Pocky, and I was like, hey, nah. Animals are wonderful if they don't try to eat us, but I am fascinated by spiders. Spiders are actually pretty cool. They're just very creepy. I think small dogs would be more prone to excitable bullets, while big dogs are excitable trains. Oh, fair. I don't know which one I am. I'm like a medium. I'm an Australian Shepherd. I'm a Coda. I'm a baby dog. How do you feel about like those big ass flies in your house? Smack them and smash them. I do not like big flies. Ugh, they're gross. I don't like the flies in general. I have a hatred for flies, being around, spending so much of my life around like horses and manure and stuff. Like, that shit is gross. Not even manure. Specifically, flies are gross. Manure is useful. Flies are gross. I love green tea, but I've always been a tea-holic, and I've been overseas to Asia generally, so I've had the good stuff. Okay, I can see where you might want the finest teas, darling. Emma, welcome on in. Excellent, Emma. How are you? You had an Australian Shepherd growing up? He was a good dog. Yeah, my baby boy is an Aussie, and he is is my whole world. I'm gonna go out there and give him kisses, actually. Please make sure you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and tell him this. It's also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Once we get back, we're jumping straight into Persona 5. So that no one gets spoiled, in case you want to avoid spoilers, we are in a casino palace. So if you are not sure where that is, I understand if you want to just like lurk and mute the tab or just leave entirely, totally cool. But obviously I would prefer to have you. And again, I don't want spoilers either. So if you are not positive about where we are, the way to ask questions is what's your most recent palace? Not, hey, have you been to blah blah's palace yet? Don't do that, okay? Have you met this character yet? Is a no-no. Who's your favorite confidant? That's a yes. You know what I mean? All right, let's go on a quick break. I said all things. Boss, word search, Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen, that's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a it doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. Oh, thank you. Nix makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. All right, let me see.
Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, no, my heart.
Hazy. Where's oh, you're behind me. I'm like, why can't I see Hazy? Sorry, his model's here. Mwah. No, Hazy is a fellow Aussie streamer and like literal Pokemon master. You should definitely check him out if you like Pokemon, even just the tiniest bit. Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story, I would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's map. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen! Good. Thank you for listening. Well, thank you for that. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Oh. It was just a bad dream. On time! You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies where? Aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. Floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Oh. Can I steal from him? I could be such a gentleman. Plus all my clothes would fit. I can be a better boyfriend than him.
Tour. Here it comes.
Ah!
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all.
This arc of P5 contains my 3 favorite things. Tall goth women, twinks, and gambling. Amen. I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from You're not even on a bed anymore! Light, no! Hi, sweetheart.
Save a
Welcome
furry?
back.
Yes, and
All right. I'll let you guys
Public
finish your work,
execution
and
for
then
him by our
we'll
machetes
jump
town.
into
True.
our show.
Let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Hi, awesome Ozzy. Hey, welcome in, Mama. How are you doing, magnificent Mama?
Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this
Hi, magnificent my son. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki.
doesn't have an option for controller.
All right. Ooh, Engage wants some
Hey,
uppies.
I
One
need
second,
a
we'll
ruler.
just get
I need to
that
actually measure
out of
my
the
sword.
way,
I'd love to
and
know how big
then
my sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway.
let me go on over here.
The echoey laugh. There's something so eerie and creepy about it.
Hold on, I gotta find our game sound. There it is. I'm so organized, you guys. I have to just narrate everything I'm doing in the background all the time. Okay, let me see here. Ah, lovely light. Thank you for the head pot. Thank you, thank you. And I see some ubbies. Hold on, where are my ubbies? We got welcome back, sweetest Save. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki uppies. Hey, good Yuki, sweetest Tara. Welcome back, exceptional Engage uppies. Good Engage. Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, you. Adorable treasured being. Boop, boop, boop. Lovely light. Welcome back, Nix, Meadow Slice, Jam Slice, uppies. Good Nix. Yummy, yummy. Uppies. Good, yummy. Tao, I'm not familiar with Aussie retailers, but I highly recommend buying a bunch of fountain pen ink samples. Usually you can grab a sample 2 ml vial for like $1 to $2, so you can get like 20 inks instead of 1 to find your favorite more easily. Yeah, that's a good idea. I actually, it's funny you mentioned that because I did order a couple of samples, and I would really like to, I think our next hand cam stream will be an extended combination of Sakurako and like I've also gotten a color like an ink swatch booklet. I think it might be relaxing, do you think, for us to go through and like swatch all of my inks and then like samples and stuff? I think that'd be really fun. Afterward, it'd be relaxing. I would probably use my dip pen for that because I don't want to like ink, you know, all of my pens. But I do have a beautiful dip pen from the sweetest Vash, who started me on this path of fountain pens. Do you use Rakuten Wiki? I don't know what that is. Oh, sorry, that's directed towards Yuki. I'm just eavesdropping on a conversation. Don't mind me. That's what makes that laugh great. Welcome back, lovely Liv. Some ubbies for you. Good Liv. Let's see. Okay. You guys can let me know how the volume is on this. Yes, on that. Looking good on my mixer. You guys let me know. I'll leave this going so you guys can determine whether you're happy with the volume or not. This is where I'll be speaking, so let me know if you're pretty happy with how the volume is. I'm gonna go be a worky turkey now. Feel free to call me with the exclamation point strat signal if need be. Thank you, Strat. I appreciate it. Sounds fine, I think. Awesome. Good morning, gorgeous Gundam. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? Did you sleep well? You always looking good. Hey, thank you. Back at you. Yeah, I mean the volume. But I'll take that too. Volume good. Awesome. The poll is up if you guys don't mind letting me know how the volume is. Let me know if it's too loud, too soft, or just right. Also, just wondering, have you ever seen the original Persona 5 opening? It's a chill one. I actually don't think I have, my son. I didn't realize this is a Royal specific one. I'm doing great. Had to spend the whole day at my aunt's yesterday to look after her dogs. Aw, that sounds relaxing though. I hope you enjoyed. Oh, so I'm glad that you're doing well. Royal has a completely different opening. Forgot about that. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Okay. Now kiss. All right. Looks like you guys are pretty happy with the volume, so we will jump into this. There's a strat signal? There is. I haven't used it because I only use it for emergencies. But, well, you are getting the royal treatment. Damn straight. My game is stressing me out, so I took a break to play another game that is stressing me out. Help. Oh no, Yami, maybe today is a not gameplay day. What are the games that are stressing you out? Why is this weird? 144, 47. 144, 47. Oh, I did like multiple saves of one thing. Okay, 54, 54, 54, fine. The girl with the red hair wasn't in the original Persona 5. She's basically like Royal's DLC content. Kasumi! I'm courting Kasumi. All right, let's see. Oh my god, everyone wants to be my friend. Oh, but I only have so much time. We haven't spent much time with her, so we should probably hang out. Queen Taosie. Not familiar with that. I'm not watching a lot of Chinese media or in general a lot of media recently, so I'm probably not the best source of inspiration for that. Cool, man. Let's see. Okay, cool. What's the plan for today? Have you already decided? I'm at LeBlanc, so I can meet up whenever. Let me know what's up. I don't care what it is. Let's go hang out with her. You might stop courting Kasumi later. Don't spoil anything! I don't know what that means. Don't say that. Kasumi mighty cute. She's very cute. Kasumi-chan wasn't in the original? She seems to be a favorite of a lot of people over here. Yeah, no, she's super cute. We've just gotta wait for our scheduled day now.
Hey.
Are you heading back to LeBlanc? Let's talk if you have some time. Just saying you might stop courting her later. I don't know what that means, and that seems like it could be spoiler territory. Ah! So, what are we gonna do today? Let's do some more fun.
Yeah.
You mean outside? Where are you gonna take me? I think I'll be good taking on crowds if you want to try, as long as you're there with me, pal. Okay, you want to take on crowds. Harajuku's crowded? Popular tourists. I don't know if I want to take you to tourist area. Chow down, hang out, shop to your heart's content. Nakano's got it all. So we explore. Asakusa Oshiage. Where is that? Oh, well, that would be crowded. Tokyo Skytree and Sensoji Temple would be very crowded. Akihabara! All right, we'll go there. I'm just downloading some games for this thing called the ENVtuber, because I played a little bit and was brainstorming some other ideas that I can, or other games that I can put on it. Ooh, interesting. I hope you'll let us know what you think of them. It means you'll drop the lawsuit against her courting. That would be very funny if that was the play on words that Taraza was going for. Futaba-chan is also a favorite. Mine remains Antan, though. I can't quite put my finger on why, but I just like her spunky personality. She is spunky, it's true. Akihabara! It's the best. I'm so happy. This is gonna be so much fun. Let's go! It's definitely spoilers? Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. For the record, anyone who wants to know what a spoiler is, you don't know what a spoiler is. It's also hinting at things that are like, oh, I don't know if you'll like the fact that you made that decision later. That's a spoiler. You know what I mean? A little emulation machine, and it's in the shape of a DS, so I can get DS and 3DS games on it. Oh, that's cool, awesome. Ooh, enjoy. Your favorite character is a me? Yummy. Oh, you're so sweet. Let me see. I do love Kasumi. She's an amazing character, but Futaba is still my favorite. She's a massive dork. Yeah, that's fair. I know a lot of Precious Pals really like Futaba. Atlas are cowards for not letting me romance Sae. It's the thing on the back of a sports car. A spoiler is the fin you put on the back. Yami and Ozzy have the same brain. Yuki-chan, isn't Shibuya Station different? Wait, isn't Shibuya Station different from then and now? Oh, like from when this was made to now, you mean? The butler did it. Oh, fuck, I've got to get my, hold on. Dude, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to get my interface replaced. It's doing this, like, this sound constantly. Let's, this is very true. Save, yeah, you like Psy. Save, do you prefer Psy IRL? Do you prefer Psy, Goth Girl? I know the answer to this, I think, but I'm just letting you answer. Spitting straight facts? Hey, thank you, Joseph. Spoilers. Would I have known this when I played? If no, then spoilers. Exactly, that's true. The game is now over a decade old, so yeah, many things have changed. Sumi is best girl. Kasumi, she is very cute. Zelion, welcome on in. How are you? Personal favorite is Vtuber. I found her story interesting, and I love her personality. Steve, hi, sweetest Steve. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hi, Tao. Yes, Shibuya Station went through some big renovations since then. Yeah, I bet it has. I bet it has. Both sides are good. All right, let me see here. I'm in paradise. Honestly, I want to live here. Wait, there are tons of people, but all of this still gets me excited. Seeing it in person is way different than images online. Come on, let's go check out that extra thin laptop everyone's been talking about lately. It was definitely thin, but still disappointing. They said it was full of functions, but I'm not really seeing it. I don't care anymore. You understand how I feel? Don't you already have a PC? You sound like Sojiro. It's not like I want to buy it. It's not like I was gonna buy it. I just wanted to get excited about the future of electronics. Oh well, there's no point in getting depressed over it. There's still gotta be some unseen treasure waiting for me in this electronic paradise. Let's go explore, Tao. We'll start on the underground floor. To the escalator! Man, this is so cool, no matter how many times I look at it. I already have 3 of them, though, so you can have it, Tao. It's a present. Aww, I got a hero figure! Who will I give that to? Ooh, do I have anything? Something enthusiasts would enjoy. I bought a fountain pen! Okay. Do we risk it? Do we risk it? We can give it to her, but if she doesn't like it, I'm going to be very upset. A leather pen case! Oh my god, I'm carrying a watercolor poster! These 3 things are just things that I want. These are just things I want. YOLO. I kind of want to go on a walk, but debating because it feels kind of humid out. But I could get to see cats. That might be fun, Masam. Well, you know, shadow side. We really need to super dark eyeshadow. Consider whether we're big glowing yellow eyes, talking about just visual appeal or spiked collar. Personality too, because obviously, did I mention the eyeshadow? I don't find much appeal in evil. I feel like there's a lot of meme potential for that script there. Fuck it, we ball. We looking at Tao's throne right now? I know, for real, engage. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, oh, this is familiar. Who do you think likes the pens? Well, I don't think it's her, but I want it to be her. You know what I mean? I feel like, who is an analog individual? Either Sojiro or Discerning Eye. No, it's probably Akechi. Probably Akechi. Oh, could be Yusuke-san. Actually, that's a good point. That's actually a good point. Yeah, he is an artist. Yeah, that's fair. Seems like Futaba-chan would like technical things. That's true. It says for the not the discerning eye. That's what Fountain Pen said. Shit, I forgot what, hold on. What did this say? Enthusiasts would enjoy. Do I have anything that says for an enthusiast? I might not have some. Oh, wait! No, this is an art enthusiast. Damn. I think I'll go on a walk after finding more games to download for my Iron Thor. Depending on how I'm feeling when I get there, is how long I'll stay out though. Sounds good, lovely my son. A trendy friend, someone who likes to wear fines. Motorbike fan, Uji Mata. Oh, should I even give her anything? I don't actually need to do anything with Akechi, so I don't need to give him any gifts. And Yusuke, I don't use him in battle. I kind of want, let's just do the flan. Girls like sweets. That's a bit of a generalization, no? But that does sound pretty good. I think I've been reading this as fan. I was like, why? She does like sweets though, doesn't she? She does like sweets. Maybe I will give her that. That's not a bad idea. All the gifts have girls that like them, usually multiple, but I don't think there's any gifts that give 0 points. Oh, well, that's good. Okay, fair enough. Nerd, welcome on in. Thank you for tuning to the movie night. People like sweets. It's in our nature. Now let's give her a sweet. Is this for me? That makes me happy. Thanks, Tao. Ah, good call, you guys. Thank you. It feels like I touched Futama's heart a little. Give anyone flan, they'll like it. I don't want to go home. Let me stay in my paradise. Generalizations 1. I'd like the uji matcha flan for sure.
You're back.
I haven't tried uji matcha, but I would probably like it. Do we have anything with Noir here? Hold on, let me see. What is her name? What is her name? What is her name? Why not have her? Is that something I have to do? I forgot her name. Shit. I don't think I have her. I don't think I do. Maybe I have to hang out with her here to unlock her? Flan is a very agreeable dessert to most people. I haven't had a whole lot. Oh, hot is daytime only. Aw, man. Oh, except maybe not. Maybe not.
All that's left is to wait for the deadline. I'm having trouble keeping still. Everyone seems so anxious. I can certainly understand, given the stakes involved, but perhaps we could all go play billiards for a change of pace. It seems an invitation worth extending to the team.
What are your thoughts?
Actually, yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank you. Then I'll gather everyone.
Nice. It is a gelatinous and dairy, though. Some people don't like that. I have a friend that also hates sweets. I don't hate sweets, but I don't like really sweet stuff. You know what I mean? Like I love a brownie if it's like dark chocolate. You know what I mean? Like I don't like white chocolate very much, and I don't like and I don't like even milk chocolate all that much. But I really like dark chocolate. Choco flan is also yummy too. Some chocolate cake and flan. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Yummy. The no sweets person does like hot chocolate though, as long as it's vegan. I don't mind about vegan hot chocolate, but I do like dark hot chocolate, but it also can't be like just melted chocolate like at San Churros. Got some stuff downloading, time for a walk. Oh, thank you for leaving the stream on for the support, magnificent awesome. Give me a Woolies mud cake. Dude, I can't handle Woolies mud cake. It's so like gummy. I know Australians love it, and Nath has gotten it for a birthday or two, but I can't handle it. Surprised you don't like sweet, because you're mighty sweet. Thank you, Joseph. You're so sweet yourself. No, I don't know. I like savory stuff a lot. Excuse me! I'm sorry, Aussie. It seems everyone has arrived. Leave the support to me. This intensity right before the game starts. I love it! She's sweet enough without dessert.
I had so much fun just watching the balls rolling smoothly across the table.
Glad to see everyone had fun. I gotta say though, thanks to playing billiards, I think you've learned more about making bold decisions when the time calls for it.
Guts? Please give me guts. I need guts. Yay! Finally! I only have 2 things to max back out now. No, wait. Oh, 1 thing! I didn't realize I maxed out everything else. Holy shit! Okay, we just gotta do guts for the rest of the game.
Rather exciting.
That was a nice diversion. Thanks for inviting me.
See ya.
Loving savory stuff myself more than sweets usually, but sometimes I get a craving. That's fair. Oh, Tim Tams do be bussin'. Well, see ya. I just heard you say you don't like sweets, so I am assuming you're not going to torture any jelly-like foods in the future and leave them for Nath. He doesn't like them. If I don't eat them, no one's gonna eat them, you know? Oh god, it says flu season in the corner. That blows.
Only 1 week remaining.
Yeah, that's how much time we got to nab that treasure.
There's that, but it's also how much longer we'll get to stay as the Phantom Thieves.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, it is quite an odd feeling. I've been trying to avoid thinking about that until the time actually comes. Did you remember, Tao? I totally did. Amazing. Well, I guess all we can do now is do this shit like we always do.
Yeah, for Makoto's sister.
Thank you, everyone. If there's anything that I cannot handle sweet-wise, it's caramel and honeycomb. Yeah, those are two very, very sweet things.
How many days left till we send the calling card? 5? Well, make sure you're ready for it. Well, that reminds me, the home shopping program is airing today. You want to check out the TV?
Can I water this? Help. The Imagine having Koda-kun rate Sakurako leftovers. Oh, Koda would love to rate those. They would go. So what did you think? Okay, what are these things?
Hey.
Okay, we've got, wow, expensive. An impressive spray set that's sure to weaken enemies. Illness is all in your mind, so empty your mind. A superb incense set for meditation. I guess we'll try that. Sure, why not? I feel like there might be some gifts in it. I prefer spicy over sweets, but I do love to mix spicy and sweet. I love spicy and sweet together as well. Stop distracting me, Tao. Can you try not to be funny and understanding streamer for once? I beg to differ. I think there's a lot of people who'd be like, oh my god, these Tao streams are insane. This bitch is crazy, dude. Oh, it's this guy. The Phantom Thieves are finished. It's disappointing, but they were nothing but murderers. The only one who can rebuild this rotten world is that man. What man? With the attention he's getting, you'll know soon enough. He's the real deal. His words have soul. The Phantom Thieves played Robin Hood, but they committed those crimes just to please themselves. When they're inevitably caught, it'll be a poignant fall from grace, just like in the movies. Well, I'll be going home then. I hate that dude. He sucks. I really need to get to work. It's submission day today, so wish me luck. Best of luck, sweetest star. You got this, as long as you don't get distracted by little old me. Instant spray set. Isn't that how sprays are usually supposed to work? Are there delayed sprays? That's actually valid. Good point. All right, let me see. Okay, I gotta clear out these. I'm reading all of my unread messages. Oh my god, so many amazing people who want to talk to me. How do I handle it? Oh god, there's more. Wait. Oh god, this is from 2 days ago. It's like real life. Oh no, this is from like 4 days ago. It's real life. Oh god. Ah! Oh no, 5 days ago. 5 days ago. Oh my god, it's almost a week ago. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, now that you've wished me luck, I can blame you if it doesn't get approved. Ah, no pressure. Okay. So, we cannot do anything in the hideout, right? I mean, we could go to Mementos, but there's only one thing to do there. I kind of would rather... What's a guts thing I can do? What's a gutsy thing I can do? Oh, it's Sunday! Is it time for a sippy sip of the, Oh, we can hang out with you. That's true. Is it time for a sip of the, Oh, no. Apparently not. Okay. Oh, wait. No. Yes. Never mind. A sip of the... Where's the fucking, the underground walkway? Right? Underground walkway, I think? That's where the smoothies are, yeah? Is there anything for guts? I want a gutsy one. Did you guys say it's Sunday? This is... We also have, all you to do. Hey! Not proficiency! I don't want it! You could try to bungee jump from the Tokyo Tower. That would take a lot of guts. I would love to do that, actually. That'd be sick. Is that a thing that they offer? Oh, Makoto's there. Hold on. Let me see where my confidants are right now. Okay, so Makoto's at 7. Yusuke's at 5. Where is Futaba? She's at 5 too. Okay, we're 8 on them. I guess it's probably Yusuke. It's between Yusuke and Futaba at the moment. No, it's actually highly illegal. Oh, okay, never mind. I won't do it if it's illegal, but if it was legal, I'd probably try it. Did you remember to sit on the sofa? Oh, no, I didn't. Wait, is the sofa in here, actually? Where did you say the sofa was, hon? Sorry. Is it down here? Or where was it? In an alleyway? Oh, it's in Kichijoji. Oh, thank you. I don't, ah, there it is. And then maybe I'll go hang out with Yusuke. And maybe I can give him his fountain pen.
Or I could keep it. After all, why shouldn't I keep it?
Where's a sofa? Is it over here? No. It's the second left. Okay. Ah! Sofa there. Sofa here. Sofa. Was this the first left? Might have been the first left. The next left after that one. Oh, okay. So the second left, which you already said. Got it. Where's a sofa? Is that a sofa? Oh. Ah, fancy couch.
Hey. Huh. Check out that comfy looking sofa. What are you doing sitting on it?
Just a little bit longer.
What? Is it really that comfortable? I mean, if it's in front of the store like this, I guess it must be comfy. Okay, let's get going.
Just a little longer.
Really? Just how comfortable is this sofa? Hey. Hello? Man, everyone's looking at you. Guess I'd call you bold for doing this.
Yeah, sick. Yes! I'm maxed out on all of my stats. Let's fucking go! Amazing. Breaking the law in Japan is pretty gutsy. You're like risking your entire career on even a misdemeanor. As this game demonstrates, Japan really doesn't like lawbreakers. That is true, dear Esperanza. Boom! Congrats! Thank you, Suda Steve. Tau Max Tiger. That was enough? I know, we were like right there, clearly. But I am officially a Gary Sue. I am maxed out on everything.
All right.
All right, let's go.
Now I never have to worry about any stats ever again. Hallelujah. First star completed. Woohoo! Okay, now let's go. We'll go see the guy who may be a fountain pen enthusiast. Is he on the underground walkway? Yeah, I ran it in there.
Indeed. Well.
Oh, let's go somewhere fun. Fun. We've gone there like 3 times. Jimbo. Have we been here? I don't know if we've been there together, he and I. We have been to a museum though. What about Kibukuro? We've been there. Ogikuko. The deep flavor of old style. I don't know if we've, with him, I don't think we've been to Jimbocho. So let's go there. Booktown. Booktown. Hey, thank you for my first star completed. You think we could look for art books there? I hope there are some good
Let
ones.
us head off.
Let us depart at once. Tau maxing finished.
Oh.
This art book went out of print long ago. It's quite old and extraordinarily rare. Its content is profound as well, older than any works popular in the current times. I have realized a great deal about the direction of art through this book. The work in here is amazing. What's an example? Look at this. An ukiyo-e, right? Makie, yeah. Sorry, I I found out about makie pens. I want a makie pen. That's something, that's like a bucket list grail pen for me. I want a makie, like, I don't want the Emperor, but I want a makie, and I want to actually use it. If I got the Emperor, I wouldn't use it, but I want a makie pen. And so now I understand that it's ukiyo-e, right? This makie ukiyo-e, right? Thank you for the pal hat, beautiful pumpkin. An ukiyo-e artist used the forms of naked men to depict an image of a person. He titled it, "He may look scary, but he is a good person." Quite the nonchalant title, no? I wonder if I adhere too closely to new ideas in my work. Once again, I've come to realize the importance of being flexible in my drawing inspiration. This was a great lesson indeed. Thank you, Tau. Yay! Oh, I have a aesthetically stimulating. Okay, wait. I'm keeping the fountain pen for myself. You'll want the watercolor postcard. This! I've been struck with a bolt of inspiration. This color, it's beautiful. I must thank you, Tau. I feel as if I can further my art even more thanks to you. Yes. Nice. This art book is quite something. 500 yen! This fountain of knowledge is, I thought he was gonna say fountain pen and I almost had an aneurysm. It is available at such an affordable price point.
I should have known.
I do not have enough for the train fare. Oh my god, this fucking guy! Oh, won't you walk with me some of the way? Focuses on the fleeting pleasures of the urban world, which was called the floating world also. Ooh. Ukiyo-e means floating world picture or similar translation. It was a popular style during the Edo period. That's cool. I actually don't want to hang out with you, sorry. Sorry.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna save real quick, but I see that Beautiful Bublin has a request for me to sing, which is Everything Stays. So, give me a sec, I will sing that for you. Classic Yusuke, it's true. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it around. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is rising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes up. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing, the moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go. I hope it was okay. My voice is cracking. I think I'm still getting over the blowout from karaoke stream. Amazing Umbra! Thank you so much for the 110 stream streak. Incredible! Thank you so very much. And Navy, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for 110 stream streak. Amazing Umbra. And thank you so much for the absolutely outstanding support earlier as well. I hope you're doing well, sweetie. Yuki is so sweet. Thank you. Tausita, you sure you're not a Disney princess? You sure sing like one. Aw, Joseph, you're such a charmer. Thank you, you're very sweet. I am not available. Let's see here. Doing good, must run again. I be the well, and we'll be seeing you again soon. All good, darling. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. We'll see you soon, darling Umbra. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Ooh, who's here? Okay, Yoshida maxed out. UI is there, though. I am a gut-full individual. I could do anything he throws at me. Alternatively, Chihaya. Ooh, alternatively, Mishima. Okay, I'm more interested in UI than any of that. So, let's go see him. Tower Disney Princess, they would have already made a lackluster live action remake. What do you mean? I'm super realistic.
You better not give that shit to my customers.
Yeah, the flu's going around. May I'll put those dust masks on sale. What do you want today? In that case, do some work around the shop. That should be fun for a gun enthusiast like you, huh?
Good.
All right, go drop off a bag for Cowder. Are you just gonna sit there and watch me? Why seems satisfied? He asked me to do one task after another. I feel like my bond with him will grow stronger soon.
See ya.
Deleted by admin. 30 million yen, OMG XD.
Hey! Hey! We were able to grab a seat! Why don't you read something until we get there?
Oh, is this? Yes! Master Swordsman, we finally get to finish it. Oh, which we don't actually need. I think this is for guts, but we are gutted up. Gutted out? Gutful. A heart that believes in oneself is the truth of Bushido. Gutted. We are gutted. Correct, Yami.
Learning about the spirit of the samurai seems useful, but this book looks difficult.
Gut busting. Yeah, we poured our guts into this game. Yeah!
Oh. So, you finished reading Master Swordsman. I'm sure you must have a better understanding of the resolve that drives a Bushido master.
Well, no more book reading for me. Unless it's actually, now we can start focusing on places. Stuff to unlock new areas. We are gutted, but in a good way. Yes. All up in those guts.
Oh, we're almost at the station. I'd say that was an efficient use of your time.
I mean, gutted out? Ayo?
Pay attention.
Hey, quit sleeping over there. Jeez, y'all look like a bunch of dead fish. Wow, Jesus. What was it? Your phone? Video games? I know you were up late. I always wake up at sunrise. On the other hand, kids these days. Hey, Tiger, you awake? Look at this map.
Why don't you try?
You know that you can see the sunrise the earliest atop Mount Fuji, right? Tell me why that is. Because of high altitude, probably. That would be my guess.
Exactly.
That's right! The more east and south you go, the earlier the sun rises. However, what affects it most is altitude. So excluding the outlying islands, the sun rises earliest on Mount Fuji.
Wow, really? Tiger-kun seems kind of smart, doesn't he?
Nice going.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, that was so easy, yeah. I don't need any more education. I'm graduating early. Fuck y'all. That said, who knows when dawn will ever come for this country? The government and police are completely incompetent. Those phantom thieves need to be caught before anything else.
We'll show you. We'll show you who's just.
We don't need no education. Yeah, we ain't needing no education. Teacher, leave those kids alone. You tell them.
Hey, how many days left till we send the calling card? 4? We'll make sure you're ready for it.
Ah, yeah, let's go upgrade this relationship with Yusuke. We don't need no thought control. Yeah.
Indeed. I'm in your debt.
Give me that sick level 6 shit.
Yes.
Oh, we don't need no education. That's, I don't know the song off the top of my head, but I feel like I've heard it before. This place has not changed in the slightest. Why are we here again? No dark sarcasm in the classroom. The truth is, despite my best efforts to convey the meaning of the heart, I am no closer to understanding it. Such a troublesome roadblock never presented itself to me while I was living here. As you know, I spent most of my young life in this very house. That is why we have come now. I wish to reevaluate myself within its decrepit walls. This will be interesting. By coming to this place, I may be able to rekindle the passion for art I once held. passion of an inquiring mind on the hunt for pure beauty, before I learned of Madarame's foul nature. It won't open. No, I surely left it unlocked.
How could this be?
What? The door is jammed. I suppose it was quite an old door to begin with. It had begun to rust even while I was a pupil here. Seems now it is finally broken. Let's force it open. I doubt you will be able to force your way through here. You must have a steady hand if you wish to fix it. I absolutely can fix it, baby! I'm perfect in every way! I have a perfect star!
Oh.
How? You are capable of fixing it? No, I'm capable of forcing it open. You never cease to amaze me.
Let us be off.
Let us head inside. You're welcome.
I see.
The police confiscated everything. You know, I lived here not long ago, and yet it feels almost like the distant past at this point. Being here has brought back memories, though. Whenever I acted out of line, I was made to sit calmly in this corner. And over here was a bookshelf, filled to the brim with various tomes. It contained art compilation books for the most part, but there were a few manga tucked away as well. At times, I would take a break from my art to hide and read them. This is also where we would gather to eat when the atelier still had a large pupil count. Sensei is particularly fond of salty food, so... Sensei? What am I saying? Why do I still treat him as my mentor? How long will I allow him to control my life? Are you okay? Yes. My apologies. The truth of the matter is, I used to paint in this room, and I did it simply for the joy of painting. No matter what I took as my subject, my hands would move of their own accord to capture its essence. But back then, I only saw the superficial beauty of the world. I could not see the grime beneath. There's a puppy barky. You got it open? It was pull, not push. Yeah, exactly. After learning the truth behind Madarame's actions, though, everything changed. I strove to fight back against the newfound ugliness I saw, to display my talent to those who mocked me. I need to do whatever it took to validate my artistic ability. In that search for meaning, darkness took hold of me.
How could this be?
Ultimately, I began to emulate that which I had so deeply despised in Madarame. You know, Boss told me something very interesting when I was staying with you that one night at LeBlanc. He said that he didn't believe Madarame took me in for my skill alone. I suppose, now that I think about it, there would be no way to know whether or not I would have been talented. Tao, why do you think Madarame decided to take me in? I couldn't possibly tell you.
Agreed.
A fair point. That may be something only Madarame himself is privy to. Though perhaps even he doesn't know. Even after learning the ugliness of his true nature, a part of me still believes in my former mentor. I simply cannot come to terms with the stark dualities presented to me. The humble house and that loathsome palace. The kind teacher and the fiendishly deceptive artist. It seems even the workings of my own heart are inexplicable. What, then, of my search for pure beauty? Oh, hello? Is someone there? I'm coming in!
This is a problem.
Could that be the police? Oh, who are you? Ah, I was wondering who could have been in here. You're the man from the exhibition. Indeed. Thank you for our conversation back there. More importantly, though, why are you here? I couldn't help but notice the door was open on my way home from Lake. Are you perhaps still caught in your slump?
Yes.
How did you know about that? I know a great deal about you, Yusuke-kun. You've made a name for yourself by patenting your work after the beautifully detailed Sayuri. But that painting at the exhibition was, quite different from that. Have you begun trying out new styles? If you'd like, I can advise you. Materials, themes, etc. You seem as though you could use a helping hand right now. Most of your painting was done while living in this residence, correct? Your current lack of patron must be what's holding you back. Please, take my card. I've made a living investing in promising young artists like yourself, Yusuke-kun.
Oh.
Director of the Japanese Art Support Foundation, Akio Kawanabe. But why have you chosen me? You criticized me so harshly back at the exhibition. Because I feel you have talent. Now, my foundation can provide you an environment that will allow you to focus on developing your own skills. If such a lifestyle interests you, we can talk further at a later date. As for today, I have business I must attend to, but, I do hope to hear from you soon. Oh.
Yes.
That's crazy. The Japanese Art Support Foundation. My opportunity may have finally arrived. And it was all because you opened that door for me. Seems good luck is simply a characteristic of yours.
I'm in your debt.
You have my thanks, leader. Oh, that's a cool scene. Oh, that's really cool. Chance to cure status ailments inflicted upon party members.
All right.
Oh, that's cute. Valos, thank you so much for the lurk, and I
Shall we
appreciate
return
it.
home?
You have my thanks. And my axe! Exactly, Yami, exactly. I must be going now. I'd like to think on this some more.
See you.
Farewell. I apologize, Tao. I lost my composure today. The emotions I felt in that house still remain within me to this day. I do think it's a good thing that I was able to realize all of this. Lag? By the way, that gentleman, Kawanabe, was it? What is your impression of him? He had a certain dignity. I had no idea he was the director of art support, but he definitely had a certain presence to him. And he was even able to instantly pinpoint my weakness. He certainly is no ordinary individual. As someone with neither a home nor a patron, I couldn't ask for a better offer. On top of that, I may be able to find a way out of my slump once I can fully focus on drawing. In any case, this deserves serious thought. I may come to you for advice again. Oh. That's cool. I wonder if you like max out his relationship, oh yeah, we have stuff from the TV that has just arrived. I wonder if we'll get to see him like succeed. That'd be really cool. He's a little bit of an eccentric, well, a little bit of an eccentric, I suppose. But like he is endearing, isn't he? Thank you for the care package, Asamazi. I appreciate it. How far am I from maxing out Sojiro? Hold on. We gotta go on a quick break again, cutie pies. Rank 7. Interesting. Maybe I'll do that. Let me have a quick look and see if there's anyone else I want to hang out with. Otherwise, we might hang out with Sojiro. Oh, who's here? Oh yeah, I'm not really interested in you. Mishima, not really interested in you. Kanda, Hifumi, I'm not interested in you. Okay, yeah, we'll hang out with Sojiro when we get back. You guys, we gotta go on a quick 3-minute break. We do this once an hour, 3 minutes per hour, so that you guys, if you cannot afford to subscribe or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer and I run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder, in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. Public execution for him by our machetes Tao. True, let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what may lie?
It's this. I'm so sorry for your soul right now. Poor Strat. Yes, eat the other one. Okay, you guys.
And then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ah, no, my. I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from. You're not even on a bed anymore. Light, no. Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Erin Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. All right, let me see. Like an ATV. An ATV, I love an ATV. ATVs are pretty cool. Now imagine driving dragster, total ripped to ears. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if it's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go. Oh, there she is. Okay. No! No, don't do it! No, don't do it! Oh my god. I'll save them. Wait, don't. Wait, hug time. No, please don't go, no! Oh. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is like a possum, basically. Correct, Tarasa. See, you understand. As a fellow Aussie, you understand. I will DM the thing to you. Okay, thank you, Strat. Create like a double to quadruple decker pizza slice by taking like a slice of my pizza and then a slice of their pepperoni pizza, and then I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we'll jump back over. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Drozza. Thank you for that. Hi, awesome. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit, Ozzy! I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway.
All right.
This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance.
Welcome back, Grisseru. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki.
Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen.
Right.
Save, get on screen! Good. Thank
Back
you for
over
listening.
here we go. Welcome back, a lovely light. Some ubbies. We got ubbies for Ozzy. Ubbies for you. Eee. Good, Ozzy. And for Incredible Eisen, ubbies for you. Eee. Good, Eisen. I did see that setting. That's fucking sick. Nix, but no slash jump slash ubbies for you. Yay. Good, Nix. Welcome back, lovely look. Ubbies for you. Yee. Good lift. Yummy Yuki. Ubbies for you. Yee. Good Yuki. Exceptional engage. Uppies for you. Yee. Good to engage. Save. Unwilling uppies for you. Good save. Yeah, there you go for save. Okay, so half willing uppies.
Cutie Calne, welcome on in. How are you? Count Stasis, I'm at a show. Oh, all good. Thank you for saying hi, Cutie Calne. Enjoy your show. Pocky died a lot, but now has a lot of pals. Yeah, well, she is deserving of pals. Very much so.
You got time right now?
All right. There's still some time left on the clock today. How about it? I can teach you the ropes.
All right then.
Put your stuff down and grab an apron. Don't forget to wash your hands. His guidance is extremely precise. I feel like my bond with him will grow stronger soon. I can't even give him a gift? Wow. Help Papa Soldier. Yes, indeed.
Oh, yes.
There haven't been many reruns of historical dramas recently, have there? I wonder if the Phantom Thieves had a hand in that. Many of those shows had noble thieves and shady people. Given current trends, it may be seen as insensitive. Nezumi Kozo was one of the gentleman thieves in the Edo period. According to one theory, he stole over 1 billion yen, making him the most wanted man of the era. Now then, Tiger-kun.
Do you know the answer?
He was to be paraded through the city and punished in a very particular way. How was he punished? Oh god, I don't have any idea who this guy is. His head was put on display, he was set on fire, he was hanged, his belongings were confiscated.
Hello!
This seems like, fair, but, that's probably not what they did. Half willing, someone else requesting something on my behalf makes me more willing? I'm gonna launch a whole philosophy course on that. I feel like you deserve uppies. I can just give you head pats instead. I beat the Intelligence Bureau, the telephone. They discovers the directions of the Space General. He hides it particularly with the system of. Hey, Save, can I get a willing translation of that? Hello, lovely lab. Welcome back. How's work going, sweetie? And Vetalina, thank you for coming on in. How are you? Can I have head pats while I get uppies? I can't do both, but I can give you uppies, and I can put you down, and I can give you head pats. I'm afraid I might break your arm if I just pick you up with only one hand and then try and pat you, you know? Those terms are acceptable. Okay, perfect. Then that is what you will have. My heart bug thinks I'm dead. What? That's a bit concerning, isn't it? I don't think that's good. I wonder, is to be paraded through and punished in a very particular way. I want to say it's probably this one. No, that's wrong. They displayed his severed head to the public. One of the most severe punishments of the Edo period. Right before his execution, they did something to his appearance. They put light makeup and lipstick on him and made him wear a beautiful kimono. The parading around town of a well-known criminal was a sort of performance back in the day. The citizens wouldn't have been satisfied if he had looked shabby.
I guess he doesn't study after all. We just stay away from him.
Crap, the teacher's looking at us! One of the stickers isn't sticking properly, and I didn't bring a spare sticker to change it. Oh, I gotcha, okay. My VCR thinks it's midnight. What time is it actually, Yummy? Or do reps of uppies and then, on the down head pats. Oh, there you go! Work out the triceps and the biceps. I have good news. Our clone intelligence units have discovered the location of General Grievous. He's hiding in the Utapao system. I had to Google for the first half of the line. I'm sorry for my immense failure. Save, that's not a failure. That's called research, and I appreciate you citing your sources. Oh, it is midnight. Oh, okay. Sorry, Yami. I thought it was like your VCR was malfunctioning. 3 rounds of uppies, head pats, 1 minute per round. Yeah! San Diego Pride Festival is this weekend, Comic-Con next weekend. Amazing, Daniel. I hope you enjoy both. I wonder what will happen if those Phantom Thieves get arrested. Not actually midnight, it's 10 p.m. Oh, I said midnight for the last, oh, okay. I was gonna say, wait! These days, it won't just be their heads that will be put on display.
People are having fun thinking about that, huh? I can't take this. Hey, how many days left till we send the calling card? 3? Well, make sure you're ready for it.
Ooh, on. Hold on. What is my confidant level with her? 6. Oh, actually, we could probably upgrade that. She's asking us to anyway, so we might as well. 10 p.m. or 2200 East Coast. Yeah. All right, time for me to do the same thing, expecting a different result. Good luck, me. Good luck, lovely yummy. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate the support. Sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. West Coast. Fabulous Feather. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? Thank you for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Absolutely awesome. Thank you for your dedication and support. My God, Tau, you have a lot of 6s and 7s. Wait, why do you, wait, what? What do you mean? What are we doing today? Aren't we meeting up today? I'm at the Underground Mall in Shibuya right now. I'll still be in Shibuya for a little while, so let me know if anything comes up. Oh, the confidants! Yes, it's true.
Oh, yeah.
What should we do today? Let's have some tea.
Let's go.
Why don't we hang out after the at the diner then? I could go for a nice chat. I listened to An for a while. It seems she's starting to gather her thoughts. Maybe there's a way to make sure An has a good time. That's right, I might have something An might like. She would like something girly. Idol pins? Oh shit, I don't think I have anything particularly girly. Oh no. A trendy friend. I mean, she might appreciate this. It won't be, I mean, it's probably, yeah, she's trendy. I think that she might like this. I know you don't have to give her anything, but I think she might actually like this. So let's try it. Oh good, you're not sickly after the karaoke. I had to have so much throat coat, but my voice is still cracking. The pins I think might be the best bet. Yeah, I reckon you're right, Shadowgun. This is for me? Oh, fuck. Oh, cool, thanks. I guess this is mine now. Oh, okay. Feels like I didn't really impress An much with my gift for her. Damn, who's trendy? Who would that be good for? Well, it wasn't enough. True.
Ah, you're back.
I can't believe they disbanded. Their party leader showed some seriously impressive judgment.
The challenging party's got a lot of good politicians, so their chances were slim to begin with.
Now, after this iconic breakdown stuff, people are putting their hopes into that one party leader.
Well, right now, there isn't anyone better. Guess you can't blame them for hoping. Thanks for the coffee. I'll just leave what I owe you here, boss. Hadi maybe? I doubt Makoto wants it. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't even know if Hadi is like, is she trendy? I don't get trendy vibes from her. I get cozy vibes from her. I might be able to grow a stronger bond with him tonight.
Yo.
Hey, Futaba. If I was gonna add something to the menu, what would you want it to be?
Maybe, curry spaghetti, and curry udon, and curry croquettes, and curry pizza.
You really like curry that much? Well, I guess it'd be pretty easy given the current menu. I'll give it some thought. How about you? Anything you'd want to add to the menu? You want my suggestion? Nexus! Hi there, lovely Nexus. Welcome on in. I am here to feast on your cables. You are welcome to. Just make sure you don't feast on the ones that are plugged in. You might get electrocuted. How are you? The fuck is curry spaghetti? Honestly, I think it sounds pretty good. Just be sure it's something you can make, okay? You're gonna have to prep the food too, you know.
Yeah, go Tau, go!
Oh shit, it's this fucking guy! Why haven't you answered my calls? Because there's lag. Leave now, or else I'll be forced to contact the police. I am not giving you a penny. What was that? Quit fucking with me!
Stop it. Soichiro didn't do anything wrong.
Shut your mouth, brat! It's your fault I'm in this mess! Look, Futaba's my daughter. You may be her uncle, but you have no connection to her anymore. We can take it to court if you really want. Don't underestimate how hard I'm willing to fight. What? Not only do you have massive debt, but I heard you failed in your most recent business venture. How do you think the court would respond if they knew how wasteful you were with your money? God damn it! This is all your fault, you little bitch! You cursed little... Vtuber! Did he just swing at me? This is assault! I'll sue! What are you talking about? You clearly fell down on your own. This delinquent attacked me! He's dangerous! This cafe's finished, you hear me? I won't let you get away with this. This guy sucks! God damn, what a pain in the ass! Don't you have enough problems already? I was just protecting Vtuber. Nobody said you did anything wrong. To be honest, it should have been me trying to stop him. Are you okay, Vtuber? Mm-hmm. But Uncle said he's gonna sue. Don't worry. No matter what ends up happening to me or the store, I won't let them lay a finger on you two. I'm your guardian, after all. I have a duty to protect the both of you. So don't go doing anything like that again, you hear? I appreciate the spirit you showed, though. Oh. Can we kill that guy? Can we kill her shitty uncle?
All right.
Damn, kid, I'll sue! Even more pathetically, he swung, missed, and fell. So pathetic. Shadow Princess, how are you doing, honey? But the electricity makes me tingle! And I'm, well, just passing time for items to arrive. Luckily, one set will be arriving on Monday. Awesome, Nexus. What are you waiting for? There are 2 witnesses, you idiot. Yeah, for real. Deja vu, eh? And Vtuber has cameras in the store. Oh, yeah. Can we venture into Memento to change the uncle's heart? That would be cool. That'd be cool. Anyway, I'm done for the day. Take care of closing up for me. Let's go, Vtuber. Bro's name was Karen in his past life. Pal, I'll message you later. BBB. Big news. I looked up my uncle's name in Mementos, and I got a hit. Good job, Shadowgun. Would you be angry if I asked for your help? Of course I wouldn't. Really? Thanks a bunch. My uncle's name is Yoji Ishiki. Let's go to Mementos and change his heart. But I have a favor to ask. I don't really want to tell everybody about the time I spent living with him. Maybe someday, sure, but today is not that day. So I was thinking, can we maybe go, just the 2 of us? I really need your help here, Tao, please. Huh. That's an interesting request. Just the 2 of us. We can kill your shitty uncle, just the 2 of us. Solo run, interesting. Items from Japan based off of a franchise I like. It's a backpack and handbag with the style of Kamen Rider Revishi or Revis? Added onto it. That's cool. Just moving some furniture. I also added to the giveaways and did some writing. Oh, nice, Shadow Princess. Busy night, but very productive. Hey, I've been waiting for you, Tao. You know what I'm getting at, right? We send the calling card on the 18th and then carry out the plan the next day. You're ready, aren't you? I've been ready. Revice? Revice. I guess I didn't even have to ask. You're reliable, but don't forget one thing. Let's have no regrets. This is our do or die situation. We don't have the option to fail.
Okay, quiet down.
All right, everyone, quiet down. I'm changing my lesson for today. Instead of a regular class, we'll be reviewing last week's materials. I suggest you listen carefully, but don't think you can slack off, okay? I absolutely will not allow it. No slacking off.
Kawakami's been kind enough to give us this free time, so we better put it to good use. What do you want to do? What's the plan?
Do I have any books that, involve... Okay, girls with unique tastes. Showcasing date spots. Covers popular and obscure spots alike. Let's go to the Nakano Walker.
Huh? That book talks about Nakano, right? Don't you already know about Nakano? Is there really a point in reading it?
Oh. Okay. Never mind. Nightlife hotspots? There we go. Kamen Rider is basically one of my favorite franchises of all time. That's really cool, Nexus. I don't know if I'll be able to get anything from it, but if you go to the Discord and you want to chat about in like the anime channel, I think you might have more hits and more interest. I just don't know anything about it, unfortunately. The lulling sounds of the waves and Ferris wheels. Dating tips for mature adults.
Wow.
Hey, that's a photo. No, that's not a photo. That's an illustration. That's beautiful.
Seaside Park, huh? I've heard it's a great date spot. It seems like a fun place to go with a special someone. In any case, it's not somewhere you'd want to go by yourself. Oh. So, you've finished reading Nightlife Hotspots. Seaside Park seems to be a great place to go, day or night. It's mainly a date spot, though.
All right.
You should invite someone to go there, but... who would you choose?
Rhetorical question. Got it. Okay.
That was great! We should thank Kawakami for this later.
Morgana's head peeking out of the little cubby is really cute.
Hey. How many days left till we send the calling card? 2? We'll make sure you're ready for it.
Oh, I probably should go to Mementos. I wonder how they're gonna do that. I wonder if I'm gonna have to go in once for the other request with the gang and then once by myself, or if I can do both and it's just gonna be like, can you guys leave? You know, I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. Hi, sweet Salah. Welcome on in. I'm so close. I'm so slow to making this fan art, but at least I'm rendering, so almost done. Oh, that's okay, Joseph. Take your time. Take your time. Aminals need feeding. All good, Ozzy. Give them pets for us. On Ryuji is approaching max level. But we only have 1 day left. I don't know. Ryuji or Mementos? I want to get... Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Beautiful Vera! How are you? She's ranked 9 Modiki already, right? Let me see. I think so. I'm pretty sure I'm... Yeah. I'm at rank 9 with him. Yeah, I think I'm set for him. I'm set for Akechi. Because I'm at 8 with him, and then I'm set for Kasumi because I'm maxed out with her. I am still maxed out with her, yeah. Do you guys want to see the whip? Ooh, feel free to post it in the art section, hun. I can't look at it until after stream because this is one of those games that freaks out if I tab out of it, but I would love to see it. I'm sure the pals will too. Fuck it. I'll hang out with Ryuji.
Yo. Hey. Yo.
Let's go for some more fun.
Yeah.
He wants food. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Tsukishima. Oh, Monjiaka. That's right. We've been there before. Let me see. Akihabara. That's the electronics store. Arcades, spas, theme parks, and more. A dating expert. I could take my boy Ryuji out. Actually, I don't know if we've been to the ramen joint in Nakano. Between ramen bars and a huge shopping complex, the joy to explore. I don't know if I've taken Nakano. And there's food here. That's the Commerce Building District. Popular ramen shop. I don't know if he's gonna... Yeah, alright, fine, we'll go there.
Oh, that ramen place? Sure, I'm pretty damn hungry.
Let's go.
Okay, let's get going.
I have to go back in a few minutes, but I might leave now so I can figure out if I can sit the sticker in a spot where the ECG doesn't freak the fuck out. That's probably a good idea, Lovely Laugh. Thank you for dropping in, and best of luck with the rest of work, honey.
The hell? The line's even longer than last time. They put an ad out or something. Gonna look like we're just going for a new fad, but my stomach's already in ramen mode. Come on, let's get in line.
Where's the line? There's no fucking line.
Yummy. Super freaking good. Down to the last drop. This stuff's worth eating no matter the wait. Ain't you totally falling for the soy sauce flavor too? I'm in love. Right? Tokyo guys are all over this stuff. You're one of us now. Anyways, thanks for asking me here today. I'm all cheered up now because of you. Come on, let's get going. There are tons of people waiting for our seats. Aw, he's considerate.
Hey,
Huh, looks like they're giving out presents. Here, you can have mine. Oh, a ramen. I'm not crazy enough about ramen to be showing that off in my room. Fitting for his age. I mean, yikes. None of these. The motorbike figure is probably the closest, but I know that's for Makoto. But it's probably the closest. I'll try. Nice! He likes it! Oh, sick. Okay. You're giving this to me? Thanks, man! Haha, let's fucking go. Feels like I touched Ryoji's heart a little. It wasn't the perfect thing, but it was better than what I gave on, which is good. Well, join. Now I wait for approval. Next, did you make sure that you read the rules all the way through? Because there is a secret keyword that if you don't add it in, then we know you didn't read the rules and then we can't let you in. Because it's, you should have access to the verification channel and to the rules channel. So you'll read the rules, and in the rules, there's a keyword that you will put in the verification channel. Time to shop for gifts then. Yeah! That's probably true. All right, let's run to the station and work that meal off. Well, he likes Makoto's persona, so it makes sense. That's actually a good point, Shadowgun. He has commented on that, hasn't he? Dime! Hi there, dearest Dime. Welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for the follow, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome. Are they still searching for the Phantom Thieves? This isn't even news anymore. I don't care about politics. Just arrest the Phantom Thieves already! We can't trust these incompetent politicians to do anything.
Ah, you're back.
I'm back. Back again. Oh! Akechi wants to hang out? Really? Is that right? Should I do that? Is that a waste of time? I thought that I wouldn't be hearing from him again until my 9th and 10th rank. Interesting. Are you free right now? Not much we can do for Sai-san, but wait now. As a speedrunner for Persona games, always love seeing some P5 love. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, dearest Dime. Can I ask what's the fastest you've gotten through a Persona game? Without spoilers, because what I was just about to tell you is I'm super slow. We're almost 150 hours into this game. It's my very first time playing it, so we're trying to avoid spoilers, but it's been such a blast. Oh, the art you're working on in the art channel. Let's go, Joseph. For the fellow pals, hell yeah. Precious pals, please have a look at Joseph's artwork. I'm very curious about it. I'm sure it's gonna be beautiful. We're nearing the end of my tenure with the Phantom Thieves, aren't we? How does a trip to the jazz club sound? We could chat a little.
What do you want to do?
Huh. I was gonna go to Mementos, but, Persona speedrun? That's a commitment. Yeah, really. Oh, fine, I guess. Thanks. I'll see you there, shall I? Damn. We haven't been back here for a long time, actually.
You like it here?
I'm so happy that I'm here talking with you again. Isn't this jazz club nice? I like how not a lot of people really know this place. Or does that sound like I'm showing off? My fastest on a normal day without PC issues is 10 to 15 hours. Wow, that's incredible. Do you use like exploits and glitches and stuff? Or do you just like know the pathing to get through it? So there was a singer here today. Really is different hearing the real thing. I love these drinks, they look really good. Delicious. It's very well made.
By the way,
You are aware how I'm both a high school student and a detective, right? You must know I don't have much time for studying. But at times like these, I can conveniently look up the class material online. It seems to put teachers in an awkward position though, doesn't it? Why teach us things that we can just learn ourselves?
I chatted with Akechi for a while.
I feel a bit different today.
We talked more than I was expecting. I suppose the atmosphere of this place does that. Even aimless chatting can help you to realize certain things. It wasn't a bad experience. It looks like spending time in the jazz club has had an effect on Akechi's heart.
This
Oh.
is a nice change of pace.
Oh. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Revives one. Oh, yes, that would be helpful. Is there anything that I. Heavy bless damage, medium. I will get rid of your stupid insta kill stuff. I am the insta killer of the group. Get out of here, Hamon. My fastest on a normal day without PC issues is 10 to 15 hours. What kind of PC issues do you wind up running into,
Alright.
hon?
I had fun today.
The time I spend with you is so meaningful. And there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Sorry, it looks like I have to get to work. Time flies when you have fun, doesn't it?
Goodbye.
See you next time. 5% of people think we're innocent. Yikes.
Hey!
Do we even have anything else to read here? Vague?
Hey!
That book talks about Takanoko Street in Harajuku, right? You already know about that area, don't you?
Alright, I already read that one. Oof.
Hey!
Oh god, I already know that one too! I don't have any other books, dude. Oh, sorry, I lied. Shrines. There we go. Read about shrines. You know you can also invite your team member to the jazz club to upgrade their persona a little bit? I did not know that. Oh, that's cool. No, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know though, Beta. A Bible for shrine lovers.
Wow!
Meiji Shrine, huh? Seems like a mystical place. It's a famous spiritual spot, well known for its walking paths. Quiet places like that seem nice. I bet you'd really be able to relax if you took someone there with you.
Thank you for the, ooh, big number go up. Hey, 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 Swedish Shadow Princess, thank you for the 60. The 60 stream streak. Outstanding. Thank you so much for your dedication and support. Something to do if we want to do a New Game Plus. True.
Apparently, the Meiji Shrine has its own train station. That's how popular that place is.
Be a loud shrine then, wouldn't it? Damn. A verdant oasis in the city, home to the vast grounds of Meiji Shrine. Pray your heart out. The busiest New Year shrine in all of Japan. Has a reputation as a power spot.
Alright.
What is a power spot?
You know, you should take someone there with you sometime. Though, I guess you could always go alone if you wanted to pray or make a wish for something. Oh, we're almost at the station! I'd say that was an efficient use of your time.
Today we're going over.
Now then, please open your textbooks. Today, we'll be learning about trigonometric functions. Trigonometric? Unfortunately, Sleepy saved time earlier than usual today, but all the best to Full Star Tau of the Max Kindness and Guts. Thank you so much, sweetest Save. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Get some good rest. Remember, you guys, it is indeed Save's 9th streamiversary. So please do show up for his stream tomorrow because he will be streaming tomorrow and maybe doing some Arknights. Also, he'll be doing some Marvel Rivals in the not too distant future as well. So please go give him a follow. Remember, he is a dear friend of the channel. You are likely to see other precious pals and or myself there in the wild. Sweet Save, I hope you sleep super well, have super sweet dreams, and we'll see you later, okay? Thank you so much for joining us. I hate math. I do too. Sine, cosine, and tangent. This is where a lot of people aren't able to keep up. Got errands to do? All good, sweetest Seti. Thank you for coming in. Enjoy your errands. Why would you panic just from seeing a graph? I don't get it. A complicated formula gets condensed down to a single line. Isn't it simple and elegant? All of them have distinctive shapes that stimulate the imagination. Now then, Taiga-san, take a look at these graphs. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Do you know the name for this graph? Your hint is snails. Cochleoid? Cochleoid, because the cochlear, the ear is based off of a snail's shell as well, so I think it's that.
This is it.
Precisely.
Yeah, cool. That's correct. Don't you think it looks a bit like a snail's shell? There are many other graphs with amusing names. For example, a devil's curve is called that because it looks like a Chinese yo-yo called a diabolo. There's nothing particularly diabolical about it otherwise.
Wow, really?
Tigerkin seems kind of smart, doesn't he?
Nice going.
Bruh, I don't need anything else. I'm perfect. I'm maxed out on knowledge, guts, proficiency, kindness, charm. You can't defeat me. Some people may think of math as an enemy like a devil. Ah, me! But there's research that suggests that people who excel at math have higher incomes. I'm sure they do. If you're shooting for a high salary, sometimes you need to be willing to fight demons.
Honestly, I feel like fighting demons would be easier than trying to understand graphs like that.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Oh, Kasumi!
Oh, Senpai,
Hi!
there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Would you
Shoot.
mind if I joined you for lunch?
Please do. Not at all.
Thank you. All right, let's head to the roof. It's starting to get rather cold, isn't it? Sorry to bring you here. This is something I oughtn't really bring up around other people. Senpai, are you still planning to continue on as the Phantom Thieves?
Why do you ask?
Lately, I haven't been hearing any positive gossip about the Phantom Thieves. Despite how much people cheered on your cause, even though they knew nothing about you or your friends, all they do now is speak ill of the Phantom Thieves. I know it's not my place to say this, considering I turned down your offer to join and all, but this change in attitude is simply awful. They're doing the exact same thing to you all that they did to me. Yet, you're still going to keep at it? Why, Senpai?
MC and Tausita, very similar stats, definitely masked out. Thank you, Joseph. You're very sweet. I have to take care of something.
Take care of something. I see.
Yeah. But don't worry about us. There isn't even a 1 in a million chance that my Phantom Thieves could ever lose.
I see. Well, I won't stop you. However, could I ask a favor? Or rather, could you promise me something? Once things settle down, I'd like you to join me somewhere so we
Aw.
can go have some fun together.
Yes, please. I promise.
Then it's a deal. I'm already beginning to look forward to it. So, please be careful out there. Oh,
They
but
hate us because they
I
ain't
can't
us,
keep
yeah.
my other promise I made with you about the physical training. Tomorrow. Is that too sudden? Maybe we should train the day after tomorrow then?
Uh-oh.
But
Yeah.
that day's when...
Yeah, we can't do that. Another day works better.
I see. I haven't eaten yet.
Uh-oh. Gobble that shit down. How? She eats like me.
Come on, Senpai. You need to eat too. No
I will
one
eat
wins
this
a
bun.
fight on an empty stomach, you know.
She's so cute.
Hey,
How many days left till we send the calling card? 1? We'll make sure you're ready for it.
Okay, I will save here. Might be dumb and don't know what to do to access the rest of the Discord. I apologize for any trouble. You're all good, Nexus. No, as long as you put the verification code word into the verification channel, you will get approved in the not too distant future. If one of my mods doesn't approve you, then I will approve you in at our next break, because it is a manual approval. So as long as you've got the right word in there, we basically match up your handle with your handle on Discord with your handle on here, and then we can approve you. Did I miss you, Ryuji? Nani? Let's see. Does she have a persona? She does, but we can't. She didn't want to join us, so we just got a very brief glimpse of it. All right, I did save. I'll do it one time. I'll save. Oh, I haven't been looking at these pictures on the board. They're really funny though. All right. Let's see Makoto. Or... Yeah, Makoto's there. Takemi's there. Is there anyone else around here? Shinya, I'm not interested. I guess we could spend time with Makoto. We could also go and see if we could fix some shit at the hideout, though. The one Tao was just talking to? Yeah, that was Kasumi. Yeah, she does have one. But we don't get to use her. She decided not to join us. They're still not gonna let me do this, right?
You'd like to wait on...
Yeah, they want to wait until the 18th. Okay. How's our requests going? We only have 2, I think. Yeah, we have the money-grubbing uncle and the killer who cleans up trash. No point in letting time go to waste. One of them. See, that's interesting. How many targets we got? One of them. We have 2, but one of those 2, they don't want us to... I hope she does join us someday. Me too. She's very cool. I wonder if I have to finish... I wonder if you have to finish all of the other mementos requests before you can do that one. You can accept it, I think? Really? I thought that, I thought we get to... Yeah, I think that... Yeah, well, it looks like it's accepted. It's just strange that even though we've got 2 there, he's saying 1. Target count of mementos is 1. Yeah, I wonder if we have to do this one thing, and then once that's cleared up, then we're allowed to... Maybe I'll leave it then. Maybe I'll leave it until after the calling card. Huh? Like, until after we... Alright, I'll hang out with Makoto. I'll hang out with Makoto. Do you have plans? Contact me if something comes up. I'll be at school for a while. Oh, now I get it. So sorry. I'd be dino-brained. That's okay, Nexus. You're all good, darling.
Well...
Thank you. It is reassuring to know you'll be there with me.
Shall we go?
She's waiting over at Big Bang Burger. Let's go.
Is something the matter?
So, what did you want to talk about? Well, Oh no! He is taking advantage of her. I thought that was gonna happen, but that sucks.
I was wondering if you could maybe lend me some cash.
What?
It's nothing really major, but I need it like right now. I'll pay you back though, honest, please.
Does this have to do with Tsukasa?
He dropped a super expensive bottle of sake at work, so the club's making him pay for it. But he needs help.
How suspicious.
He's lying to you, Eiko. Don't give him any money.
He's not lying. I know you're all worried about the fact that he's a host, but my Tsukasa's not like that. He's really gentle and honest too. He even calls me princess. I'm the only one he says that to, you know? He says it because I'm special.
So he calls you his special princess. What do you think, Tao-kun? That's how he ropes you in. I have to agree. Every girl who gives him money is his princess. That way he can never get their names mixed up.
Don't accuse him of that stuff! You don't have any proof!
You're not wrong about that. But did you ask anyone at his club about the broken bottle?
Well, no. He told me not to talk to them about it though. He is too proud to have me go crying to his boss. Please, Makoto. You're the only person I can trust. All my other friends would rather focus on cram school and entrance exams than take time to help me. And who knows what my parents would think if I tried to ask them. Please, even a little.
I think you should end your relationship with him. If you don't put a stop to this, he might try to drag you into something If you don't put a stop to this, he might try to drag you into some suspicious line of work.
Oh, he already got me a job. It's nothing weird though. I'm just serving drinks at a...
Oh, God.
I'm just serving drinks at a bar to help him pay off that broken bottle. He said I'll be #1 in no time. Maybe I'll just keep doing it after I graduate high school, though. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna go to college.
Echo, you can't just do what he says. He's trying to deceive you.
A smart person like you totally wouldn't understand what it's like. You're just gonna go to a good college, work at a fancy company, and then what? At the end of the day, your life's gonna be totally boring. I mean, is that seriously how you want to live?
I'm not sure just yet. But be that as it may, you should still stay as far away from him as you can.
So, you're not gonna help me.
Ugh, just forget it! I can make it up if I just let some customers take me out on dates after work. Ah, no! Eiko, wait! I didn't want to have to tell you this, but Tsukasa has been texting me almost constantly. Recently, he's been asking if my sister and I live alone and that he'd be glad to help us out. Even today, he asked me if I'm still happy with my boyfriend. Listen to me. Eiko, he's not serious about you.
Don't give me that crap! Tsukasa's just so nice that he'd worry about friends for me.
Wait, you were texting him behind my back?
What the hell, Makoto?
It was mostly him texting me. Ugh, you have the grades, the looks, the cool boyfriend, and you seriously still want more? Tsukasa is all I have. You can't take him away from me.
Please listen.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, right. Just keep your hands off. I'll never forgive you if you steal him away, Makoto.
Woof. That sucks. Tsukasa is all she has? You know, I think she's exactly the kind of girl who's those gangs in Shinjuku are on the lookout for. Lonely, depressed girls who have nowhere to vent their frustrations.
Actually,
Eiko's family is quite well off. Her multi-talented younger brother seems to be the sole focus of her parents' attention, though. I'm sure that's why she fell for Tsukasa in the first place. He treats her like she's special. But asking a high schooler for money is not normal boyfriend behavior. She needs to realize that. You're gonna help, right? Absolutely.
thank you very much.
Thank you. It's reassuring to hear you say that. Echo's blessed to have both money and a family, yet she's still trying to break free from them. She's almost the exact opposite of me. But I guess in a sense, watching her now is almost like looking back at my past self. I was so blinded by my own convictions that I never stopped to consider other alternative viewpoints of the world. But that's not the right way to live. I want to show her that, just like you did for me. That's so sad. I know that happened too. That's really sad.
All right.
Woof. I know she wants me to stay out of her business, but I'd never forgive myself if I let this come to pass. What is the right way to live? At any rate, we're gonna catch that horrible host. I'll let you know once I've thought of how to do it.
I'll see you later.
Thank you again for today. I'll see you later. Wow, that was rough. Yeah, that was rough. Thank you for the care package, Vegeta. Welcome on in. Sorry, Echo, but we're actually superheroes. No, Echo-san, no compensated dating, please, right? Ain't nobody want your man, much less to steal him. Wow, that was rough. Yeah. This scheme is quite common to get girls indebted and then exploit them some way, sadly. Yeah. Sorry once more, I posted the secret word and I'm still just kind of sitting there. Sorry if I'm being impatient. You're all good, lovely Nexus. We're gonna go on a break really soon and then I will check, okay?
Tomorrow's the day. Once you send that calling card, there's no turning back. Make sure you finish preparations tonight.
Sorry, King. I do want to hang out with that kid, but I also want to talk to Sojiro. Oops, wrong button.
I'll just add this.
I'll just add this. I'll save this. All right. Let's go on a quick break, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you in 3 minutes. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah! Public execution for him by your machete's town. True, let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what may lie
Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Now it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go.
The train's in trouble. I can't stop it.
I'm on the way.
Create like a double to quadruple decker pizza slice by taking like a slice of my pizza and then a slice of their pepperoni pizza and then that person's slice of vegetarian pizza and that person's slice and then everybody goes uh-oh ah no my nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard.
It's this. I'm so sorry for your soul right now. Poor.
I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from. You're not even on a bed anymore. Light, no. Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. Oh. It was just a bad dream. I'm tired.
Wait, I want to get in the car. Why no car? Why no car?
Oh, I'm on something. Me, but does the thing work?
Twitch, clip that.
No? Okay. Oh, wait, it did work. Oh my god, that's so sick. Okay, it did work. Oh, public execution for him by your machetes town. True, let's fucking go. This can be arranged.
Who knows what be like?
I could be a better boyfriend than him. I could be a better boyfriend. I never would have left you alone. Here on your own. I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all save. Oh, whoa! Damn, well done, save, well done. That was expertly navigated and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, mate. As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man. Woof. Savage. But it'd be even more savage to lie about what he is. As part of being the head mod, Strat lives in Tau's attic, aka the Stratic. It's going in the lore. Sounds good. Do it. Not even the vent, but the ceiling. Yeah. Yes, the ceiling cavity. That makes sense now. So Strat is. For context to Nix's question, me and Nix have been discussing in the VC what type of vehicle would suit your model. I said perhaps a two-seater convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute. And Nix said a dune buggy, which I actually agree more. Actually, a dune buggy would be super cute. Yeah, some kind of a like four-wheel drive, like an all-wheel drive, like like an ATV. An ATV. I love an ATV. ATVs are pretty cool.
We're done with the wet nuts. So,
total ripped ears. Okay, having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it.
Delicious.
This story would like totally
that.
so true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate,
had to
taller than a ship's
attend the supermarket with him
Okay.
to make sure he didn't get
Salted
salted nuts.
Into the pouch you go.
Terrible.
Stay.
Terrible.
Forever. Exactly, Yuki.
You have like walnuts and dried fruit.
So good. Very energizing. Delicious. Welcome back. Apple for Yuki. I'm snacky awesome. You in the future? Woo! Yep. Happy for Nick. Good Nick. Ozzy. Abby. Okay. Yummy. Okay, sorry. Welcome back to the shotgun. How you doing, sweetest storm? You feeling any better, honey? You're back from food. Excellent, Engage. Abby's. How was your food? Okay.
Yeah.
No helping out for a while. There's no telling when that man will come back. You're not at fault. Still, he might try to harass you. I promised Vtuber we'd change his heart together. I should talk to her during the day. Oh. Guess I can't talk to him. Not particularly, but I'll live. Oh, Storm, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Is there anything that we can do for you? How are you doing, Tao? How's Persona been? I'm doing well, very well, lovely Patricia, and had a great Persona day so far. I'm still reeling from the amazing support on Friday, and very just appreciative. Nexus, thank you for the head pat. Thank you for the head pat, sweetheart. Hey, Tao. I went on my walk and celebrated my walk with a drink. Very good to have after a walk. But I wanted to say that you're super awesome and amazing. I know I don't chat here often, but I very much love and appreciate all your positivity. Always magnificent, Massam. I'm so grateful to have you be a part of the community, sweetheart. I'm sorry for everything going on at the moment, but I'm really proud of you for pushing through and keeping on. Things will get better, okay? I'm glad you're enjoying that drink. Just make sure that you have some matching water, okay? I don't want you to have a hangover or anything. Speaking of walks, I am walking the doggos. Enjoy. I guess we can hang out with King. Fuck, we can't. That's right, it's evening. Oh no, kid's gone home. I don't want to talk to Ichihaya, sorry. Damn. I appreciate you so much. I do be trying myself, and I do have some water with me. Good, Massam. I'm happy to hear that, sweetheart. I appreciate you so much, sweetheart. Let's see. Well, we're maxed out on all that. Maybe we should make some curry. Always a light at the end of the tunnel, pals. That's true. Okay, maybe we'll make coffee? Coffee.
Hey!
Oh, we could ask Kawakami to do it, actually. Do we have the cash for that right now?
Make sure you close up.
Hi!
Sorry to keep you waiting. You just want me to make some coffee, right? All right, well, while you do that. I appreciate the thought, Tao and pals. I've identified the cause of the mental crap. The physical, I think, is from using my fingers too much the last couple of days and just generally not being good about some things. Oh, Storm, I'm really sorry, hun. Would it help to like to vent about it in the vents channel, or is it one of those things that you kind of just want to like push past and forget about, or? Please help. It's 7 a.m. and I'm wide awake. Oh, I'm sorry, cutie Saiba. Oh, if I could knock you out, I would. I mean that in a loving way, I promise.
Okay.
We do have a shit ton of sooty equipment. Or would you rather sell it at the store? Wow, we have so much shit, dude. Holy. Morishido, I wonder what's... Oh, man, there's so much stuff in here. I wonder if... I wonder... You just drop me on my head after uppies if that helps.
Reminder that
Honey.
you can call Kawakami and have her do the washing for you. This frees up your time.
Oh yeah, no, but I just called her to do coffee. She's literally doing coffee as we speak, which is why I'm wondering if we should do this instead. Let me see. Actually, let me see if there's anyone else I can spend time with this evening. I don't think there's anybody that I want to hang out with. Yeah, maybe I will. Can I go into mementos right now? You might want to sell the one from the old palace. They are not worth to wash. That's a good point.
Okay.
How do I know which ones are from the old palace? Is it the stuff down here? And then, so is it just the top stuff, like these top 4 things I should probably wash, do you think? I'll be okay. It'd be too self-aggrandizing to vent about it, I feel. It too will pass. Well, fair enough, Storm, but still, I'm really sorry what you're going through, hun. I hope that we can at least provide a comforting environment, you know. Not a guarantee, but if I recall correctly, the newest ones are at the top. They covered in palace themes, so like sand is Futava's palace. Oh, okay. I guess I still don't understand who like these would belong to, because I don't know. I'm guessing maybe the top. Yeah, maybe it says also it says paint. Oh, paint. Oh. I see space dust gambling. Ah, got it. Okay. Let's we'll do our most recent ones then. It's actually at the bottom, it looks like. Paint is Madarame, gold is Kanashiro. I think you're right.
Hey. This thing is shaking a lot. The shaking of the washing machine makes it feel pretty comfortable when you sit on top. Ooh, it looks like it's done. And... Ooh, this is much cleaner than I expected.
Ooh.
Let's head back.
Finally, let's head home.
There, I got 2 things done. Oh, Takemi.
Good evening.
Sorry, but a student's nightlife is of no interest to me. Just kidding. What are you doing here? Just doing my laundry.
Is that so?
Wow, you're the first person I've known who actually uses this laundromat. You must be enjoying yourself.
Bye.
I'll see you back at the clinic. Have a good night.
Hi. Thank you for waiting. Here you go.
Master coffee. Oh, she's a master at coffee making. I was, washing my cat. Ayo, Takemi. Take me home with you. True, Sly. Oh, was today the day? Kinda just snuck up on me. Are you alright? I know you went to see him every day. How can he be gone? I feel so sick. There were so many things I still wanted to talk about with him. Sorry for Coda. Nath, just go home. Thank you for all the support. Just that does help, of course, sweetest Storm. Kawakami will always match her ability level. She can't make extras. Oh, I didn't even know that I was a master then. Borkity bork bork. Kawakami is a high school teacher. More than half of her liquid intake is coffee. True, good point. I will tell him hello when he gets in here. He's just taking a bit to get into the house, clearly. Okay. Why can't he just stay forever? What am I supposed to do now? Man, you're a really serious case. But it seems like you weren't alone. He was pretty popular with the girls. Does your dog also bark for Takemi right now? Maruki! Oh god, I'm gonna miss you so much, my guy.
Good morning. I know this is last minute, but if it's possible, could you come and see me during lunch today?
I'm free for lunch.
Glad to hear it. I wanted to discuss something with you, since it'll be our last chance to do so here.
One is the Japanese onomatopoeia for dog barking. I love that. That's cute. Last chance?
Well, my role as Shujin's counselor does end today. So technically, it'll be our last opportunity to converse here at the school.
Cats make yeah.
I do have a farewell speech to give the school at morning assembly, but I'd also like to speak with you individually.
Okay.
Considering the occasion, lunch is on me. I'll have something special waiting for you, so you look forward to that.
Okay. Speaking of Coda, I saw the fluffiest, most precious looking Aussie Shepherd like 15 minutes ago. Oh, cute. You got it. Dude, see you at lunch. Nyan is one of the ones that has certainly crossed over via anime culture. True.
I'll see you later.
What nobody wants to talk about?
Dr. Mark, he's really leaving.
It's already been half a year, huh? That sure went by fast.
And finally, we would like Dr. Maruki to share a few last words with the student body. Well, Doctor, if you will.
Good morning, everyone. As the Vice Principal has mentioned, today marks the end of my tenure at Shujin Academy. Over the past several months, I've come to learn about all sorts of conflicts that you students have faced this year. Troubles with romance, with studies. In fact, some of you have financial issues that are awfully similar to my own. But before I leave here, I want to offer you a final piece of counseling. If your situation ever becomes too painful to endure, remember, it's okay for you to escape your problem. I don't want a single one of you to think that an unfair reality you've been forced into is the only one that you have to live.
Huh. Interesting.
What I'm trying to say is, even if your life is full of worries, it's best for you not to obsess over them.
Give me just a sec, cutie pies. I'm back. Nathan says, hello. Also, you can see the sun. You said that hioki is the full word. Do they have different meanings or just one is a shorter version of another? That's a good question.
Your existence in this world is an amazing miracle. You deserve to spend your days in happiness. I'll keep on rooting for all of you to have the best lives possible, even after I'm long gone.
Oh, that's sweet. Oh! Dude, he's just me. I'm constantly smacking my head on my fucking mic.
I guess things don't always pan out like you expect.
He is Dr. Adorkable. You are right.
Well, that's it. Thank you for having me here this year. Good luck to you all.
Oh.
Dr. Maruki!
Holy shit. Oh my god. Hioki means crimson snow. It's a play on me being a vampire. Yeah. How your existence on this earth, so there's a true miracle. Aw, you so sweet. There's a mic there, Maruki. Watch out.
I wanted to thank him personally, but it may be best to hold off on that for a bit.
Last streamer I watched, she barks for Maruki. Woof, woof.
I doubt we could get a word in edgewise anyhow.
He really went over the girls with the Salt Bay gag in the second arc.
Thank you for coming here. Since this is about to be my last meal at Shujin, I've brought the best lunch ever. These tempura bowls are from a restaurant I've been curious about since I first came to the school. I'd always passed on it due to the price, but today is special. Not only that, I ordered the deluxe bowls for us.
Fancy.
Well, you've got to be at least a little lavish on occasions like this, right?
Domovoy, welcome on in. What the hell? I haven't even followed, so how did I get gifted a sub? That does happen. If you watch VTubers, or even if you don't, I think, you sometimes just get gifted subs when people are particularly generous, which I have been very lucky that my community has been in the last few days. How are you doing, Domovoy? Domovoy? Am I saying your name right? There are no words for how delicious this smells. Oof, yummy.
Ooh, this aroma's really triggered my appetite.
I love that his glasses are fogged up.
Too bad I can't see anything now.
Same here. I've also got fog. That's so funny. Oh, hey, Domovoy. Well, you may not have been following before, but now you are, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in.
I'm so glad I splurged on that. Upscale dishes like that really do taste incredible. I wish I could just get lost in this bliss forever. Well, now that we've finished our food, let's get down to business. First off, I have quite big news. My paper's done.
Nice. I thought that would be what it is. The fact that I'm blocking it, but he's got this thing like a freaking Bible at the end of the table. I'm scared. Why are you scared, lovely Domovoy? See this shadow gun. The good old steam facial. Exactly. That's how you avoid wrinkles. Let me see. Nothing to be scared of. Exactly. Don't be scared. You are in the safest pocket of the internet, in your completely biased opinion. Yes, this is a very warm and cozy community. We focus on cozy chaos here, Domovoy, where we don't accept any kind of nastiness or mean-spirited teasing or bigotry or exclusionary behavior or anything like that. This is a cozy place where kindness is expected. Yeah. Our oven, when cooking frozen food, makes a lot of steam, and my dad's glasses get all fogged up just like that. Yeah. Tau's scary in a good way. What does that mean, Joseph? Bucky! Hi, precious Bucky! Cozy chaos, including but not limited to surprise communism! Exactly. Hi, precious Bucky. Welcome on in. How was your pal worlding? It's so good to see you. Thank you for the 45 stream street, darling. I so appreciate it. Bucky, I was watching your pal world. How was pal world? All right, let's see. Congratulations.
I've mentioned this before, but still, this is truly thanks to you.
I was only scary when she wants to be. I'm scary when people don't acquiesce to the rules of the pouch.
Had you not shared your experience and insights with me, this paper never would have been completed.
First time I've seen a VTuber with all these arm motions. That's cool. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I have hand tracking. So I get to. You actually see my hands movements right now. Ooh, spooky.
Please, allow me to express my gratitude to you once more as a most helpful student of Shujin. And as a phantom thief as well.
Oh, fuck. Well, you can't just pull that out of the back pocket, bro. What the fuck? What do you mean?
So you're not denying it.
Well, I didn't say yes either. I said, where are you getting this from?
Why don't you take a look at the title of my paper over there?
Motorkey? It says, Interpreting Reality Through Cognitive Science and the Alteration of Reality via External Influences. Nexus.
You know, the Phantom Thief's act of changing hearts is rather reminiscent of cognitive science in practice.
He's on to us! It's
they
true.
infiltrate a reality that exists solely for their target. A reality wholly separated from the one that the public recognizes.
Science. Yeah, it's like it's pronounced like science, but it's like psychic science.
By accessing that world, they gain the means of permanently altering their target's cognition. That is what I hypothesize as being the change of heart you induce in your targets.
Huh. Quiet.
Should I take your silence to mean I'm correct?
Who told you that, Maruki? Tie him up. Yeah, exactly.
To be entirely honest, it was all the way back in April. When I first came to speak with the principal here about providing counseling to you students.
I enjoyed it a lot. Felt like a mash of Minecraft, Pokemon, and Satisfactory all in one. Really easy to get addicted to. Was this your first time playing Pal World, Precious Pocky? You guys, if you haven't checked out Precious Pocket Chalk, what are you doing? Pocky is a dear friend of mine and a dear friend of the stream. She is outstandingly interactive and hyperactive. She's very, very interactive, and she'll talk to you guys like constantly. She's very thorough with making sure she's replied to everybody, and she's so fucking funny. She also is the one who created the Neverness to Everness abridged series that I got the privilege of voice acting in, and let me think. Yeah, she actually was the person who played through Persona 5 Royal first, after like two plus years, which was awesome. She got through it, and now I am following in her footsteps. Are you a girl or a guy plus voice mod, or is that not supposed to matter in VTuber land? Well, it's not. It doesn't matter, but what you hear is my actual voice. If you would like to hear more of my actual voice, you can listen to my professional
communism!
Demo reels by doing !VA demo, all one word. Let's see, probably safe to do so, but Maruki-san is not exactly a dummy. That is true. Was surprised to hear it just came out of early access after hearing about it for almost 2 years. I know, right, Bucky? That's what I was saying. I was like, I'm shocked that this is actually out, now? Tao did a really good job in NTE Abridged, by the way, and I will never not say that. I'm glad you liked it, Precious Patricia. It was so much fun, and Pocky, thank you so much again for having me on board for that.
I actually witnessed the moment when you came out of an individual's reality, like I'd mentioned. You suddenly appeared in the back alley near the school. I believe Sakamoto-kun and Takamaki-san were with you?
Oh. Did we see him see that? Or is this like a revelation? I sort of kind of would love to see a Tao Pocky Pal World collab. I would love to do that. Yes, you do. Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, I remember someone seeing us, but I don't know if it's Maruki, but yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Takamaki-san appeared to be extremely exhausted.
Thanks.
Oh, but they don't point it out, right? Huh.
It wasn't long after that scene that Mr. Kamoshida had his change of heart. Beyond what I witnessed, I had also been told that you three were closely affiliated with Mr. Kamoshida in some way. At that point, I was already half convinced that you were involved. I was almost certain Mr. Kamoshida's change of heart was provoked by the three of you.
Why'd you keep quiet?
Well, I've been researching cognitive science ever since I was a grad student. For years, I've been attempting to directly interact with an individual's cognition so I can help address their pain and despair. But, for certain reasons, this research has never been acknowledged in academia. Despite that, I continually pursued evidence that my hypothesis is correct. It was during that time I happened to come across the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, fresh from a mission. My heart began to dance. I thought to myself, maybe I could complete my research if I were to have your assistance. That's why I approached you and your group of friends in the first place. I hadn't mentioned any of this until now because, well, I didn't want you to take it the wrong way and suspect my motives.
Joseph, thank you for contributing to the movie night, hon. I appreciate it.
But I think that's everything I'd kept from you. Does that change your opinion of me?
No. I wish you'd been more honest, but no. Will you rat us out?
Why would I do that? I like to think of myself as someone who wouldn't sell out a person to whom I owe so much. If you don't believe what I'm saying, you're free to change my heart as you like.
Oh, interesting, Maruki. What an offer.
thanks to you, I finally know what I need to do. I'm going to stand up to our current reality. I swear I'll use my research to make our world a better place.
Aw, good boy, Maruki. Good boy. My point wallet. Worth it. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it. Maruki is very cool. Maruki, I wish I liked you more. That stubble is just a deal breaker. You like a clean-shaven face, do you, Shadow Princess? Give him a calling card now. Actually, Maruki, it's funny you mention that. Maruki is coming after your second career. Nah!
Though, it'll likely be through different means than how the Phantom Thieves reform members of society.
Dearest Daniel, sweetheart, thank you ever so much for continuing your Prime/gift sub. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad you're enjoying the content enough to continue on. Thank you for your kindness. Oh, it's a gift sub from Umbra. Let's go. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you for the support. I'm with Shadow Princess. Shaven faces are just better, in my opinion. I think that beards look good on certain people. Nath, for example, has a beard, and it looks great on him. So I do like it on him. There are some people I think look much better with, like, clean shaven faces, though. Especially if you got the jawline for it, you know what I mean? I'll do my best, too.
Indeed. You have a strong moral compass, never losing sight of your own definition of justice. I'm more grateful than ever to have met a young man like yourself.
Hug me.
Although it's not like this is the last time we'll see one another, still, thank you for everything up to this point.
I am thou.
Ah! Is this a max out? Does this mean we've maxed out our confidant-ship?
Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion.
Cutie cat! How are you? It's good to see you.
Thou hast awakened the ultimate secret of
Aha!
the council, granting thee infinite power.
Let's fucking go! Yes! Maxed it out! Raises the SP recovered from mindfulness. Nice. Alright. Fusion unlocked. You can now fuse Volhumana, the most powerful persona of the Counselor Arcana. Ooh.
I'm going to follow the path that I believe in. I sincerely hope that one day, at the end of that path, I'll be able to aid you as well.
Aww,
even
sweet.
if you just considered it to be meddling in your affairs. Whoops. Looks like we're out of time. We'll meet again though, right?
Of course. Rip free stats from Counselor. True, Shadow Princess. Definitely.
That's right. Hey. No, it's nothing. Best of luck to the both of us.
Well, I would
See
rather
you
know
around.
what you were gonna say, but sure. The fan site's on fire as usual. Anyways, tomorrow's finally it! I hope everyone remembers. The date of our plan? Of course we remember. That means we're sending out the calling card today, right? Yes, today is our only option. The police have yet to actually make a move, but I am certain we have reached our limits.
He wanted to wait as long as possible to make Makoto's sister panic, right?
Yes, taking that into account, today would be the best option. We can speak in more detail about this after school. All right, see y'all at LeBlanc! I'm glad you're home, Cutie Kata. Well done at work today. Wow, there's so many of us now.
Boss said he reserved the place just for us. We're free to drink as much coffee as we want.
Oh god.
Ain't this place always empty though?
That's rude.
You're right.
Just call it a hidden
Palestine!
gem.
Oh, I'll catch you.
We're supposed to be discussing where we should send the calling card.
Considering how big the hype's gotten, she'll probably just think it's a prank, won't she?
I could always put it on Sai-san's desk.
Huh.
People know me there, so I could gain access easily.
Nice.
That's not a good idea. If you're the only one who can get in there, it'll be easily traced back to you.
Also true.
I'll do it. I can just tell her it came for her in the mail. That would be the least
true.
risky method, no matter what she asks. I'll tell her I don't know anything.
But Makoto, that's...
You're our leader, so this will be up to you. Should we leave the calling card to Makoto?
Yeah, I trust her with it.
Is that really the only way?
I'll be okay. I've already traversed far more dangerous ground than this.
We will leave it to you then. Thank you for agreeing to this. I will need to step up my game as well to make up for it.
Very well then. We'll enter from in front of the courthouse. Does 6 o'clock in the evening work for everyone?
Yup, got it. Same as always. Well then, let's get ready for tomorrow. Dismissed.
Ooh, boy. This is exciting. What is this? What the fuck?
Okay.
What's the framing for?
Tomorrow's the final day. All that's left is to carry out the operation that Makoto outlined earlier.
Anyway.
Now, we just need to hand it over. As long as we can get it to Nijima.
Heat wave? I know, right? I love how the bulk of the dialogue options in this game are just different versions of yes and I think so.
Great
Yep.
sinner of jealousy. You have lost yourself amidst your obsession with success. For its sake, you are even willing to promote injustice as justice.
Can I give you a fun fact about the Counselor Arcana? As long as it's not a spoiler, hun, yeah.
From the Phantom Thieves.
I found it in our mailbox.
Might be because it was so close to the beginning of the game, maybe? Maybe. At least the casino is AC'd. That is valid, Vera. That is
To think
valid.
they would send me one. They brand me a criminal and plan to change my heart? What nonsense.
Uh-oh.
They only care about disposing of those who are an inconvenience for them. Fine. I'll just have to catch them first.
And when you do, you're going to interrogate them, right? In some kind of underground room, was it?
Why do you ask?
No reason.
Oh, I just remembered you mentioning something like that before.
That's right. It will be in a special interrogation room underground. My time will be limited, but I will do whatever it takes to make them divulge their secrets.
Ooh.
Let's do this fair and square.
100%, baby. Tad late, but evening. Hi there, Red. How you doing, honey? It's so good to see you.
I should probably be getting back.
Although the I am thou, etc. speeches when unlocking and maxing it out are the same as all the others, Faith, Justice, and Counsel are all voiced by Yoshizawa rather than a certain person whose name begins with L. Spoilers if you haven't finished a certain confidant. Oh, okay, interesting, Shadow Princess. Thank you. That's very interesting.
It's late, but I should contact the director and
I always
let him
love
know
some
about this
VA
calling
trivia.
card. I expect things will calm down a little once this case is over. Once that happens, why don't we go on a trip to some hot springs? Just the two of us.
Sis. I'm on your side. I won't let anyone do anything to you.
Oh, he's in a bad position.
What an odd girl.
Aw.
Do you need to make a call? I'll head up to my room then.
I'm sorry for calling so late. This is Nijima. There's something I need to inform you of. I received a calling card from the Phantom Thieves. It was addressed to me directly and... Stand by? And you've transferred command of the investigation to someone else?
Oh, fuck, dude.
No, of course not. Yes, I understand. I'll remain on standby until further instructions.
Oh.
Please excuse
That
me.
sucks. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Forget about going out tonight. We need to prepare for tomorrow. Dee.
Sorry for the wait. I believe it went well.
Thanks, Mako-chan. It's all going according to plan then.
So, it has finally come to this. I actually feel somewhat nervous. Don't freak out so much that you screw up, alright? You're one to talk. I ask that you go easy on me. Well then, I'll see you tomorrow. Hold on a sec. Crow, go over the operation again before you leave. Is it just as we discussed earlier? It's just as we discussed earlier, is it not?
This battle will decide our future. We must ensure we're fully prepared beforehand. Very well. Our objective is stealing Sai-san's treasure. We will meet at the courthouse at approximately 6 p.m. Good. Want to give us one last word before we go, leader? Let's go all out. We'll be relying on you. What a wonderful, trusting relationship. I will do my best in this as well.
All right. We can't afford any mistakes, especially not this time. Tomorrow's a big day for us, so let's give it our all. Nice.
Let me see here. Sai probably has my favorite voice in this game. She's got a beautiful voice actor, yeah. Just a really pleasant voice to listen to. Red, thank you so much for contributing to the Movie Not Challenge. Saturnus, thank you for the egging of the head. Beautiful bald Tao. Ozzy, thank you for my googly woogly eyes. What a strange thing to say. What a trusting relationship. I know, I was just thinking that you get like, what the fuck does that mean, bruh? Bruh. I'm gonna call it a night, Tao and pals. Keep being awesome. Have a good rest of stream. Thank you so much, Incredible Eisen. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully, we will have the privilege of your company again on Tuesday for Demo Day. Okay, everyone sent the calling card, right? All right, we got nothing else to do then. Actually, can I build some shit?
Okay.
Still need to make this perma-pick thing. Damn.
Yeah.
Daniel, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Wow, what an efficient use of materials. You ended up with even more than I expected. Nice. Bonus picks.
Yes.
Googly-eyed, bald Tao-chan looks like a cartoon villain. I do. I shared my friend Katia's short story with trigger warnings in the Storytime stream thread. Yippee! Thank you so much, Citizen Saturnus. I will have my mods read through it and make sure it is appropriate. Let me see. You're definitely getting better. I can tell just by watching you. I don't need that anymore. I am all-powerful.
Nice.
I saw that. The way you used your hands, you did great. More bonuses for things I don't need anymore. Cutie Cat, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I did post the next 2 Canis chapters in the thread as well. Thank you, Citizen Saturnus. I'm very excited to read them. Hopefully they are appropriate for the precious pals. House of Darkness. Did they have? How rude! I know. Where's Can I talk to anybody here? In case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you in 3. Take a break. This is going to be long. Let's go.
And then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, no, my... I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Wait.
I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all... As lore historian, I proclaim you streamer and head mod. That's cute. Invisible. Ah! It's on the floor. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Oh. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it, Lolbit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Saves like Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch its color. What's this? It's too good. You must be lip syncing. Engage, you're so sweet. Thank you. Mamma mia, way back on the shelf. How could I ever resist the elf? Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story, I would like totally go with this outfit. So, what? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh man. I don't know what that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from you're not even on a bed anymore! Light, no! Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. It's this. I'm so sorry for your soul right now. Poor Strat. Yes, eat the other one. Okay, you have to hold Strat down. He's not allowed to leave the room, is it? Damn, well done, Save, well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Ooh, mate. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen. Save, get on screen! Good, thank you for listening.
Convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute, and Nick said a dune buggy, which I actually agree more. Actually, a dune
Hi,
buggy.
cuties. Welcome back.
Yeah, some kind of
I'm excited to see what becomes of us inside calling carded palace. I will let you guys finish your words, and then we will jump on over Persona. Hi, amazing Aussie. Welcome in.
Total ripped ears. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, like
Precious
a slice
Patricia,
of my
welcome
pizza, and then a
on back.
slice of their pepperoni pizza, and then that person's slice of vegetarian pizza, and that person's slice of sweet chili chicken pizza. And I just stack them on top of each other and eat like a burger, and they go, "What the fuck, Tao?" It's the best. Okay, it's the fucking best, and no one understands.
Excellent attempt there, and over we go. We are honored to welcome back, a lovely light. All right, time for some ubbies for Patricia. Good, Patricia. For Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. For Umbra, welcome back. How are you? And Nick's Mental Slice Down Slice uppies. Good. Nick's house stream been great. Having a grand old time. Enjoying this game very much. Lovely Liff. Uppies. Yee. Good Liff. Amazing Umbra uppies. Yee. Good Umbra. Cutie cat. Welcome back, uppies. Yee. Good Kata. Been amazing. Awesome. I'm so happy to hear. Surely this will be VA'd. Yep.
What kind of game will it be this time? No matter what you bring out, we will emerge victorious.
You're making a grave mistake if you think you have me cornered. I only guided you here because this place allows me to fight to my heart's content.
Sis.
When my father died in the line of duty, I hated his killer from the bottom of my heart. Dying to uphold justice sounds virtuous, but the ones left behind have to clean up the mess. Can you imagine the hardships I had to endure?
Perhaps I had overestimated her. I thought her reasoning would have been more noble somehow.
She's lost control. This is wrong.
Justice cannot yield to evil. I must win, no matter what.
This is nothing more than self-righteousness.
All we need to do to determine who is right is battle. Now, why don't we begin?
What? Whoa.
Huh. A roulette board.
Clash of brute strength is simply uncalled for on this stage.
What is she intending?
No more coins or playing games. We ain't following your damn rules.
Oh, you will. There is no room for negotiation. You will know soon enough.
What was that?
Now come at me.
You'll save her, right?
All right, everyone, be on alert.
May the best player win.
All right, let's do it.
Oh boy, okay. Well.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Yeah, I don't got shit. I don't got shit. Oh yeah, this is my avoid everything bird mode. I will give it a shot. I feel like it would be fitting for her sister to be weak to her nuke, or to be resistant to it. Okay, or she's just normal.
How's this?
Wow, she is tanky.
Persona.
May the best player win.
Roulette time. Bet HP. Oh fuck. Oh, is that the only way to do this? Is to bet HP?
Now let us play a game of roulette.
Huh.
The stakes will be our lives.
I wonder if this means that if she wins, we split, you know, 50 HP or whatever we're gonna bet, and if we win, then she takes that damage. I'm not sure.
Acts of violence are forbidden here. One must follow the rules.
We already told you. There's no way we're gonna follow your rules anymore.
That's fine by me. Such troublesome people will just face the penalty.
There's a penalty for not spinning the roulette. What should we do?
Not spinning the roulette. Where's the roulette option? Can I target something else? No, I can't. Is this gonna deflect back on me?
Ah, so you've broken the rules.
Probably.
In that case, it's time you be penalized.
Gambling? Hell yeah. I know of a way to stun Sai. Sai! I'm marrying Makoto! Time to poke for weaknesses. Exactly.
Cheaters get punished.
Joker!
Oh, fuck!
What? This is the penalty?
Whoa.
Those who cannot follow rules are not to be tolerated. That is simply how society operates.
Joker, your health is low. Watch out!
I think we've got a healing thing, don't we?
Let's go.
I'm breaking.
Thank you so much.
Brad, didn't you play through this? Don't break the rules, Tao. I'll try. Naughty, naughty. I know of an even better way to stun Sai. Oh, Sai, I'm marrying you. I wonder if status effect can do anything. Okay, no, she just blocked.
This is your penalty.
Oh, well, shit. Okay, sorry, I take it back. Well, damn. I did, but I never took the penalty before. What? How? How did you never? How is that possible? All right, I clearly need to, help out here. I played through this too, but I was never brazen enough to attack when she signposted and not do that. Valid. I just blocked. Oh, good call. I won't spoil it for you what you have to do here. Yeah, I'll probably figure it out.
Now, the time has come for our first round. Choose where you will place your bet.
I'm almost positive she's going to try and cheat. But even if we bring that up, she'd just ignore us. We should go along with the game for now, and try to gain evidence on her methods of cheating.
I agree.
Predict which pocket the ball will fall into before your turn begins. Various bonuses will be applied to the enemies or your allies depending on the outcome. Greater bonuses will be given for our more difficult predictions, carefully considering the flow of battle when determining where you place your bet.
Well, how will you bet?
How should I bet? A risky high return bet or a safe low return bet? Bet on pockets 25 to 36. Sure, why the fuck
Have you
not?
made your decision? Then let's see the results.
Oh, fuck. Boo. Maybe I'll take damage from that. Ah, howie.
You lost. Have
Ooh.
you figured anything out, Joker?
Most certainly have.
How
I'm
is she
lying.
doing it?
The pockets are drawings? There's a glass lid? I don't know, let's just, sure, that.
You're right.
Aha!
It did seem like the ball floated for a split second there.
How humiliating.
Let's catch her in the act so she can't talk her way out of it. Have someone snipe the pocket when that glass lid appears. You're in charge of choosing who's gonna be the sniper.
You must stop my sister.
I need to expose her trickery. Should I send someone to do it?
As
Yeah.
long as I get close, even this gun should work.
Leave it to me.
As long
I
as
need
get
Akechi
close,
for res.
Roger, I'm
So.
on it.
May the best player win.
Bet money. I don't want to bet money. I also don't want to bet my
Display
life,
on
but
the
hey.
monitor changed. That must mean the betting changes every time.
I see. So this time we won't take damage. We'll take monetary, financial harm. Joker almost went out. True. Let me, I have so many of these lifestone things, dude.
Okay.
Good guess, phew. Yeah, that was very much a guess. Thank you for the multiple choice options, game. I mean,
Thank you.
I totally intended that to happen.
The sniper is in their designated spot. All that's left is to wait for the next roulette spin.
Very well, time to make your bet. Well,
let's do a high return one. Maybe this will help out this time. Do I get a bazillion buckaroos from her? Ha! Fuck yeah. Nice. 9 grand? Let's go. 9 G's?
what?
Yes, yeah.
Joker! What was that about fair and square? You were totally cheating. You coward. What are you so quiet for? Say something.
Shut up! Shut up!
Oh. We'll attack you, dude. Oh! Whoa! Metal! Literally everything metal, including chest armor? Whoa! This is some shit from Mad Max, bro. Whoa.
I am the law. I am everything. No one in this world deserves to win except for me.
She got that spiky chest plate. She sure does. Looking. Don't care. Still marry it.
You still dare to defy my justice. Then
Oh yeah, it looks like something from Borderlands. You are right, Nix.
This is my sister's true nature. No.
Reminiscent of Madonna from the 90s, anyone? I've played in Platinumed Royal 3 times, soon to be 4. Nice, Nexus, that's
Finally
sick.
back to a normal fight. Good luck, Joker.
Okay, we're back to a normal fight. Or not. What is happening now?
What? The roulette
Oh.
has changed?
Oh.
little punks.
Ooh, yikes. Oh man, if she hits me right now, I'm
She's way
so
more
fucking
powerful
dead.
than before. Don't underestimate her.
I have my persona on right now that's gonna like diffuse a lot of stuff, but we shall see. I need, does she have a, yeah, she has a medium, yeah, let's use some recovery. Haha, woof! Can I confuse a boss? No, I literally cannot. Okay.
Taste my wrath.
How do you handle blessed damage? That wheel is probably going to land on either what's going to be her weakness or what's going to be her strength, I'd imagine. I guess we'll see which one. Are you weak to Psy now, or are you...
Justice has revealed to me. I must decimate these evil minds.
Ah, okay, so that's her strength. Owie. Ah! Okay, hopefully she... Oh, wow, she still took a lot of damage from that. So does that... okay, so we know she's strong against that. Alright, I guess I probably need to switch out personas now. Fire? Fire! Damn, she's resistant to that. I need her for my healing at the moment, to be honest.
My thanks.
Jackpot. I mean, she could be weak to Psy and powerful to Psy. Because we know that she is... Oh, actually, we don't know jack shit about her gun. Okay, I missed. Cool, great. Okay, what about curse damage? How are you gonna feel about this? Oh, God, resistant that too. Owie. How did she handle my fire? She's strong against it. God damn. I actually realized I don't have very many personas on me right now, which is really stupid. I should have definitely had more personas on me. God, she's I think she's just resistant to everything, isn't she? Ah! What about nuking? I really need someone to... Okay, she wasn't resistant to that at least. Ah! Okay, I should have known that was gonna happen. Ow. Almighty? Some almighty damage? Like...
My skills exceed yours.
Or physical? Wait, no. She's strong against physical. What about gun? Resistant to his PQs. Owie. Okay, owie. Okay, I really need to heal people up. Fuck! Do I have anybody here who's gonna be able to help me out with healing? Bruh, I am not prepared for this battle, actually. These are all my personas. I don't even have half of what I need to have. I could heavy almighty, but... Ugh. Yeah, that's true. I don't even have a nuking persona on me, bruh. Would you like a hint? Not right now. I'm kind of doing my thing where I like feel things out first, and then I'll probably wind up doing it a second round when I get it better. Tau not prepared until I get. That is true. I don't even think you have but about half your full possible stock. 100% correct. That is exactly right. I actually remember distinctly being like, I better make sure that I don't... Okay, she keeps on attacking Makoto, so maybe I can attack her?
My vision.
We might actually just use a piece of health here. I even looked at the Velvet Room. It's true. Oh, that's pretty cool. That was good. Could just keep doing that. My SP is going away. Let's see. Just a hint, do you understand the elements attack in this game? Like, which is weak to which? Well, I always look at this thing. Like, so, but the problem is I don't have any personas that are wind or electric on me, and none of my companions at the moment do either. So I can't test those ones. Everything else, it's powerful too, which sucks. But I could just keep on deflecting.
Allow me.
Yeah, no hints until the streamer asks for it, please. I'll just do this again. Okay, now it's roulette time. So then does it, I'm guessing it probably resets all of her stats then. Or not the stats. Yes, she repels that. I'm gonna run out of SP real quick on Joker and Akechi. I can drink this stuff. This is working so far, so I'm gonna. Oh, that's already in effect. Sick. Almighty is very SP hungry. I mean, it makes sense since nothing is like resistant to it, right? So they're like, yeah, if you're gonna use that and be lazy, which I am, then you will suffer for it. Okay, she's nukeable. Well, we're nukeable.
My justice has revealed to me. I must purge all evil at an atomic level.
Almighty element moves tend to drink SP like water. Yeah, 100%. Ha! Oh! Nice. Okay. So she will repel that. I guess she's probably... Do I have anybody who's got Psy on me right now? No. Fuck, dude. I just made this way harder on myself. Thank you for the care package, Precious Patricia. Do I have anything that will repel Psy? Not at the moment. Okay. Nope, sorry, not that one. Okay, that's gonna repel. So, oh, now you can be our healer.
My thanks.
Thank you so much.
Psy hopefully will do something this time.
How's this?
Nice. Very cute. We might get through this. I don't know how many phases she has, but there's a possibility of getting through this, but it'll be slow and boring because I don't have the right setup.
Only victory matters.
Uh-oh. I think I jinxed it.
Might make right. No matter what happens here, I need to keep winning.
Thank you for the lurk, sweetest Red. Oh yeah, go clean the dinner plate and refill the water.
Why?
It's not helping our SP consumption that the only almighty moves we have on tap is AoE. It's true. Yeah, that does suck. Owie. You suck. You suck, bitch.
That's not right.
I'll play around with healing here.
Thanks. Strong and impervious to nuclear attack, Persona. Let's go.
I'm grateful.
So for that little slip. This is a part of me.
Almost 50% down. Sai, if you don't stop this rampage, you ain't coming to the wedding! Oh, missed! Yeah, bitch, suck it! Kind of double-edged talk here. In Japan, the prosecutor's office is under intense pressure to perform to the point where they won't prosecute unless they can guarantee a win. Saying she has to win is so sad. Yeah, that's true. That is quite tragic. Do I have, oh my god, like literally anything else, man? She's strong to everything else. Or resistant at least. I'm tempted to just use, okay, I definitely don't want to have Kitty Cat out. I know that she's resistant to it, but I gotta stop sucking up my SP. So I might just do this. Sigh. Hey, sigh, I get it. You got her health down to less than half. Yeah! Like I said, if there's not like a second phase that just demolishes us, like I think we will probably win. It's just a matter of, it's gonna be very long and boring. Very arduous. As a result, they have crazy high conviction rate, like 98, 99%. Yeah, it's true, it's true.
My skills exceed yours.
Ah! Ouch! Ah.
Let's go. Go down.
Wow, we're just missing now. Holy.
Let's go.
I need some heals, pretty please.
Sorry for the trouble for that little slip. Persona. Behold.
I'll tell you what though, I prefer something like this over what Hottie's dad made us do. That was such a pain in the fucking ass. Oh good. Broke the 3 figures. Time for roulette! Let's see how fucked we are now. Oh, she's spinning, she's spinning. Space Boss is honestly my least favorite. Oh, by far. I would rather have a boring, slow burn like this than dealing with that garbage boss again.
Thank you so much.
This is gonna take a while. Anyone want to play Uno? I don't feel like that long, jeez. Okumaro's boss is probably the hardest in the game as decided by multiple community polls. Yeah, hardest and also just like the worst as well. Like there's difficult and then there's like actual garbage and I feel like that one's garbage. All right, where does this land? Oh, that's not good. That's quite bad.
What in the
Fuck.
world?
I'm right. I'm always right. That's why I have to be the victor. All who stand in my way will be crushed.
Uh-oh.
Winning is all that matters.
Cringing, cringing. Ow! Oh, fuck! Oh my god, she missed me. Whoa, okay. We're gonna need to, Do I have, wait, I thought I had a, do I have something for this? Like a res? I do not, because of course I fucking don't. Oh my god. Ah!
Some other way.
Where's the... You still got this, she's almost done! Well... 20 HP, where is it? Where's a, do I not have a revive? Oh, I do. No, that's not it. Where's the revive stuff? I thought I had a few of them. Oh, okay, I have revival beads. I will put you up here.
I'll repay you somehow.
9 hours, Persona! Thank you for the 15 biddies, sweetheart. Welcome on in. It's good to see you. Alrighty.
What's my next move?
What is your next move?
Let's go.
I'm grateful.
Yeah, you gotta bring her back.
Thank you.
Die on my blade.
Oh my god, owie!
Hold on.
Your next move is not dying. That's true. That is my goal. That is the goal right now.
Use my persona.
Very helpful.
Bring my boy Mona next time, so you don't have to worry about healing. Yeah, I haven't used Mona since I was able to replace him. Let's see. Dime! I'm not joking. I've lost many runs due to this boss's roulette wheel. I believe that. Even in speedruns, this and Okuma are just a test of, hey, does the game RNG like you? Oh, that sucks. That's a shame. Oh, she's reset. She's reset some of this stuff? Oh no, she's just not. Oh, I understand. Okay, I see.
Behold!
Well, in that case, heavy. She's not deflecting shit anymore, which is good for me. Thank you for the care package, Osmosi. Ow. Okay, I've got insta-kill stuff, but maybe I can use this big Kit Kat and his fire.
Go down.
You have got to do some healing.
Okay.
I'm grateful.
Thank you so much.
She's almost dead. Welcome back, Red.
Persona. How's this?
Persona.
Let's try a curse, maybe? Woof.
I just need to win. As long as I can win. That's all that matters.
She's almost dead. Woof.
Sis.
Die.
Oh god, here we go. Oh fuck, she took down Makoto. Oh no. Oh, nice! Oh, blocks, misses everywhere. Let's go. I guess more fire. And I need Akechi to. Oh, get him, girl! Yeah! Showtime it up!
Run. Leave it to me.
Have we seen this one? She's crazy, dude. Yes! Amazing. Exceptional work. Yes. Fingers are slowly improving. It seems rest was best for them. That's good, sweetie. The Showtime finish. Amaze. Yes! Amazing.
All right. Level up.
Haru is an axe murderer. I think she is. But cute, though. Never doubted.
So I've lost.
A little bit.
That's only a shadow. Why are you so...
Standing there with the Showtime. True.
Sorry.
We'll go
Veggie,
grab the
come on.
treasure.
Makoto?
I don't think it's wrong to bring light to evils which can't be judged by law. That's all the Phantom Thieves have been trying to do too. But these aggressive investigations...
Shut up, Akechi! Exactly.
The truth for your own personal gain?
1 second, let me allow this one through. Sorry, the aggression thing is dumb. It's not an easy boss. Oh, thank you, Steve.
Please.
Yeah, it was. I apologize.
Back to the feelings you had when you first wanted to
I feel bad because I feel like it was very boring to watch, but we got through it. You know, it was just a short, not short. It was just very long. So sorry about that. Great work. Thank you. I don't even remember her treasure, but imagine if it's like a world's best lawyer mug. That would be kind of wholesome. I don't think I can forgive you, Tao, for beating up Goth Sai Mommy, but then you wouldn't be able to forgive me for not beating the game either, right? You did really well despite coming super under Arsenal. Thank you, Doppel.
Think about your justice, sis.
My justice.
Try to remember how you used to be.
How?
Nijima-san. She's just like my father. What caused them to change like this?
Ambition. Greed.
Even though their own desires were the cause, succumbing to such distorted thoughts is strange. Is there another reason they don't know of?
We found it.
The investigation will
Oh,
now
it's
be
her
able
little-
to proceed. The suspicions against you will be lifted as well. This deal we made? was a great experience for me. To think that I, a detective, would act alongside the Phantom Thieves.
It's better for something to be a little boring to watch than for something that is secondhand and stressful to watch. You know, that is very valid, very fair. We're literally in the middle of a boss fight. Guys, is it too late to go back home? I left my gun there. Want to continue that?
By no means. This shall be the end of our working together.
Oh,
that
that's
was
a bummer.
part of our promise. You haven't forgotten, have you?
Yeah, I just thought maybe you'd change your mind.
All right, we don't need to stay here any longer.
You keep an eye on
You
sight.
alright?
Someone shot her. Or, well, not her, but...
Let's go.
Okumura.
Huh? Enemy readings. When did
Oh. Oh.
They're gathering outside.
Ah.
For real? What the hell's going on?
Look at those numbers.
This doesn't look good.
We defeated the palace ruler and even stole the treasure, yet the shadows are still restless. It doesn't make any sense. What's going on
Is
here?
it the intruder from Okumura's place?
There are more coming? This'll be dangerous if we don't do something.
Huh? We need to go now. Those guys in black suits are almost here. We'll be done for if we get surrounded.
A team this large would be discovered immediately. We had best split up for our escape. Although, we'll need someone to act as a decoy. No, that's too dangerous.
I'll do it.
Joker? Are you planning on distracting them by yourself?
Let him do it, Queen. He's quiet. Once his mind's made up, he's not gonna take no for an answer. I'm sure you ain't gonna die. It's you we're talking about here.
Please don't do anything reckless, okay?
I'll never forgive you if you don't make it back.
We still haven't fulfilled our deal, remember?
Even more are coming.
This truly is a painfully reluctant parting.
It seems we had best hurry.
We'll see you later.
Ah. Oh. Wait, was the opening to the game in a palace? No. Wait, is that how that's working? Lucy, welcome on in. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Oh, shit. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, interesting. Wait, does that mean she's questioning us in her palace? Or no, huh. That's a very cool touch. That's really interesting.
He's here. Moving immediately.
Huh. And that's why we're also being the Ooh, that's cool. That's how do we do this single hand, like one-handed? Oh.
I am Arsene, another you that exists within. Ah, we meet once
Yes, I definitely forgot about you, Arsene. I'm so sorry.
You have progressed well through your recollections. Last spring, you awakened to this furious power.
You could have put it together when you first got into the palace. You remembered the finer details of the opening. Well, I did remember that, like, it felt familiar, but I didn't realize that it was still, for some reason, I did not even contemplate that it could have been in Sai's palace. Interesting. Remember this guy from 100 hours ago? I do. I do.
Now, use that power and defeat the enemies before you.
Comparing.
Great. Let's do that again. Yeah. Oh, Arsene.
Your fate will soon be determined. Recall everything. Remember the bonds you have forged with your friends. If you are fated to continue past this point, then we shall surely meet again.
If you're fated to continue past this point. As opposed to not being fated?
Okay, pull out before their backup gets here.
it's Kasumi.
I'll end this right now.
Oh.
Joker, it's her! She's the weird reading I've been getting!
I thought you didn't want to join us! I look so cool with my mask, dude. You have an Uno reverse? We do! The lag is killing my audio.
My weak self relied on you so
cool.
much. That ends today.
Haha, that's sick.
Let's do this, senpai.
Ah, I love the smirk on my face. That's such a good expression. The best Kohai has appeared. True.
It's been a while since we last fought side by side.
Thank you for my pal hat, Nix. Let's see here.
But this time, it's my turn to come to your aid, senpai. Now let's win this.
Do I have info on these guys? I think I do. Yeah, weak to nukes, weak to light, weak to nukes. I don't have. I don't have that shit. Well, actually, these don't count as bosses, right? Can I just Damn, they do count as bosses. Okay. Jesus, get him. Yeah! Blow him up! Yeah! They never saw it coming. Make sure to save. Was I able to save there? I thought that I had to be in like a safe room or something. Yikes.
Something wrong? The exit
After?
should be
Okay.
up ahead.
You're there.
Will do, lovely dime.
That's just how it is. After that commotion, the bottom floor is completely closed off. Hey, can you make it?
Over there! There's nowhere to run!
Whee!
See ya.
What a show off. You're so reckless, you know that?
And then. Oof.
Enemies here?
What's wrong?
These readings. It can't be.
What happened?
An ambush? Joker, can you handle this?
Joker!
Oh no!
There's only 1,000.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Dawn. Oof. Shit. Ow.
Still struggling. Suspect secure.
Stop! You violated the law.
Find some kid. You have your teammate to thank for this.
Your
you were
teammate?
sold out.
Huh? Did they say that in the first bit too? Or does it just mean something new to me because I trusted everybody? Yes, trigger my extreme trust issues. Do it! Do it! Yes, yes, he did. I swear to God. Saving is highly suggested as the story will progress greatly soon. Yes, we will save. I'll save over this one.
And thus, Joker swore he would never be defeatable by large crowds of people ever again. Thus we get P5 Strikers XD.
Wake him up. No dozing off. You still don't get it, do you? Give it up! Come on, cooperate. What? You want another shot? Huh? What about the camera?
Vtuber.
Are you thinking it can be used as video evidence? Did you hear my question? Answer!
Ow. Fuck.
Obstruction of justice, blackmail, defamation, possession of weapons. Manslaughter too, yeah? Talk about the works. To think that all those crimes were led by a punk like this. And you seem to be enjoying every second of it. Huh?
Joe said thank you very much for the biddies.
Place. Sign here. It's a confession under your name.
No. No?
I see.
I do kill me? I'm like 15 or whatever. Ah!
I don't care if you end up losing a leg.
That's not even a fountain pen!
Expect to walk out of here in one piece. We are going to make you understand. One must take full responsibility for their actions.
Uh-oh. Shit.
Excuse me, but this area's off.
I'm Nijima from the public prosecutor's office.
Read everything very carefully as these choices are important. Okay. That's a weird signature. Just says all of Joey Wheeler's money. Hi, Otando. Welcome on in.
What business do you have here?
Just let me through. It's urgent. There's something I need to confirm with the suspect.
Nijima-san, I believe this case is no longer in your jurisdiction. Besides...
You prosecutor sign Nijima? There's a call from your director. Hurry and get it over with. To be frank, you're being an inconvenience.
To be frank, shut the fuck up.
I thought I ordered you to stand by.
I'm responsible for this case, yet I'm not even being allowed an interrogation?
I'm calling because I knew you'd bring it up.
I will not be convinced unless I confirm it for myself.
Oh man, now we're gonna be late for school!
This is my case.
Good luck to you then. Don't be expecting much, though.
Prosecutor, I forgot to mention something important. Your time will be cut short. We can't permit you to talk with him for long.
Hug currently beat up Joker. Thank you, Joseph. He could use it.
It's for your own sake. His methods are unknown. After all, we don't even know if it's safe to simply meet and speak with him.
I understand.
Huh.
Well done on making it this far, inmate.
We fall asleep at the desk?
Now that you have traversed
Or
your
is it the
long,
drug?
perilous recollection, you truly have entered the present. The
Okay,
effects of
we
that
are.
drug are going to wear off soon. This is your golden opportunity. You must grasp the truth that will save you from the brink of ruin. The evil influence who wishes you dead is fast approaching. If you want to win this unreasonable game, if you wish to take back your stolen future, recall the bonds you formed with your allies, and grasp the truth that will save you from the brink of ruin.
Huh. Okay.
I see.
The person I'm watching loved my room. I've been given affection. Aw, congrats, Lucy. How good, how good. I love this implies that the last 200 hours of gameplay all take place during a single 10-minute interview. True, actually.
So that's what led to your ending up here. What a disappointing end to the hero of justice.
Thank you for the care package, Lizzie.
I still can't believe it. But I now have a general idea of the methods you used for your crimes. There's much more I'd like to ask, but my allotted time is nearly up. I do have a suggestion, though. Care to strike a deal? If you cooperate with me, I'll consider lightening your sentence.
Huh. What do you want?
I have a responsibility to solve this case. I will win, even if it means brokering a deal with you. Your operation was leaked and you failed to change my heart. There's no point in being obstinate now. You've corrupted the order of this country and caused an uprising against its very existence. You'll most likely be given life imprisonment or the death penalty, unless you accept my proposal. Going forward, I will read a list of people who are closest to you and this case. Tell me honestly whether or not the following are involved with the Phantom Thieves. First, the friend who you've been with since the day you transferred to Shujin, Ryuji Sakamoto. One of the victims of the Kamoshida case, An Takamaki. Ichiryusai Madarame's pupil, Yusuke Kitagawa.
What's her reaction gonna be when she comes across Makoto?
The daughter of Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba Sakura. The heiress to the Okumura Foods legacy and daughter of its CEO, Haru Okumura. And the frequently probing student council president of Shujin Academy, Makoto Nijima. Those are your accomplices in the Phantom Thieves case, are they not?
I don't wanna out them. We did save for a reason, right? So like, if I have to just click through everything else, we could. I don't want to tell her the truth. I won't say never heard of him, but I don't want to say that's right either. No.
So you won't sell out your friends. Then let me change the question. I find it hard to believe that high schoolers could have pulled off these crimes by themselves. Were there not others outside of your direct group who encouraged your crimes or lent their aid? Not to repeat myself, but remember that your life will be forfeit if your sentence is not lightened. You had the cooperation of people outside your group, did you not? Can you tell me about them?
No.
I see. So you won't speak a word about either your teammates or your collaborators. Do you even understand the position that you're in?
Yeah, but you can't get anybody else if I'm the one who's in prison, right?
Let's discuss one other person.
Oh boy.
Goro Akechi. There are reports that he was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves as well. Might he be a part of your team too?
God, I hope he didn't sell us out. But he might have. Someone did. That's what they said. Ooh. Might he be a part of your team too? I mean, all of these are no. Like, nope, nope, nope. So I'll just say nope.
So Goro Akechi wasn't one of you. Very well. So be it. You clearly have no intention of bargaining with me. Even now, you're still acting as though you're a hero of justice. Your teammates have sacrificed you in order to escape, yet you wish to defend their honor? Why won't you talk about them?
It's wrong.
Don't be ridiculous. You're the one who's made wrong choices.
You call this justice?
Justice? Then tell me, what is this justice you speak of?
Saving others.
Saving others? What an awfully simple response. You continue to stand firm. Are you implying that we have no evidence on you? You're right. We have nothing. And it doesn't help that your story sounds like a fairy tale. But many people have fallen victim to this. We need to learn the truth. The truth, huh? I don't even know what's right anymore. And it's all due to your strange story.
You still doubt me?
After all this, you're still...
The drug is starting to wear off.
Are you listening? The side effects of the truth serum should be wearing off. I won't be deceived by such a poor act.
I won't be deceived. I feel like I'm forgetting something important.
I realized it too then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right?
Akechi
There's
like
no
pancakes.
way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
That's true.
Hey, can you hear me? It seems your mind is clearing up. But unfortunately, my time has run out. Although I find your story to be quite interesting, I won't be able to speak with you any longer.
I'd fold the size so fast. Sorry guys, I'm very engaged in this. Lucy, gonna head to bed. It's almost 4 a.m. Oh shit, absolutely, hun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. It was a pleasure meeting you as well. I hope we'll have the privilege of your company again in the not too distant future, hun. Tau does not want any help right now with absolutely no spoilers. 100% true. I actually do have Red in here. Red, if you you've played this before, so Red, if you see anybody spoiling things, please immediately ban them. I really don't want to have spent 150 hours on this and then you have a spoiler. So yeah, thank you so much, Red. I appreciate it. No questions asked. If there was a spoiler, get rid of it. Thank you. Don't worry, lock in. Okay, there were members of chat seemingly trying to spoil, but as long as no one has done it, like I don't appreciate the jokes and stuff, particularly in a really critical period like this. But yes, Red, we will trust you to make sure nothing gets spoiled. You're giving up.
Huh? What are you getting at? That's right. No matter the results of this case, I won't be receiving credit. I even had to call in a large favor just to conduct this interrogation.
Interrogation room. That's right. If I remember.
So, how did that thing we asked you to look into go? Nijima mentioned a special interrogation room, didn't she? Good. It looks like we can make this work if we lure them there.
Hey. Hey, are you listening? Our time's up. We're done talking here. Goodbye.
Why did you come here?
Why? Because this is my job. Don't ask me such odd questions. Anyhow, there's one last thing I want to ask you. There's something that's been bothering me for some time now. Recently, I was removed from my post as head of this investigation and was told to remain on standby.
Oh shit, you know, I just realized we need to turn off raids. Give me just a second. One moment, please. Yes, you guys, this is your one and only warning. If you spoil anything about this game that we have not yet reached, Red, my mod, who is on duty at the moment, will immediately ban you. There is no warning, okay? Just don't spoil.
A short while later, I received word you were caught in the act, within some bizarre phenomenon. But that was all I was told. You were told someone sold you out, correct?
Yeah.
That's true. Who could it have been? Don't you have any idea?
Red. Sold out. That's right. There's something I need to do.
My suspicions were true in the end. Still, to think his true intention was to sell us out. All that's left is to figure out a way to hand it over. It's all up to you, leader.
Hand it over?
The smartphone, duh. We've been talking about it this whole time. Giving him the phone without arousing suspicion will be easier said than done. We'll be counting on you to pull this one off.
What's wrong? Might you have an idea as to who sold you out?
I'm starting to remember.
What do you recall? If you know something, you must tell me. I won't allow things to end like this.
Phone.
You mean this? I've been told the lock on it is quite complicated, but it's only a matter of time until it's cracked. What's so important about this smartphone? Are you going to unlock it and show me the data?
Let's let her sleep. She hasn't slept for days while she's been getting that app ready.
Huh.
Now we gotta figure out a way to show him the phone.
Him?
Makoto and the others should have told you. I'm talking about the true culprit here. You know, the traitor.
Hey, what are you trying to get at here? And what about this smartphone?
Show it to the traitor.
The traitor?
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that room, my task will be simple. And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life.
Please. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to?
Not a teammate.
Not a teammate? My God. You're referring to him, aren't you?
You need to trust me.
What are you plotting? I can't even begin to fathom it. But it appears my time is up. This is as far as our conversation can go. This will be my last involvement with this case. Very well. I've listened to your whole story, so I may as well play along to the end. And that honest look in your eyes. I used to view the world the same way too once. I'll place my bet on you. I just need to show him the phone, right?
feel as if Sai finally understands me.
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of judgment, granting thee infinite power.
Maxed out. Let's go.
All right. All right.
We got Satan. Sick.
I'll be going now. What good will this do, though? Akechi-kun? Why are you here?
Why do you seem so surprised?
I needed my director to step in to get access, and I was directly responsible for
shit,
this
did they
case.
pass it on to a teenager?
How did you get approval?
I'm the head of the case, Sai.
The same reason you did. I am heading up
Fuck,
the investigation
yeah.
team after all.
Oof. Wow, that's gonna sting.
It's only natural I'd have the right to interrogate our culprit as well, don't you think?
They assigned you command?
Oh, that sucks. A high schooler? Ouchie.
That was a joke, of course. I'm merely here to assist with the public security interrogation. I am surprised it's this far underground, though.
Okay, that's good.
There
That
aren't
would have
any others
sucked.
incarcerated here, yes? Nobody would ever know if things got a little violent.
If I remember correctly, didn't you say there was another culprit besides the Phantom Thieves?
That was but a lie I spread to set them up. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I had deceived you too, Sai-san. After all, if you wish to trick your enemies, you must first trick your allies.
So it was you. You're the one who sold out the Phantom Thieves. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to? My God. You're referring to him, aren't you?
Is there a problem?
I did think that was his voice.
Akechi-kun, does this phone look familiar to you?
Hmm? Excuse me? What is this phone?
It belonged to the leader of the Phantom Thieves. I believe you'll need it for your investigation.
Not personally. I was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves myself, remember?
True. This is undoubtedly a great accomplishment. Good luck in there.
That light woman. Whoa, yikes, holy shit. Oof. Him, TM, true. Sicko time. Insano style.
May I ask that you accompany me? Going in unarmed to interrogate a murderer makes me uncomfortable.
Oh! Oh! He don't give a fuck.
I owe you for all of this. Thanks. That's right. You and your little friends were vital to our plan, and now it will be completed. Your popularity truly was quite stunning.
Akechi, I wanted to like you so bad,
That just
dude.
made using you all the more worthwhile.
Ah. Why are you fucking insane and evil? Wow, he just fully killed that dude. Damn. Not a single fuck given.
Have you finally pieced it all together? Case closed. This is how your justice ends.
Is that a game over? I guess that's a fucking game over. Wow. Damn, he really does not. Oh. You really don't give a fuck. That's crazy, dude. Wow. Why is stuff still happening? What the fuck?
There's an insane amount of Akechi x Akira yaoi, even with this nonsense going on.
Scary. Scary that people love murderers being with the, oh my god, that sucked. Wait, did he get put into the metaverse? Or are we in a... Huh. What the fuck?
Shido-san. My job is
Oh
complete.
god, he's friendos with Shido.
I've told you not to call me by name.
Ooh, this guy
Regardless,
sucks.
all that's left is to deal with the remnants.
The continued deaths of these teenagers would be a bit much, don't you think?
I like that he's his portrait has changed probably permanently.
I considered making it appear they had a falling out, but that would only amplify public frenzy. It would be best to have each of them meet with an unfortunate accident once the storm blows over.
Is there any possibility they'll want to avenge their leader?
No chance. They're nothing but cattle anyway. They have no backbone without his guidance. I will keep my eye on them just in case, though.
I'll be counting on you.
They will live their lives cowering in fear of death. An apt punishment for obstructing our work.
Bro,
Make sure to
he's
kill
so
that strange cat
evil.
once you find it as well.
Understood. Though I doubt there's anything to worry about. It's merely a cat, after all.
Holy.
More importantly, they should be dealing with the suicide right about now. Things will become quite busy once the word gets out. I'll need to prepare my comments on the matter.
I must be prepared to deal with it on my end as well. Beyond that, what of the director of the Special Investigations Unit?
Perhaps he'll be struck by a mysterious illness sometime soon.
Oh.
No, it can't be. Even me. God damn it.
The glass shattering, what was that about? In what was that about?
Beep, 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 beep,
What
beep.
was all that about, showing him this phone? The Phantom Thief Alibaba? Who is this?
I am Alibaba, a member of the Phantom Thieves. I inquire as to your justice, Sai Nijima.
How do they know I have this?
Goro Akechi is evil.
Yeah.
He didn't come to interrogate the captured Phantom Thief. He came to kill him.
Yeah, go check right now.
He stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
Don't trust the guard either. He's an accomplice as well.
He's also fucking dead.
I'll tell you detailed steps to take.
Isn't he?
You must save him.
You want me to save him? What is it?
Nothing. Anyway, what brings you here? I thought you were done with your business.
Did anyone else stop by? Nobody?
There'd be no reason for anyone else to come down here.
So Akechi may be evil and super on it, but whoever the fuck they hired for $5 an hour is clearly not.
Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
So it's all true.
Of course it's true. Is something the matter?
It's Akechi-kun. He had to take a sudden call, so he won't be able to make it down today.
Huh?
I've been asked to handle things instead.
Huh.
You? But...
You kept putting the metaverse? What was that?
If you stay here, they'll likely get rid of you to eliminate any evidence. I suggest you go into hiding at once if you value your life.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't say a word of what transpired here. Trust nobody. Forget this ever happened.
And now we return to our continued report. This morning, the police have announced that they've detained a suspect who may in fact be the leader of the
He failed his perception check.
The suspect is reported to be a young
Anshon,
man who's...
can I get you to look over here?
I'm sorry.
So he got caught. That group sure was something.
Yeah.
So the next shoot got me thinking. How about we have you do an idle thing, you know? That cool?
What a surprise. To think that the one behind all this is just a minor. But considering how quickly they announced his arrest, the police must surely be confident in the outcome of this case.
Well, I'll be. Goodness, look at you now. It's been a while, Ryuji.
Huh?
You stopped visiting so abruptly, everyone was worried about you. It's your second year, right? Are you still doing track and field? I'd love to see you run again.
Also, the young man continues to remain silent, refusing to implicate any potential accomplices. However, considering the number of charges brought against him...
I wonder if something happened.
Yeah.
You seem stumped for once. Not feeling it today?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not chiding you.
Okay.
Just do as normal at your own pace. With your skills, there's no need to worry about your future.
Is that a bird? I thought he's drawn as a bird.
Right.
He's just a high school student. How do you think he was contacting the others?
The police here can search any online communications.
Heard up.
His accomplices may slip up eventually.
Still, it seems the Phantom Thieves' most recent targets have gone comatose. Actual harm has been done here.
Given the lack of physical violence, their
People should
method is
just
still
chill. Don't throw your life away for 15 minutes of
Regardless,
fame.
the police are looking into attempted murder charges.
You never turned it in? That's quite the surprise. I thought I lost it this whole time.
I'm sorry.
Well, your grades are excellent. And you're student council president. I'm sure you'll be admitted anywhere you apply. That one phantom thief should have followed your example. You hear? It seems he was caught. Some high schooler. I wonder why he turned to a life of crime.
We also received information that the young man was placed on probation for assault.
Because of his previous record, he had to leave his hometown. Perhaps his motive lies there.
I believe your father can rest in peace now. That phantom thief could never have changed anything. Only a handful of people are qualified to alter the world. So you've been coming home late. That's what I've heard. I make a good playmate.
Don't touch.
Breaking news. The young man being held in custody has committed suicide. The police have confirmed his
yucky.
Although details have not been released. To repeat, the suspect has committed suicide while in
custody. This station will continue to report any further updates as they arrive.
It may be difficult to uncover his methods now. Perhaps that's why he decided to take this course of action.
It can't be.
It would seem as though you have been killed. But why were you killed? Why did you have to die? Do you remember? It seems you forgot an important fact while your consciousness was hazy. Indeed, your death was a necessity for your escape from certain doom. What a tremendous plan. How might you be capable of executing such a feat? Well then, let us rouse the memories which are missing.
Yes, please. Yes, please. First time I sensed something was off. That's right. It was during the school festival.
Hey, they're going. You realized it too, then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right? There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
Ooh, I forgot what I said here. He's up to something.
Probably. It was your social studies trip. We met him in the hallway of that TV station. There's no way that this is the first time he's heard my voice. This whole deal feels sketchy.
Sketchy a catchy. He's suspicious.
Yeah. It's impossible not to think that of him. Okay. Let's get everyone on the same page right away.
A sketchy, yeah, a sketchy. A sketchy catchy.
There's something else we want you to look into. One more person has been on our mind. If it's possible, I want to eavesdrop on their phone conversation. That'll be tough.
Is there any way?
Right, we really need your help.
I'd have to plant a bug directly on the phone.
So it's impossible even for you. I didn't say it was impossible. Okay, I've got a plan.
You know, you can say it out loud. So I can know too. Keeping it a secret?
Don't worry, I'll tell you the details later.
And did you ever do that? Okay, you tell me to. Vtuber's going to do something? I wonder if it'll be okay.
This is gonna be fun. I can't wait.
I see. So we're going to use this place.
It'll be a gamble.
I think it's gonna work. You can't tell a thing.
Huh. Did she manage to, like, make just that room
It seems you finally remember. This game is not over yet.
Get it? Because we're playing a game and I thought it was over? Anyway.
There are still things that must be done.
My memories are starting to become clearer. That's right. This is what really happened to me at that moment. I think she must have, like, spec'd out that room to... or the metaverse. Or something. Woof. Damn. Yes, we'll save current progress. Let's do that. Good call. Good call. Wow. Fucking wow. Oh, man. That's crazy. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Perfect fake out. Truly. Damn.
I heard they arrested one of the Phantom Thieves. No way!
I didn't expect him to commit suicide.
He's a murderer. He deserved to die. We can finally breathe easy now.
He killed himself, huh? Guess we'll never know his motivation. Yeah, how are we seeing now?
I mean, they didn't show pictures of my face, right?
I'm exhausted. It feels like my consciousness is about to fade away.
Hey, are you alright? Don't fall asleep until we reach our destination.
Going to a safe house? Could this be the effect of the drug wearing off? The memories I thought were gone are starting to come back.
Are you listening?
What we're talking about?
You weren't paying attention? Well, I guess I can see how you'd be lost in thought right now. Anyway, we need to talk about how to get out of this situation.
Futaba's monitoring of Akechi's phone has confirmed it. He did indeed have an ulterior motive.
It's on a completely different level than just that.
Not only was he trying to frame us, but he was the true culprit behind the mental shutdowns.
Yeah, so he's like fucking assassinating everyone all the time?
Assist us was simply a ploy to frame the Phantom Thieves.
Evil.
And kill him. If we go into Sis's palace as he suggests, we'll likely be met by a large ambush of police forces.
To think he would be this far gone. I know now what it means to feel a chill down my spine.
You give the care package, does he?
Furthermore, he wishes to bring a police squad from reality into the palace.
If the 8 of us can enter at once, it's not inconceivable to think a larger group is possible. He may even be able to bring in vehicles or other special pieces of equipment.
So, this really was just a setup to shift the blame onto us.
He made us go after Okumura. Then once we triggered the change of heart, he killed him.
And he told us he had seen the true culprit, but it was him the entire time.
The whole time he was working with Makoto's sister, he was really just some homicidal maniac. Come on, we gotta take that bastard Akechi down. Isn't that recording we got enough proof to do it?
No, Akechi is merely a tool. His orders come from elsewhere. The grand mastermind behind this all. An unimaginable fiend capable of arranging the murder of a suspect inside of a police station.
Unless we find out who that is, we will continue being targeted even if we defeat Akechi.
But what means do we have of learning his identity?
We'll have to make Akechi say it. Though once we do, that mastermind will likely eliminate us.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that will be the case eventually, regardless of whether or not we learn his identity. The only reason it hasn't happened yet is because we're an easy target to blame for his crimes. If he realizes that's no longer possible and abandons that plan, he may opt to kill us immediately.
Damn it! So we don't got a choice but to go with that bastard's suggestion.
But if we go into the palace like we're told, he'll get arrested, and then Akechi will kill him.
Palace. The palace.
Actually, there's something I'd like to say regarding... Aha! We can use the palace to our advantage!
What's this all of a sudden?
There's a way. A way to get past Akechi and get the mastermind to lay off of us, all while learning his identity.
Really?
You gotta be kidding me!
If he wants to kill the guy, why not let him? That is, inside of a palace.
Yes, we could have him kill the cognitive version, all the while believing he killed the real one.
Yeah, that's it!
It seems that's our only option. Listen close, everyone. I have a plan for how we can carry this operation out.
Ever since the death of their teenage leader, the Phantom Thieves have fallen silent. However, the police intend on continuing this investigation until the case is fully solved.
How is Solitudo gonna handle this? Or does he not have to think
I'm late.
about it?
I had to finish a few things at work. Where are they?
Waiting upstairs. Go tell them to come on down.
Yeah, no, he's fine. He's fine.
I'm gonna fetch him.
You're her sister, correct?
Makoto told me everything. Futaba-chan, I'm sorry that I caused you so much trouble this past summer.
It's ancient history now.
Man, that goddamn detective.
Sojiro's like, yeah, I wouldn't even max bond with him yet. I don't care.
Look who's here.
Hey, you big bastard.
How've you been?
Yay. I mean, ghostly.
You're not floating.
Yeah.
It truly is a relief to see your face.
I bet that moron Akechi don't even know we tricked him yet.
Still, how'd you pull this off? Isn't this guy considered dead?
You weren't told anything? I heard my sister brought him here, though.
Yeah, she came over in a taxi, dumped him off, and told me to keep him safe. It was right after they announced he had died, too. Almost gave me a heart attack.
Yeah, that would be... that would be rough.
I didn't have time to explain.
Hey, shouldn't...
Oh, shit, sorry,
We
I didn't mean to
wanted
press
make
that button.
Our enemy believed the leader of the Phantom Thieves was dead.
What?
What we did was make that enemy kill his fake in the metaverse.
Hold on a sec. Enemy? Fake? What are you talking about?
Sorry, Sojiro, it's complex.
The true culprit behind all these incidents set us up. Our goal here was to determine their identity.
True culprit? I see. So you guys were going up against someone else.
It was Goro Akechi. You knew beforehand that he was the traitor, didn't you?
Yes.
Akechi himself gave us the chance to strike back. He made one fatal mistake.
Couldn't you have just said from the beginning that Akechi was the real culprit?
That wasn't something we could simply bring up. We couldn't have you suspect Akechi. Besides, neither you nor the other investigators would have believed something like that, would you?
True. Akechi was credited with the arrest of the Phantom Thieves. Not even I would think he was the culprit. In other words, you left him alone on purpose. That was a bold move.
God, I can't keep up with any of this stuff. So what was this mistake Akechi made? What did he do?
He slipped up in regards to Morgana's voice.
You mean...
Hello, motherfucker.
Yes.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Dorth.
Sorry. Was that supposed to be a joke?
Oh,
our apologies. That's completely true. You surprised?
Does that mean he said something just now as well?
But you don't understand him, do you? That's how it was for all of us at first, too.
When you're in the metaverse, Mona talks like a normal person. Once you hear that and your brain realizes he can actually talk, you start to understand him in reality. It's a change in cognition, most likely.
Thanks to Akechi's lame acting, we figured out something was up.
When we talked to Akechi at the school festival, he was acting like he just realized Mona could talk. But we already saw him drop a mega hint about it way earlier.
Oh, I know a place! I want to go to that huge pancake-looking place we passed on the way here!
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
Mona was the only one who was talking about a pancake. That meant Akechi'd already been in the metaverse by then.
And since he was lying to us about
I forgot
that,
if I
we
was
assumed
suspicious
he
of
had
that
a
when I
hidden
heard that or
motive
not.
behind
Or if I
contacting
just thought it
us.
was funny, silly goose.
It seemed odd upon further thought. His reaction to my pancake comment was an honest one, after all.
We got lucky.
That said, we weren't so naive to overlook something like that. That's why we asked Futaba-chan to wiretap his phone. I pretended to be interested in checking the phone out, but I was actually planting my app. My heart was pounding while I was doing it, though.
Even that ace detective could never have imagined a program being installed so quickly. Futaba's quirky nature proved to be a great help.
That was just an act! After a few days of listening, this confirmed his betrayal.
Then I'll guide the police into her palace and have them catch the phantom thieves in the act. That would be the only way to arrest them, given their methods. I'll deal with them after that. Let me see. We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that room, my task will be simple.
Is this for real?
Yes, the guard will be one of ours.
It's like he's answering him.
Eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
So they planned to get rid of that guard from the beginning.
Well then, I will make the arrangements the day after the arrest. And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life. When he does, you will become a great hero who saved Japan from evil. As will I, of course.
I knew he was acting strangely, but to think he was this far gone.
He's no ace detective. Akechi is the perpetrator behind the mental shutdown crimes. On top of that, there's someone else commanding Akechi. Someone with great authority. So great that they can order an assassination in a police station. That's why we had to make a move before they did.
I see.
We baited Akechi into Sis's palace, making him dispose of our leader's fake, but think he killed him.
Can you elaborate on that in more detail? What exactly happened in my cognitive world?
We're sorry for using you without your permission. Your palace had all the conditions we needed.
What conditions?
First, we required a place inside the cognitive world that was the same as in reality.
That place is based on the real world after all. Anywhere that's not warped looks just like normal.
That's why nobody but the person who uses the nav even realizes they're in the metaverse.
Back with Kamoshida, we came in from the station without even noticing.
Yeah, not till we got to the school.
You totally can't tell the difference if there ain't any distortions around.
We had already investigated Nijima-san's palace when Makoto brought the suggestion to us.
I was seriously impressed by that suggestion. To be honest, I didn't quite understand it, but I went along with it.
We had to trust it.
And it was absolutely the best decision we could have made.
Makoto is normally so calm as well, but once her mind is set, she gets oddly impulsive.
I did
Get a care
have a
package.
bit of a rivalry forming with Akechi, but I just couldn't contain myself anymore once you became a target, sis. The reason I joined the Phantom Thieves was to heal your heart, after all.
Oh.
My own achievements were all that mattered to me. I was desperate. I wasn't myself at all. I'm sorry I couldn't see that.
That goes for the both of us. We heard from Mako-chan that you were going to do the interrogation, Nijima-san.
And regarding its location, I take it you used the data from my laptop?
I'm sorry.
Go on.
There were two things we were able to confirm while we were checking the metaverse.
Cute art.
First, our clothes didn't change when we were down in the interrogation room. Second, the scenery and details outside of the palace proper were the same as in the real world.
Once we heard that from Makoto, we secretly went to check it out without Akechi knowing.
There was also one more thing we absolutely needed to make this work. A perfect cognitive replica of him in the metaverse's interrogation room.
Since he had yet to be
art
caught,
is
though,
so
there
cute.
obviously wouldn't be anyone in that room.
Once we saw the casino guests and police officers, we were convinced this would work. They looked no different from actual living people.
After that, we just had to work our way into the palace like usual, while keeping Akechi in the dark.
Huh. Interesting. Mucho sneaky.
Everything went as planned up until we defeated Sis's shadow. However, it was then that we were met with a terrifying, unexpected police ambush. As a result, Even though we managed to grab the treasure, we couldn't get it out of the metaverse. Except that was all an act. We had prepared an empty briefcase beforehand and merely acted like we were taking the treasure. This was because we knew the police would be coming for us.
We made sure before the operation that the police would be waiting to ambush us. And just as expected, he totally took the bait.
Him getting captured by the police went exactly how we planned it.
And I had been
complete with head
interrogating
trauma
him
and
with no
everything.
knowledge of this. But how did you lure Akechi into this cognitive world's interrogation room?
All I needed were the coordinates.
It seems like she used this laptop to remotely access the metaverse. Asking her about it now would drag the conversation on too long. I should talk to her later.
Akechi disposed of the fake in the palace and left thinking he had been victorious.
His scary little face.
It must have been truly hilarious for our leader who sat idly in the real world's interrogation room. Surely he was acting quite cocky by himself in that quiet chamber.
So that's why you gave me your phone. I
He's
only
just a
took it
little
because of
guy.
what you told me.
It's a shame I didn't have the opportunity to see that for myself.
I'm just glad I didn't die.
All I could do was try to handle all the messages that started coming to me on his phone. Huh. So in other words, I've been to the metaverse, albeit for a brief moment.
In our experience, there is little danger when someone enters their own palace for so short a time.
That's the other reason we had him give it to you. We needed you to listen to Alibaba, deceive the guard, and ultimately aid in his escape. By having you head back to the interrogation room, we could return you to the real world as well.
I mean, I had to think of some way to keep you from running into Akechi mid-assassination.
Huh. Astounding. I hadn't the slightest idea that such a grand operation was taking place within me.
I'm so glad he was able to persuade you during the interrogation. Even though we knew Akechi's plan, we were pretty worried about that part.
What, what? I suppose it's not really a spoiler now that we've gotten past the bit, but like, what would have aggravated it to the point of a game over? If you were willing to sacrifice your friends, or?
Without Sis on our side, Futaba's plan and subsequent breakout would have never been possible. That persuasion was easily our greatest gamble. We couldn't consult Sis beforehand. It was
If you sell out your
absolutely
friends, the game
make or
ends.
break
Right,
moment
okay.
Of the entire plan.
I hope none of you thought that I was gonna do that. I am, in games, I'm fucking loyal to a fault too. If you sold your friends out, the drugs take over and you'd forget. I can tell you what goes wrong if you make the wrong choices. Is it different depending on where you make the wrong choices? Then Akechi comes in and headshots the real you? Damn. You ratted out the other Phantom Thieves, that would have been the game over and Akechi would have killed the real you. Honestly, no, Tau is loyal. It's true, I am. And I always play myself in these games whenever they let me, so I would not do that.
Still, I'm surprised you could convince me in such a short time. Were you confident you could do it?
I don't remember. Drugs.
Understandable. Either way, I can't believe you went for such a risky idea.
If we could just
Sacrifice my friends? Nah, I'll do the sacrificing. Do it for the crew, exactly.
Bigger picture. Realize that our leader was telling the truth, and that there was a greater evil to pursue.
As a result, we emerged victorious.
Then the reason you kept this a secret from me was so you could catch the true culprit, correct?
Yes. Plus, you had lost control of yourself at the time.
This is stunning. All I can really do is laugh.
Smart kid!
I've kind of figured out that you guys made Akechi kill a fake. But what did you do about the body?
The police never even checked it.
Huh?
They had a coroner working to ensure his death was reported as a suicide. That coroner didn't take one look at the scene and just passed along a falsified death certificate.
Yeah, that makes sense that they would do that.
The bad guys have that much influence?
Murder in a police station would be reckless otherwise. We also knew of a possible conspirator.
Thanks to Futaba-chan's messages and the guard's demeanor, I eventually came to understand. And since the higher-ups at the police knew nothing of this, they were thrown into disarray. As a result, his suicide during imprisonment was reported on the news, just as Akechi planned.
And with that confusion, he was able to escape with Nijima-san's help.
I made sure nobody would check the morgue for his body, and thanks to that, nobody knows he survived.
Thinking back to the interrogation, though, I can't believe what they did to him. The callous use of violence and even drugs is utterly abnormal. If he had lost consciousness and hadn't been able to tell Sis about the phone, he would have died. I'm truly glad you made it back safe.
I don't remember much.
Don't. You shouldn't have to remember such things.
It still freaked me out when I saw the suicide on the news, though.
We made sure to live normal lives while he was being interrogated to avoid drawing any suspicion. Even with that, I couldn't help but worry for him in my heart.
Well, I knew right away that her plan worked out.
I wanted to believe, but considering what we were up against.
Ryuji's a bit on the dense and carefree side.
Can it, cat?
I had to be patient and avoid this place until things settled down. I finally feel relieved.
We knew he was alive, but it was difficult to not worry until we could confirm it in person.
Now that I think about it, my interrogation was just a formality for the head commander. What a joke, letting me interrogate someone who was meant to die. They just wanted to avoid backlash. Very well. From here forward, I will do my utmost to assist you. You saved me, after all.
That makes sense, Sudi.
That's reassuring to hear.
I'll do whatever I can to help too. Just let me know. Let's take a break for now, though. This old brain is pooped.
Yeah, this has been a long cutscene.
Oh, and feel free to use the first floor when you guys want to get together to talk. You'll need a hideout where you can be safe. Just say the word, and I'll close shop early.
Aw, Sajid, are you fucking rock, bruh?
This guy can't leave. Plus, you won't make much progress if people can hear you from downstairs. It's not like this place is the liveliest joint in town. It won't be a huge loss for me.
Let us accept his offer. What a great man.
Yeah. Aw. A summary of the story up to this point has been updated. And that is where we will resume next week.
That sounds familiar.
It's me, Akechi.
Ugh.
Enter.
I wanted to like you so badly, Akechi. I liked the sexual tension we had.
That's the death certificate of the principal offender, correct? Is there a problem with it?
No, nothing in particular. More importantly, you've done well with regard to the prosecutors.
The cause of death for the SIU director has been settled as a stroke.
I mean, the sexual tension doesn't have to end, per se. I've been sitting on this piece of trivia for so long. Akechi is also the name of a samurai who infamously betrayed his master. Oh, interesting. That's very interesting trivia, hun. See, Tao, I told you that you would come around to Slotito eventually. I do like him. The what, Tao? Listen, when I almost, when he said how much he hated me and I looked at those stairs behind him and thought about shoving him down him, I was like, oh! Thanks for that, Pat White.
I had him work quite substantially on forging evidence. His loss should be mourned.
Thank you, thank you.
It was thanks to his efforts that I could enter the Phantom Thieves' interrogation room, too.
The SIU is in disarray with his death. I'll take my time choosing a successor after the elections.
At any rate, I'm now praised as a hero, and I owe it all to the Phantom Thieves.
All possible hindrances are now gone.
You dirty
There's
brat.
no doubt that this election is mine.
And on to our next story, the snap election for the House of Representatives. Discussion is swirling around
comes
potential
down to
nominees
politics.
as the deadline for candidacy announcement nears. Candidates will announce on the 23rd of this month, while voting will be held on the 18th of next.
Elections, huh? Don't matter to us. It's not like we can vote in them yet anyways.
Why don't we resume our conversation?
Can I save and leave it until next week?
Well,
No,
the Phantom Thieves are back together. We can finally take it to Akechi and the bastard backing him.
Have you figured out who's behind all this?
Akechi accidentally let that slip after the murder. He said, Shido-san.
Shido? Feels like I've heard that somewhere.
He is unmistakably a man of power if he has such strong connections to the police.
Shido? Could it be Masayoshi Shido?
Who? I believe he's a politician. Remember, Ryuji? You said his speech was too loud.
For real?
It's certainly possible that Shido is the mastermind.
Huh?
Do you have some kind of evidence?
Nothing material. However, there are various conditions which align with that possibility. First, he would profit from damage done to the current administration by the psychotic breakdowns. He's maintained a negative stance toward the Phantom Thieves and has gained tremendous popularity. On top of that, he'll most likely become the next Prime Minister if he wins this upcoming election.
No!
Did he set us up with that election in mind?
If he is behind all this, that would be in stark opposition to his honest public image.
So his current position and popularity is just him benefiting from the mental collapses. We'll make him have a change of heart, no matter what it takes. Mom.
Shido, huh?
You know,
what
so
is the
today?
matter?
I had a feeling he was wrapped up in all this, just based on the connections I had from my
Also, isn't he the guy who was being creepy to that woman? That
I think the one who crushed Wakaba's research and confiscated her materials was probably Shido. From the moment Wakaba died, I had a hunch he was involved. But there wasn't anything I could do, so I chose to protect Futaba and went into hiding.
Why didn't you say that sooner?
You guys would have definitely gone after him if I had. He would have just killed all of you, no doubt. That's what he usually does to people who get in his way.
Originally, I was looking into the mental shutdown cases. It was then that I accidentally stumbled upon government research regarding the psychotic breakdowns. So I tracked down the whereabouts of that research data and met with the associated parties. Boss was one of those parties. I would never have imagined all of this was connected. The mental shutdowns, psychotic breakdowns, Shido, and even the Phantom Thieves' actions.
Way back when, Shido kept saying he was going to be Prime Minister one day. Nobody believed him, though.
What's going to happen to this country if Shido becomes Prime Minister? What about the world?
The issue is simpler than that. This is nothing more than yet another selfish adult trying to impose his will on the public.
We gotta expose that rotten bastard!
Yeah, we'll do it like always. Then let's check the nav.
Masayoshi Shido, the guy running for Prime Minister. Got a hit! Well, duh. It ain't a surprise he has one.
Where would the location be?
What kind of things go through a politician's head?
I always think of dirty money and shady actions.
What does he do? And where? We don't got a clue about this guy's life.
His palace must be somewhere that politicians frequent. Any ideas?
Probably the diet bill. Well, we saw him at the fancy restaurant. He's been like this constant presence the whole time. It's probably the diet building, but I last saw him there. So, I guess I'll say the diet building.
We got a hit!
How arrogant must he be to see himself as the ruler of the diet building?
He's killing everyone else. What the fuck do you mean? How can he be so arrogant?
Shido. We're gonna do this, right?
What about Akechi?
No need to waste time with him. We just gotta hit the head. Nobody against it?
Of course.
He will be a worthy opponent.
Let's win this together. Time for revenge. Then it's unanimous.
All we gotta do now is figure out what he thinks that diet building place is.
So that's the app that allowed me to enter the metaverse.
An old fart like me can't wrap his head around all this stuff.
We'll have to deal with this
Too
before
much
election day,
technology.
December 18th. That means we need it done by the 17th.
It's best we hurry before they discover there's no body in the morgue.
Should we start tomorrow then? We can meet at the Diet Building after school.
That reminds me, what are you gonna do about school? You can't show up if you're supposed to be dead.
Miss Kawakami said he went back home for family reasons.
That's what I told the school.
Don't let him find out you're alive then, alright? This whole thing would be for nothing.
What do you mean?
This operation had another purpose outside of escaping Akechi's clutches. Shido tried to place all the blame on the Phantom Thieves and deceive the public at the same time. He has ruined countless lives, and even made Goro Akechi, a student, assist him with assassinations. A mere change of heart is too lenient a sentence for such an abominable criminal.
We'll be making use of the police statement that the leader of the Phantom Thieves committed suicide. Our leader, who is presumed dead, will come out of hiding to deliver a grand statement. He'll say he has escaped prison, not committed suicide, and was in fact almost killed by a criminal.
Yeah. That'll be a gotcha moment.
You guys
True.
thought through all this stuff too?
We're intellectuals, you know.
Ryoji, shut up. I love you so much, but shut up.
To be killed.
He's a dumb.
What frightening teenagers.
Boy, thank you for the care package.
True battle has only just begun. We won the first round, but we must stay on our toes.
Yeah, this ain't the time to be celebrating.
Ryoji, you love
These people
celebrating.
try to trap and kill us. There is no end to their inhuman, conniving nature. We will need to be prepared for whatever may come our way.
Whew, this cutscene does not end. Hold on, I gotta snooze some ads real quick.
Back
sorry.
then, you earned the media's attention as a young politician who could rise up against bureaucracy. Because of that, those who wanted to preemptively deal with problems tried to tie you up in scandal.
To think I would fall for the ruse schemed by those decrepit fools in power. I recall that's when you came to me. You promoted yourself saying you had special powers. If it wasn't for the research on cognition that I dabbled in, I would have thought you insane.
I made those troublesome opponents psychotic and erased any trace of that scandal.
Who'd think that tampering with a person's heart could trigger a psychotic lapse or mental shutdown? And when someone like that said he'd support me, I had suspected there'd be an ulterior motive.
It's because I sympathized with your aspiring ideology. I believed that your ideals needed to be achieved for the sake of the country's future.
Well, my faith in you was precisely why I pulled the plug on that research. I only need you using that power. It'd be troublesome if someone else uncovered how it works.
Wakaba Ishiki, was it? That researcher. She wouldn't have had to die if she just complied.
Any suspicions should be snubbed out. Even the smallest
had
doubt
no
must be
ethics
severed
in
at
the
the
world.
root. After all, we had an active
Like
public
us.
prosecutor's office director on our side until recently.
Astounding, isn't it? To think the director himself often forged evidence to secure his promotion. He was
Everyone
quite
sucks here.
surprised when you confronted him about it. He didn't know who leaked that information. Well, I got that out of his shadow, so technically speaking, he did it himself.
This country's affairs have become stagnant. The political world is filled with old men who only act to preserve their own vested interests. The general public has forsaken such political affairs and don't even
Hot
bother.
meat kettle.
Only ruin awaits us.
I must agree.
There's no need to be ruined along with such incompetent fools. I will lead this country to its revival. Those who get in the way must be eliminated at times. That's the correct way to use the metaverse.
Still, it would stand out if there were continuous deaths and scandals with your political rivals, which is why I made them suspects. Prosecute the targets that I turn psychotic, and solve them as cases unrelated to you. And thus, the charismatic ace detective was born.
I'm coming for ya!
My clean image remains untarnished. and I've monopolized public opinion. Once I gained public sentiment, collaborators from all sectors began approaching me on their own. The police were no exception, with their management in my pocket. Keeping them in check was easy.
When the Phantom Thieves emerged, I thought things might become somewhat troublesome.
And they were just brats once we looked into it. All we needed to do was lay the blame on them.
When you told me that, I knew then that you were the better man.
Well,
Popularity was a bit beyond my expectations, but flipping it made the negative press stronger. After that, all I had to do was openly berate them.
Thanks, you guys. I'm glad you think my sneezes are cute.
Since the current administration is dead with ongoing scandals. Never mind the fact that they're my doing. Even the government parties have begun splitting up, and they're dissolving just as planned. The time has finally come. Just a little more, and I will take the seat of Prime Minister. However, inauguration isn't my goal. That's when everything truly begins. I'll make this country rich for the sake of its selfish and ignorant masses who can only rely on others.
In other words, you're creating a powerful country that can compete with the world.
The public resonates with my ideals and follows me. And for that,
like I recognize this
some sacrifices
human being
can't be
in a,
avoided. That
real world.
is my duty as the chosen one. Your assistance has been very influential in making my plans proceed smoothly. When I become Prime Minister, I'll grant whatever wish you want.
With this most recent case, my name has become known across the country, perhaps even the world. Surely my story will be passed down as a hero who won against monsters that could control people's hearts. I believe I'll lay low and devote myself to my studies.
I suppose with your age, you wouldn't come up with debauched desires.
I am thinking about the future, though.
Well, how do I put this?
Gotta sneeze again. British accent, mum voice, you've got it, Void. Looks like things have finally settled down. Life's gonna get really busy for you starting tomorrow, right? Get some rest.
Well then.
The Chief's right. Let's take it easy for today. Okay, we've got to finish up, darlings. This has been an absolute joy. We will cross the 150-hour playtime line next week. Awesome, Ozzy. Thank you very much, darling, for gifting that sub to the Valiant Void. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, sweethearts. Well, thank you so very much for sticking with me today. Despite how late we've gone, I hope that it was worth it for you. That was, what, an hour and a half? Hour of straight up bloody hell, what's it called? Cutscene. Bye-bye! I will give you all some global uppies, because unfortunately we cannot snooze much longer, so I will we will just exit this real quick and head over here. Appreciate the head pat, dearest Zalian. And sweethearts, our next stream will indeed be on Tuesday. We will be doing our demo night, so if you have any suggestions for us to play during demo night, please do put them into the Discord. Remember that there have also been some community giveaways that have been submitted as well, which we always appreciate. That's right, I did say global Precious Pal uppies. There you go, darling. Absolutely massive thank you to our top tier patrons, the wonderful Red Tempestus, who is also my darling mod, who has kept control over the chat today. The fabulous Yuki Yorino. My train, thank you, darlings. The incredible Umbra Kit 31, the Cutie Pie Catashats, and the lovely Lavender Rose 26. Thank you ever so much for your incredible unending support. I do appreciate it.
And I will have your schedule up as per usual. Literally tonight, in about within the next 4 to 6 hours, somewhere in there. I'm having a look. I think that we may go and see. We haven't gotten to see Precious Politely for a moment. So let's go see Precious Politely, who is currently doing some Warhammer 40k Darktide. Sounds like a good place to drop you off, hey? I don't think we actually had any raiders today, Ozzy. I can double check. No, we didn't have any raiders today. So that is just always appreciated, but never necessary. And my darlings, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I truly do hope that it's the best ever. We are going to see the lovely Politely, and in the meantime, cutie pies, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves, because you know that I would take the best care of you. I will see you all on Tuesday for our demo night, and yes, in the meantime, take excellent care of yourselves. I am going to go eat. I'm absolutely ravenous. Have a great evening, morning, afternoon, or night. Bye-bye. Surprise communism! Bye-bye!
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Whoa! They made the save icon in real